Chapter 144. You may be strong, but I'm stronger than you. Gu Fei displayed his powerful battle prowess. He strode towards Hu Zhan, who was blown away. His words were filled with confidence. Everyone was shocked by the power he displayed. On the internet, a powerful person must have powerful abilities. This was undeniable. Hu Zhan was undoubtedly powerful, but it was a pity that he met Gu Fei. The outcome of this battle seemed to have been decided long ago. Gu Fei wasn't a cultivator, nor was he a divine arts practitioner. He was a martial artist. A martial artist who had cultivated successfully would find it hard to find a worthy opponent among the same level cultivators. This wasn't a lie. The current Gu Fei even had the ability to fight against a cultivator who had just entered the transcending mortality realm. In the awakened nine heavens, no one had such heaven-defying battle prowess. However, as a martial artist, Gu Fei's battle prowess was heaven-defying. It made it possible for him to challenge a higher-level cultivator. Swoosh. 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 8 desolate steps, 8 extreme steps. Gu Fei seemed to have teleported. Everywhere he passed, he left behind afterimages. In just an instant, he caught up to Hu Zhan. Roar. Hu Zhan tried his best to stop his retreat, but he still couldn't help but retreat. The power of the 5 elements as one was too strong. Even if he used all his strength to block it, it was hard to resolve. Although the power of the 5 elements as one could only be released in an extremely short period of time and couldn't be sustained for long, it was enough to heavily injure Hu Zhan, causing him to spit mouthfuls of blood. Boom. Hu Zhan directly smashed a huge hole in the high wall of the courtyard. He rushed out of the courtyard and the brick fragments scattered in all directions. Wood element Madra technique, 10,000 purple wood. Gu Fei chased out from the hole in the high wall with his extreme movement technique. When he got close to Hu Zhan, the wood element Madra of the 5 elements extermination Madra had already formed. The incomparably profound Madra technique was pressed forward. A terrifying energy wave suddenly exploded like a volcano. A bluish-green aura surged out from the Madra technique and swept forward. The 5 elements extermination seal art had already touched upon the Tao. The edge of the wood seal was the embodiment of the martial way. The moment Gu Fei's wood seal appeared, it was as if his own wood elemental power had connected with the essence of the plants in the world. Within the jade-green light, there seemed to be a dense, endless stretch of giant wood that rushed towards Hu Zhan. Bang! Hu Zhan was sent flying out once more. Roar! Hu Zhan, who had fallen to the ground, pretended to be crazy. He was like a ferocious beast that had reached a dead end. He roared at the sky and a torrential force surged out from his body. Hu Zhan wildly danced about, and his eyes gradually became blood-red, flickering with a crazed blood-red light. Whoosh! Hu Zhan pounced directly at Gu Fei. He didn't use any divine ability, nor did he put up any defense. His movements were actually like those of a ferocious beast. Was he courting death? The spectators from afar were shocked by Hu Zhan's crazy actions. However, Gue Teng of the Black Tortoise clan frowned at this moment. He thought of a terrifying matter. Could it be? Gue Teng's expression was extremely grave as he stared at the seemingly crazy Hu Zhan. 8 desolation steps. With a single step, Gu Fei directly sent the ferocious pouncing Hu Zhan flying. What's going on? Gu Fei felt that something was wrong. Brr. Hu Zhan, who had rolled on the ground, let out another roar and crawled up from the ground. He didn't seem to be injured, but the vast energy fluctuations coming from his body had become even stronger. Oh no, the power in his body is really starting to go out of control. Gue Teng's expression was extremely ugly. He knew the consequences of losing control of his power. That was the power that originated from the bloodline of the ancient sacred beast, the White Tiger. Even though the White Tiger bloodline in Hu Zhan's body had been passed down for so long and had become extremely thin, the power was still extremely powerful and terrifying. If it went out of control, the consequences would be very serious. This was because, apart from the power that originated from the bloodline, there was also the ferocious bestial nature of the ancient sacred beast, the White Tiger. Once the power that originated from the White Tiger bloodline went out of control, the bestial nature in the bloodline would also erupt. In this way, his human nature would be replaced by the bestial nature in the bloodline, and he would turn into a ferocious tiger in human form. His power would also rise to a terrifying level. Haushakor. Hu Zhan roared incessantly like a ferocious tiger. From the frenzy in his eyes, it could be seen that the bestial nature had already completely taken over his mind. Hu Zhan, who was controlled by the bestial nature, became extremely berserk. At this moment, The white tiger divine tattoo on his body emitted an unprecedentedly powerful light. Vast power surged out from Hu Zhan's body wave after wave, forming a terrifying energy storm around him. After a crazy roar, a blood-red ferocious light shot out from Hu Zhan's eyes. In the next moment he leapt high into the air, and like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey, he hurriedly pounced towards Gu Fei. The vast and mighty astral wind assaulted his face, causing pain as if he was being cut by a sharp knife. At this moment Hu Zhan was more powerful than ever before, and more dangerous than ever before. It was as if he had transformed into a ferocious tiger that only knew how to kill, and he viewed Gu Fei as his prey. The terrifying energy waves caused Gu Fei's heart to tremble. Streams of divine light that revolved around Hu Zhan's body made Gu Fei feel danger. That kind of divine light was as dazzling as a sword Immortal's flying sword. It was formed by the white tiger divine tattoo. Wherever the divine light passed, it left behind a pitch-black trace, as if the void was being torn apart. That was the terrifying power contained within the white tiger bloodline. At this moment it burst out. Compared to when Hu Zhan was awake and transformed the white tiger divine tattoo into thousands of light blades, it was unknown how many times more powerful it was. Whoosh! Gu Fei left behind an afterimage on his original spot, and hurriedly retreated. Boom! The afterimage was instantly destroyed, and the ground was completely turned into dust by the terrifying power. The crazy Hu Zhan with a pounce shook the heaven and earth. Hu Zhan, who was dominated by his bestial nature and had lost his rationality, only had bestial instincts at this moment. How could he still be Gu Fei's opponent? Gu Fei directly appeared behind him, and a hand knife chopped towards the back of Hu Zhan's neck. Don't harm his life. Just as Gu Fei's hand knife was about to chop Hu Zhan, a loud shout suddenly came from the side. Then Gu Fei felt an extremely cold gust of wind assaulting his body from behind. At the same time, a violent power rushed towards Gu Fei like a raging sea. Someone attacked him, someone was afraid that he would kill Hu Zhan, and the person who attacked had an extremely high cultivation. Umph! Gu Fei let out a cold laugh, and directly punched towards the incoming expert, while his hand knife did not stop at all. Bang! It chopped the back of Hu Zhan's neck. Just as Gu Fei's hand knife chopped Hu Zhan, his expression immediately changed greatly, and he secretly cursed in his heart. It was as if his palm had chopped onto an indestructible piece of fine iron. Not only did it not injure Hu Zhan, it even caused his palm to feel a burst of pain. Whoosh! A tiger claw with the white tiger's divine markings emitted a sharp claw light that was more than a foot long, and swept towards Gu Fei's chest. In front of him was a tiger claw, and behind him was a powerful enemy. For a moment, Gu Fei actually fell into a predicament of being attacked from both front and back. Retreat! Without any hesitation, he directly retreated, because the greatest threat to him was the terrifying tiger claw that seemed to be able to pierce through the void. Boom! With a loud sound, Gu Fei's fist fiercely collided with the attacking person. Unexpectedly, Gu Fei's fist seemed to have hit a huge mountain. Although it shook the expert, his own retreating momentum was forcibly stopped. Pung! The clothes on his chest and abdomen were instantly torn by the tiger claw. The sharp claw force was like a divine weapon, and it ruthlessly swept onto Gu Fei's chest and abdomen. Without any suspense, amidst everyone's cries of surprise, Gu Fei was directly swept away by the extremely ferocious claw force. Only then did he clearly see that the person who attacked him was the short and skinny hunchback youth who seemed to be carrying a turtle shell on his back. Hu Zhan, who had fallen into a frenzy, roared. His limbs pushed off the ground and he turned into a white light, chasing after Gu Fei, who was sent flying. How preposterous! Gu Fei only felt as if his internal organs had been dug out by Hu Zhan's claw. Although he wasn't cut into two by the extremely sharp claw force, his internal organs suffered a violent shock. A wave of hot blood surged up Gu Fei's throat, but he forcefully swallowed it back down. No one had expected things to turn out like this. They all stared dumbfoundedly at the scene in front of them. At this moment, when Gu Fei saw Hu Zhan fiercely pouncing towards him again, he couldn't help but be furious. I originally didn't want to take your life, but you're forcing me to kill you. When his life was threatened, Gu Fei couldn't care so much anymore. He began to draw the essence of the divine weapon in his body to gather in his abdomen. Then he suddenly stopped. He opened his mouth, and a resplendent purple sword light instantly shot out from his mouth, killing towards Hu Zhan. Sword Chi Flying Sword? The three outstanding successors of the Guangqing Immortal sect, who were watching from the side, couldn't help but be shocked when they saw Gu Fei actually spit out sword light. How does he know the way of the sword? Ren Wuming couldn't help but frown. As for Guangqing's junior, Li Mengyao, her delicate little mouth was wide open as she looked at Gu Fei with a face full of shock. A sword hum resounded through the entire area. The purple sword light that shot out from Gu Fei's mouth instantly increased by 10 zhang. It was as vigorous as a soaring dragon, emitting extremely terrifying sword chi fluctuations. The purple sword light cut through the void, instantly arriving in front of Hu Zhan, who was pouncing over. As long as the sword light descended and twisted, Hu Zhan would be directly killed on the spot. The essence of the divine weapon that Gu Fei had refined into his body was not ordinary. This was Gu Fei's final trump card, his trump card. However, at this moment, Gu Fei's trump card was forced to be displayed in front of everyone by Hu Zhan. Just as Hu Zhan was about to die under Gu Fei's sword light, a huge hand suddenly appeared in the sky. Then it grabbed Hu Zhan, who had already been completely controlled by his bestial nature, and retreated. Gu Fei sneered. Purple lightning flashed across the sky. The purple sword light actually made a turn in the air, directly killing towards the huge hand. Regardless of whether it was the practitioners of the younger generation of the southern wilderness, or Li Lingfeng and the other successors of the three great Taoist sects, they were all shocked by this action of Gu Fei. The transformation of the primordial spirit, thousands of miles away, this was a huge primordial spirit hand cultivated by a great cultivator. It was a manifestation of the Tao connotation. Obviously, a great cultivator had made a move. Someone did not want Hu Zhan to die under Gu Fei's sword light. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they would have stopped a long time ago. However, Gu Fei was extremely daring. Not only did he not stop, but he also manipulated the sword light to kill the huge hand that was descending from the sky. It was really crazy. In front of a great cultivator, even a practitioner of the transcending mortality realm was like an ant. With a flip of the palm, they could destroy a large number of them, let alone a practitioner of the awakening self realm. Gu Fei's battle intent was like a rainbow. Under the perception of the qi, the dazzling sword light formed by the divine weapon's essence immediately went against the natural order to kill. It did not matter if it was a great cultivator or a small cultivator, it did not matter if it could be provoked or not provoked. Roar. In the huge hand, a crazy white tiger was roaring. It was not a real white tiger, but the image of a white tiger that was condensed by the white tiger's divine markings. However, no matter how hard Hu Zhan struggled, no matter how powerful he was, he could not escape from the control of the huge hand. He was completely suppressed. Interesting, it's a broken weapon's soul. I'll take it. These words rang out from the distant sky. Almost at the same time, an energy storm swept out from the large hand and swept towards the purple sword light that was coming for him. The person seemed to have noticed the extraordinariness of the purple sword light. He actually wanted to collect the sword light with his great spiritual power. The energy storm that swept out from the huge hand wrapped the sword light in an instant. The light of the sword light immediately dimmed. At the same time, Gu Fei's expression changed greatly on the ground. He could no longer maintain his composure. This was because the moment the power from the huge hand wrapped around the dazzling purple sword light, he actually could not sense the existence of the weapon's essence. Not only did the primordial spirit hand wrap around Hu Zhan, it even imprisoned the divine armament's essence energy that Gu Fei released. Furthermore, it rose into the sky and in an instant, it soared into the sky. How dare you? Gu Fei could not help but panic. The weapon's essence was extremely important to him. It was his life-saving talisman. It had already allowed him to escape death several times. After losing the weapon's essence, Gu Fei had lost his greatest reliance. Just as Gu Fei thought that he was about to lose the weapon's essence, a huge hand made of flames suddenly appeared. With a mighty roaring flame, it directly intercepted the huge hand that was wrapped around Hu Zhan and the weapon's essence. Taoish Chaoyang, what do you want? An angry roar came from afar. The rolling sound waves caused the sky and earth to tremble. A great pressure immediately spread out, causing everyone's expression to change. Is it Grandmaster Chaoyang of Xiaoyang Peak? Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the other disciples of Taishan sect couldn't help but feel delighted. Leave the thing of Taishan sect. A calm voice drifted from another direction of Dragon Emperor City. Closely after that, the fiery hand directly intercepted the immortal weapon's essence, which was bound by that person's power. Humph. The person who had secretly saved Hu Zhan seemed unwilling, but he also didn't want to fight with Taoist Chaoyang. The huge hand wrapped Hu Zhan and quickly left. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from everyone's sight. After the huge hand made of the mysterious person's primordial spirit retreated, The hand made of flames in the night sky also dimmed and finally disappeared into the void. The two great cultivators didn't show up. Even though they were thousands of miles away from each other, they had already fought for a short while in the sky above Dragon Emperor City. Although everyone was shocked by the great cultivator's magical ability, they couldn't help but yearn for it. If they had such a cultivation base, chi. A bright purple sword light shot down from the sky, tearing the void and making a sound like tearing silk. The next moment, this sword light entered Gu Fei's body. The weapon's essence that had been smelted into his body reintegrated into Gu Fei's body and traveled through his qi and blood. After a period of refinement, this weapon's essence became more and more pure. In tonight's battle, Gu Fei not only defeated the most outstanding young powerhouse in the southern wilderness, Hu Zhan of the White Tiger clan, but he also learned something about the weapon's essence in his body. The weapon's soul is broken. Could it be that the sword hilt passed down by the Grandmaster of Green Spirit Peak has an unimaginable origin? It's actually a peerless weapon that has given birth to a weapon's soul? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. The mysterious Yin-Yang Jade pendant and the sword hilt passed down by his master all had a great origin and unknown secrets. This made Gu Fei faintly feel uneasy. Just a strand of essence energy from a divine weapon was enough to attract the attention of a grand cultivator. If others knew that he had the Yin-Yang Fish Jade pendant that could increase his cultivation speed by 10 times, those grand cultivators would definitely make a move on him. I'd better keep a low profile in the future, Gu Fei thought. He didn't want to attract others' attention. At this moment, the people who were spying on the southern desolate Duke's side courtyard had already disappeared. This side courtyard could be said to have been destroyed by Gu Fei and the others. However, this kind of side courtyard was nothing to the southern desolate Duke. It didn't matter if it was destroyed. The most important thing was that the southern desolate Duke's son, Yang Sun, had successfully provoked the confrontation between the young cultivators of the southern desolate Duke and the outstanding successors of the three great Taoist sects. The news that Gu Fei had defeated Hu Zhan had already quietly spread among the major forces of Dragon Emperor City. Of course, the outstanding cultivators of the southern desolate Duke's younger generation were not convinced. Some truly outstanding cultivators would come knocking on his door sooner or later. However, this wasn't something that Gu Fei could predict. Moreover, he didn't feel like caring about these trivial matters. After all, strength was everything. Whoever's fist was harder would be the boss. The southern desolate Duke's cultivators left under the lead of Gue Tang and the young man in purple. Li Lingfeng and the others, on the other hand, walked towards Gu Fei in high spirits. However, Gu Fei didn't wait for Li Lingfeng and the others to come closer. He took a step forward and with a swoosh he left an afterimage on the spot and quickly went far away. Everyone couldn't help but stop and look at each other. This night was destined to be an unusual night. The news that Gu Fei had defeated Hu Zhan of the White Tiger clan must have already been known by many people in the city. Perhaps the cultivation world of the southern desolate Duke would boil because of this. Gu Fei returned to Canvas Lunar Restaurant and entered his residence. After entering, his face immediately became flushed and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. He hurriedly sat cross-legged in the room and slowly operated his mysterious technique, drawing the energy within his body to heal his wounded body. Hu Zhan's Tiger Roar Sonic Kill divine ability caused a great impact on Gu Fei. And in order to thoroughly defeat Hu Zhan, Gu Fei had barely managed to execute the 5-elemental unification seal. Although the seal was powerful, in the end that power wasn't something that he could control right now. Although the 5-elemental unification seal could only be maintained for a short moment, Gu Fei was still unavoidably injured by his own power. It could be said that although Gu Fei looked unparalleled tonight and completely suppressed Hu Zhan, in reality, he also suffered internal injuries. Especially that crazy claw of Hu Zhan's at the end, which directly left 5 bloody marks on his chest and abdomen. The southern desolate Duke was a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. It indeed couldn't be underestimated. Especially the southern desolate Duke who had proud talent. As time passed, Gu Fei's entire body began to emit waves of precious splendor. His bones made cracking sounds, his muscles trembled and his flesh squirmed. The power contained within his body was guided out. The powerful life essence was repairing Gu Fei's injured body. The 5 bloody marks on his chest and abdomen were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wounds were shrinking until they formed scabs and then the scabs fell off. There weren't any scars left on the wounds. After breaking into the 9 heavenly layers of awakening, Gu Fei's body's recovery ability also became extremely shocking. His muscles, bones and flesh were incomparably strong, and contained a huge amount of life essence. His powerful body was difficult to be injured. It was strong enough to shake ordinary magic treasures. Even if he was injured, he could quickly recover. If his bones were broken, new bones could quickly grow out. If his flesh and blood were injured, the injured flesh and blood could also heal. It could be said that Gu Fei's life force was much stronger than ordinary cultivators. The huge amount of life essence caused Gu Fei to be like the 9 lives divine cat. His life force was extremely tenacious. For ordinary cultivators, fatal injuries could no longer pose a fatal threat to Gu Fei. This was the advantage of having a strong physical body. Cultivators cultivated themselves. They cultivated their muscles, bones, and flesh. Others cultivated Tao techniques and magic treasures, but the body of a cultivator was the strongest magic treasure. The martial way was not inferior to cultivation, nor was it inferior to magical powers. It was just that it was difficult to succeed in cultivating. In comparison, magical powers and Tao techniques were easy to learn. Most people in the world knew that it was easy to do. Few people were willing to know that it was easy to do. When the majority of people knew that it was easy to do, the martial way would completely decline. This might be the trend of the times. The decline of the martial way was not unreasonable. However, successful cultivators were terrifying existences in the cultivation world in each era. Their bodies were unparalleled, and their fighting skills could break all kinds of Tao techniques and magical powers. Just like the indestructible body that Gu Fei had seen in the cavern at the bottom of the icy azure pool, a cultivator who had cultivated to a certain level would be able to live forever even after countless years had passed. Gu Fei was cultivating in his room. What he didn't know was that many people had already fixed their eyes on the canvas lunar building. To be exact, they had fixed their eyes on him. However, no one dared to enter the courtyard where Gu Fei stayed, because it was the place where the disciples of Taishan sect stayed in Dragon Emperor City. Some people already knew that a powerhouse of Taishan sect had come to Dragon Emperor City. Nobody wanted to provoke such a powerhouse. The fights between the younger generation were just small fights. Even if a disciple of a clan was killed in a fight, it could only be attributed to his lack of skills. However, the older generation powerhouses couldn't casually deal with the younger generation. This was also the reason why the mysterious person only saved Hu Zhan instead of killing Gu Fei. Chapter 145. Just as Hu Zhan was about to die under Gu Fei's sword light, a huge hand suddenly appeared in the sky. Then it grabbed Hu Zhan, who had been completely controlled by his bestial nature, and retreated. Umph! Gu Fei sneered. Purple lightning flashed across the sky. The purple sword light actually made a turn in the air and directly attacked the huge hand. Whether it was the practitioners of the younger generation of the southern wilderness, or Li Lingfeng and the other successors of the 3 major Taoist sects, they were all shocked by Gu Fei's action. The transformation of the primordial spirit, thousands of miles away. This was the huge hand of the primordial spirit cultivated by a great cultivator. It was the manifestation of Taoist connotation. Obviously, a great cultivator had made a move. Someone did not want Hu Zhan to die under Gu Fei's sword light. If it was an ordinary cultivator, he would have stopped a long time ago. However, Gu Fei was extremely daring. Not only did he not stop, but he also manipulated the sword light and attacked the huge hand that was descending from the sky. It was really crazy. In front of a great cultivator, even a practitioner of the transcending mortality stage was like an ant. With a flip of the palm, he could destroy a large number of them, let alone a practitioner of the awakening self stage. Gu Fei's battle intent was like a rainbow. Under the detection of the qi, the brilliant sword light formed by the essence of the heavenly weapon immediately went against the natural order and attacked. It did not matter whether it was a great cultivator or a small cultivator, whether it could be provoked or not. Roar! In the huge hand, a crazy white tiger was roaring. It was not a real white tiger, but the image of a white tiger formed by the divine marks of the white tiger. However, no matter how hard Hu Zhan struggled, no matter how he tried, and no matter how powerful his magical power was, he could not escape from the control of the huge hand. He was completely suppressed. Ah, interesting. It's a broken weapon soul. I'll take it. These words rang out from the distant sky. Almost at the same time, a mighty energy storm swept out from the large hand, sweeping towards the purple sword light that was coming for him. That person seemed to have noticed the extraordinariness of the purple sword light, and actually wanted to use a great amount of magic power to collect the sword light. The energy storm that swept out from the big hand wrapped around the sword light in an instant. The light of the sword light immediately dimmed. At the same time, the expression of Gu Fei, who was on the ground, changed greatly. He could no longer maintain his composure. This was because he could no longer sense the presence of the divine weapon's essence when the vast power from the hand enveloped the resplendent purple sword light. Not only did the primordial spirit hand wrap around Hu Zhan, it even imprisoned the divine armament's essence energy that Gu Fei released. Furthermore, it rose into the sky and in an instant, it soared into the sky. Preposterous. Gu Fei couldn't help panicking. That essence energy was incomparably important to him. It was his life-saving talisman, and it had already allowed him to escape death several times. After losing the divine armament's essence energy, Gu Fei had lost his greatest reliance. Just when Gu Fei thought that he was going to lose the divine armament's essence energy, a huge flaming hand suddenly appeared. With a vast amount of raging flames, it directly intercepted the huge hand that was wrapped around Hu Zhan and the divine armament's essence energy. Daoist Chaoyang, what do you want? An angry roar came from afar. The rolling sound waves caused the sky and earth to tremble. A great pressure immediately spread out, causing everyone to change their expressions. Is it Grandmaster Chaoyang of Xiaoyang Peak? Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the other disciples of the Taishan sect couldn't help but feel delighted. Leave behind the things of the Taishan sect. A calm voice drifted from another direction of Dragon Emperor City. Closely after that, the fiery hand directly intercepted the immortal weapon's essence which was bound by that person's power. Humph. The person who had secretly saved Hu Zhan seemed unwilling, but he also didn't want to fight with Daoist Chaoyang. The huge hand wrapped Hu Zhan and quickly left, disappearing from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. After the huge hand transformed by the mysterious person's primordial spirit retreated, the flaming hand in the night sky also dimmed and finally disappeared in the void. The two great cultivators didn't show up. Even though they were thousands of miles away from each other, they had already fought for a short time in the sky above Dragon Emperor City. Although everyone was shocked by the great cultivator's magical abilities, they couldn't help but yearn for it. If they had such a cultivation base, chi. A bright purple sword light shot down from the sky, tearing the void and making a sound like tearing silk. The next moment, this sword light immediately entered Gu Fei's body. The divine armament's essence energy that had been smelted into his body reintegrated into Gu Fei's body and traveled through his qi and blood. After a period of refinement, this divine armament's essence energy became purer and purer. In tonight's battle, Gu Fei not only defeated the most outstanding young powerhouse in the southern wilderness, Hu Zhan of the White Tiger clan, but he also learned something about the divine armament's essence energy in his body. The weapon's soul is broken. Could it be that the sword hilt passed down by the ancestor of my Green Spirit Peak has an unimaginable origin? It's actually a peerless divine armament that has given birth to a divine armament soul? Gu Fei couldn't help being shocked. The mysterious yin-yang fish jade pendant and the sword hilt passed down by his master all had great origins and unknown secrets. This made Gu Fei faintly uneasy. Just a strand of essence energy from a divine weapon was enough to attract the attention of a grand cultivator. If others knew that he had the yin-yang fish jade pendant that could increase his cultivation speed by 10 times, those grand cultivators would definitely make a move on him. I'd better keep a low profile in the future, Gu Fei thought. He didn't want to attract other people's attention. At this moment, the figures spying on the southern desolate Duke's side courtyard had already disappeared. This side courtyard could be said to have been destroyed by Gu Fei and the others. However, this kind of side courtyard was nothing to the southern desolate Duke. It didn't matter if it was destroyed. The most important thing was that the Duke's son, Yang Sun, had successfully provoked the confrontation between the young cultivators of the southern desolate Duke and the outstanding descendants of the three great Taoist sects. The news of Gu Fei defeating Hu Zhan had already quietly spread among the major forces of Dragon Emperor City. Of course, the outstanding cultivators of the southern desolate Duke's younger generation were not convinced. Sooner or later, some truly outstanding cultivators would come to find them. However, this wasn't something that Gu Fei could predict. Furthermore, he didn't want to care about these trivial matters. After all, strength was everything. Whoever's fist was harder, that person was the boss. Under the lead of Gue Teng and the purple-haired young man, the southern desolate Duke's cultivators left in a very bad mood. Li Lingfeng and the others, on the other hand, walked towards Gu Fei in high spirits. However, before Li Lingfeng and the others could approach him, Gu Fei took a step forward. With a whoosh, he left an afterimage on the spot and quickly went far away. Everyone couldn't help but stop and look at each other. This night was destined to be an unusual night. The news of Gu Fei defeating Hu Zhan of the White Tiger clan must have already been known by many people in the city. Perhaps the cultivation world of the southern desolate duke would be seething because of this. Gu Fei returned to the canvas lunar restaurant and entered his residence. After entering, his face immediately flushed red and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. He hurriedly sat cross-legged in the room and slowly operated his mysterious technique, drawing out the power in his body to heal his injured body. Hu Zhan's Tiger Roar Sonic Kill divine ability caused Gu Fei to suffer a great impact. And in order to thoroughly defeat Hu Zhan, Gu Fei forcefully used the 5 elements fused seal art. Although the seal art's power was strong in the end, that power wasn't something that he could control at the moment. However, that power was not something he could control at the moment. Although the 5 elemental seal could only be maintained for a short moment, Gu Fei still could not avoid being injured by his own power. It could be said that Gu Fei looked unparalleled tonight and completely suppressed Hu Zhan, but in reality he also suffered internal injuries. Especially that crazy claw of Hu Zhan's at the end, which directly left 5 bloody marks on his chest and abdomen. The southern desolate dukes, crouching tigers and hidden dragons indeed couldn't be underestimated. Especially the southern desolate barbarians who had proud talent. As time passed, Gu Fei's entire body began to emit waves of precious splendor. His bones made kacha sounds, his tendons and bones trembled, his flesh wriggled, and the power contained within his body was guided out. The powerful life essence was healing Gu Fei's injured body. The 5 bloody marks on his chest and abdomen were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wounds were shrinking until they formed scabs, and then the scabs fell off, leaving no scars behind. After breaking into the 9 heavenly layers awakening, Gu Fei's body's recovery ability also became extremely shocking. His tendons, bones, and flesh were incomparably strong, and they also contained a huge amount of life essence. A strong body was hard to be injured, and it was enough to shake ordinary magic treasures. Even if he was injured, he could recover very quickly. If his bones were broken, new bones could quickly grow out from the broken parts. If his flesh was injured, the injured parts could also heal. It could be said that Gu Fei's life force was much stronger than an ordinary cultivator's. The huge amount of life essence made Gu Fei like the divine cat of 9 lives. His life force was extremely tenacious. For an ordinary cultivator, a wound that was enough to be fatal could no longer pose a fatal threat to Gu Fei. This was the advantage of having a powerful mortal body. A martial artist cultivated their body, their tendons, bones, and flesh. Others cultivated Dao techniques and magic treasures, but a martial artist's body was the most powerful magic treasure. Martial arts were not inferior to true cultivation, nor were they inferior to supernatural powers. It was just that it was difficult to cultivate. In contrast, magical powers and Dao techniques were easy to learn. Most people in the world knew that it was easy to do, but not many people were willing to know that it was easy to do. When the majority of people knew that it was easy to do, then the martial arts path would completely decline. Perhaps this was the trend of the times. The decline of the martial arts path was not without reason. However, martial artists who cultivated successfully in every era were terrifying existences in the world of cultivation. Their mortal bodies were incomparably powerful, and their martial arts and battle skills could break through thousands of Dao techniques and thousands of supernatural powers. Just like the immortal body that Gu Fei saw in the cave at the bottom of the icy green pool, martial artists who cultivated successfully, even if they died countless years ago, their mortal bodies would still be immortal and exist forever in the world. As Gu Fei was cultivating in his room, he didn't know that many people had already fixed their eyes on the canvas lunar building. To be exact, they had fixed their eyes on him. However, nobody dared to enter the courtyard where Gu Fei stayed, because it was the place where the disciples of Taishan sect stayed in Dragon Emperor City. Some people already knew that a master of Taishan sect had come to Dragon Emperor City. Nobody wanted to provoke such a master. The fights between the younger generation were just small fights. Even if some disciples were killed in the fights, it could only be attributed to their lack of skills. However, the masters of the older generation couldn't casually deal with the younger generation. This was also the reason why the mysterious man only saved Hu Zhan instead of killing Gu Fei. Chapter 146. It was a young man with a very cold and arrogant expression. He stood quietly in front of the pavilion where Gu Fei was, and his slender body exuded an extremely strong sense of oppression. His appearance could not be considered very handsome, but he had a unique temperament that was unforgettable after a glance. He was like a proud king. Even if he stood casually in a large group of people, he would still be able to show his outstanding side. It was not far from daybreak and the surroundings were completely silent. Only the occasional rustling of trees could be heard. Fighting is not allowed in the canvassing moon pavilion. Don't you know the rules here? Gu Fei had a very strange feeling when the old man glanced at him with his lifeless eyes. That pair of lifeless eyes seemed to be able to see into the depths of his heart, making him shudder with fear. This old man was definitely not simple. These are your rules, not mine. Azure Dragon said. The meaning behind his words was very clear. I don't necessarily have to abide by your rules. However, this is the Canvassing Moon Pavilion, not the territory of your Azure Dragon clan, the old man said indifferently, revealing Azure Dragon's background. The Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise were the four great sacred clans of the southern wilderness that had been passed down since ancient times. It was said that their ancestors were the four great sacred beasts of ancient times. This Azure Dragon was the #1 person among the younger generation of the Azure Dragon clan. Azure Dragon was not so much a name but rather a title that only the #1 person among the younger generation of the clan could have. At this moment, the people in the nearby courtyards had also noticed the abnormality here. They all came out of their pavilions and cast their gazes over. Azure Dragon took a deep look at the old man and then said to Gu Fei, I will come to find you again. Then Azure Dragon turned around and left. Azure Dragon Clan. Gu Fei looked at Azure Dragon's departing figure and narrowed his eyes. Rays of light shot out from his eyes. This Azure Dragon was a good opponent. Although Gu Fei also wanted to fight with an expert like Azure Dragon, it had to be after the trip to the Ruined Sky Realm. He wanted to enter the Ruined Heaven Realm in peak condition. The Ruined Heaven Realm was a paradise, but it was also a place of great danger. Gu Fei did not want to die in the Ruined Heaven Realm. Gu Fei turned around, walked into the room, closed the door, and then sat cross-legged on the bed. He did not feel the slightest bit sleepy. After circulating his energy to heal his injuries, the injuries he suffered during the battle with Hu Zhan were no longer serious. At this time he suddenly remembered the Xiaoqing snake in the magic treasure pouch. He wondered if the little guy had already refined the beast crystal in its stomach. Opening the artifact pouch, Xianxia took a look inside. He was shocked to find that the beast crystals were nowhere to be seen. Even the Blackwater mystical serpent's Niden was gone. The Xiaoqing snake seemed to have expanded a little. It was already a foot long, and the 2 bumps on its head seemed to have become more obvious. The Xiaoqing snake was lazily coiled in the artifact pouch, and there was a round bulge on its abdomen. This. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. The Xiaoqing snake had really shocked him. It had even swallowed the Blackwater mystical serpent's Niden. This little thing can really eat. Gu Fei was speechless. The Blackwater mystical serpent's Niden was different from those beast crystals. It contained a huge amount of energy that belonged to the Blackwater mystical serpent. It seemed that it would not be easy to refine the Niden. The Xiaoqing snake was coiled in the artifact pouch, and its body was covered in a layer of cyan light that kept flowing. Gu Fei keenly noticed that the Xiaoqing snake seemed to have entered a strange state. It seemed to have entered a state of half-hibernation. As Gu Fei didn't want to disturb the Xiaoqing snake, he fastened the opening of the artifact pouch and tied it to his waist. After that, he closed his eyes and started to meditate to nourish his true qi. When the dawn was about to break, 3 people arrived at a hidden valley 50 miles away from Dragon Emperor City. The first one was an old Taoist in a robe embroidered with 9 golden crows. The 9 golden crows on the old Taoist robe were so vivid that they looked like 9 bright suns, giving out heat. The other 2 people were Ding Yangzi of Xianxia sect and Lu Ruhai of Guangqing Immortal sect. Chapter 147. The huge altar was 30 feet high and 50 feet wide. It was built entirely from a huge blue stone. Apart from the countless runes carved in the center of the altar, it seemed that every blue stone that made up the altar had runes flashing on it, and a brilliance flowing on each and every blue stone. The 4 altars were emitting a pure and holy aura. Every single blue stone seemed to contain an inexplicable and obscure power, which seemed to be brewing. It was the righteous qi of the universe. The large formation on the sacrificial altar constantly converged the surrounding spiritual qi of the universe, making the sacrificial altar more extraordinary. There was a white jade staircase in front of the sacrificial altar. At this moment, Lu Ruhai of Guangqing Immortal sect and Ding Yangzi of Xianxia sect were accompanying an old Taoist in a golden crow robe and a purple gold star crown up the stairs. The old Taoist gave out a transcendent qi like an old immortal descending from the heavens. His movements didn't carry any mortal qi at all. This old Taoist was Taoist Chaoyang, the founder of Xiaoyang Peak of Taishin sect. When Taoist Chaoyang fought Demon Monarch of 6 Realms in Yunming Mountain, nobody knew the final outcome of the battle. However, since Daoist Chaoyang fought Demon Monarch of 6 Realms and Dragon Emperor City last night and appeared here with Lu Ruhai and Ding Yangzi, it indicated that he wasn't severely wounded in the battle. After stepping onto the sacrificial altar, Daoist Chaoyang looked around and nodded satisfactorily. Then he waved his sleeves and told Ding Yangzi, who was standing respectfully on his side, "Let's start." "Yes, sir." Ding Yangzi hurriedly took a step forward and slapped the magic treasure pouch on his waist. Whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of small purple flags flew out of the 100 treasures pouch one after another. Each flag was less than 30 centimeters long and less than 4 fingers wide. They were covered with dense runes as if they were covered with a layer of flowing purple light. Meanwhile, these small flags emitted a vast magical power wave. The purple flags floated above the altar. There were a total of 49 flags and they were 7 by 7. As Cauldron Yangzi made a series of hand seals, the 49 small flags began to emit a hazy purple radiance. The talismans on the flags seemed to have come to life and were about to rush out from the surface of the flags. The 49 small flags formed a mysterious formation in the air. The purple light emitted by the 49 small flags merged into one, covering the sky above the altar. For a time, the sun and moon in this hidden valley lost their light, and the world lost its color. However, all the strange fluctuations were blocked by an unfathomable power that enveloped the entire valley. Not a single trace of it could be transmitted out. Clearly, Daoist Chaoyang and the others were prepared and sealed off the entire valley to prevent anyone from sensing anything unusual here. After all, there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the southern wilderness. If one didn't make preparations beforehand, then the unusual fluctuation of the essence of heaven and earth would absolutely be unable to escape the senses of those great cultivators. Lu Ruhai, a sword expert of the broad accomplishment Immortal sect, couldn't help but be moved by Ding Yangzi's marvelous formation. Only Daoist Chaoyang remained unperturbed. "Go!" Cauldron Yangzi shouted and formed a seal with his hand. Then he pressed it against the formation flags above him. A stream of pure mana surged out of the seal and entered the purple mist. At the same time, the 49 array flags that were shrouded in purple gas, after absorbing this spiritual power, seemed to be completely aroused the power of the array flags. In an instant, each array flag grew to 100 feet in size, then turned into 49 rays of purple light that blasted in all directions, submerging into the mountains around the valley. In the blink of an eye, the purple mist disappeared from the sky, and there was no longer any fluctuation of mana. The world was clear and bright. The rising sun in the east shone its rays onto the sacrificial altar. This is the Xianxia sect's 8 gates reversal, shapeshifting illusions formation. With this formation sealing off the valley, I believe that even the big shots of the southern wilderness will not be able to detect anything unusual in the valley, Cauldron Yangzi confidently said to Daoist Chaoyang. "Yes. Very good." Daoist Chaoyang nodded as he walked straight to the center of the large formation above the sacrificial altar and sat down with crossed legs. "You can go now. As long as I'm here, nobody could destroy the sacrificial altar unless a semi-deity level unparalleled figure takes action," Daoist Chaoyang said calmly. "Yes, sir." Lu Ruhai and Cauldron Yangzi bowed towards Daoist Chaoyang before turning around and leaving. "Wait." Daoist Chaoyang suddenly stopped them. "In a few days, Daoist Li Shang should send a message to us. When you go back, you should restrain your disciples. Don't make any trouble in Dragon Emperor City anymore. If those old B***stards of the southern wilderness come out, it would be very troublesome." After hearing Daoist Chaoyang's words, Lu Ruhai and Cauldron Yangzi exchanged a glance with each other before agreeing in unison. After that, they moved back a few steps before turning around and leaving. The two of them walked out of the valley and looked back. They saw that the valley was lush and green. Waterfalls and fountains dotted the valley. It was a scene of prosperity. What altar, what formation, and what human figure could there be? Daoist brother Cauldron Yangzi, your Xianxia sect's knowledge of formations is really marvelous. When Lu Ruhai saw this, he could not help but sigh in admiration. This formation that reversed the 8 gates and shifting shadows actually concealed everything in the valley. No one could tell that what they saw was an illusion. "I'm flattered," Cauldron Yangzi said with a smile. After talking for a short while, the two people left the valley for Dragon Emperor City together. Gu Fei was taking a rest with his eyes closed in his room on the top floor of the pavilion while an extremely obscure vital chi wave was surging over his body, which was the power of the source of life. On the path of cultivation, all the power originated from the body. The body was a huge treasure. The more profound one's cultivation base was, the greater the power would be. After last night's battle, Zhang Tai's ninth heavenly layer's power had been much purer. He could control the new power more skillfully. However, Gu Fei felt that the new energy that he had guided out from breaking through the bottleneck of his cultivation was not completely compatible with his body. There was a process for the new energy to be compatible with his body, and this was something that no one could avoid. Gu Fei's body was undergoing subtle changes to adapt to the new power. The power in his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones was gradually increasing. Gu Fei's body was advancing towards a treasure body. When the power in his flesh reached the bottleneck, it would be the day he would break through to the transcending mortality realm. It could be said that Gu Fei's power was not in his dantian, but in his body. Although there was a ball of natal essence in his dantian, it was not the center of his power. The function of natal essence was to transform the vitality of the world and communicate with the internal and external heavens and earth. The internal heavens and earth were the heavens and earth inside one's body, while the external heavens and earth were the natural heavens and earth outside. The path of cultivation focused on cultivating one's body, but comprehending the heavens and earth was also indispensable. Powerful power required a corresponding state of mind to control and manipulate. Gu Fei was in a semi-conscious state. His whole body was relaxed, and his thoughts wandered above the 9 heavens, wandering between the heavens and earth. He seemed to have become a bystander, indifferently feeling the pulse of the new power in his body. His flesh, blood, tendons, and bones trembled slightly, absorbing the power bit by bit. No sadness, no joy, this was Gu Fei's current state of mind. Watching the flowers bloom and wither in front of the courtyard, there was no intention to stay or go, watching the clouds in the sky, unmoved by favor or disgrace. After an unknown period of time, there was a sudden sound of light footsteps outside the pavilion. Then very quickly that person walked into the pavilion and came to Gu Fei's door. Gu Fei naturally woke up from that mysterious state. "Distinguished guest, this servant has prepared lunch for you. May I ask if you would like to eat now?" Then a gentle voice came from outside the door. "Come in." He stood up from the bed, turned around the screen in the bedroom and walked to the front hall. At this time the girl outside the door also pushed open the door and walked in. In her hands there was a purple tray. On the tray there were a few dishes and a pot of wine. Gu Fei glanced at this girl. He saw that this girl was not old and should be called a young girl. The young girl was wearing an emerald green dress. Her appearance was charming and her skin was delicate and white. She was a beautiful girl. Of course, this young girl's appearance compared to Zhao Ziru and Ling Luoyan was much inferior. At least, this young girl in front of him did not have Zhao Ziru's otherworldly temperament, nor did she have Ling Luoyan's noble aura. Gu Fei sensed the movements in the surroundings. He discovered that on the other pavilions in the courtyard, there were also figures of emerald green girls holding trays. The young girl placed the trays on the table, and then carefully placed the wine and dishes in front of Gu Fei. Gu Fei felt that the trays used to hold the wine and dishes seemed to be made of a whole piece of purple jade. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. It seemed that this canvas lunar pavilion was not simple. Purple jade, even in the world of cultivation, was a rare material. The jade talismans that cultivators wore on their bodies were refined from purple jade. But the people of the canvas lunar pavilion actually used purple jade trays to hold the wine and dishes. This made Gu Fei feel that it was a waste of a heavenly treasure. "Customer, please enjoy." The young girl bowed to Gu Fei and then left. "Junior brother Gu, are you going out?" At the entrance of the canvas lunar pavilion, Gu Fei was stopped by a person. There seemed to be only 2 people in the sect who could call him junior brother. The one who called out to Gu Fei was one of them. "Oh, it's you? What's the matter?" Gu Fei asked calmly after taking a look at that person. It was a young man in white who didn't look outstanding. This young man in white was the eldest senior brother of the younger generation of the Taishin sect, Li Lingfeng. "Hehe, I also want to go out for a walk. Let's go together." Li Lingfeng was very friendly. Although he didn't have a deep relationship with Gu Fei, he had always been very warm to Gu Fei. Those who didn't know might think that they had been close friends for many years. Gu Fei took a deep look at Li Lingfeng. After quite a while he nodded. The streets of Dragon Emperor City were very spacious and prosperous. There were many shops and restaurants on both sides of the street, and people came and went. Moreover, from time to time, one could see people from other regions whose skin color and hair were different from those of the Central Plains. As Gu Fei and Li Lingfeng walked on the street, Gu Fei found that some of the shops on the street were actually selling items from the world of cultivation. There were magic treasures of cultivators, Taoist talismans, jade talismans, various kinds of immortal weapons that had been refined by Taoist methods. There were also old ginseng, glossy ganoderma, black, and other spiritual medicines. Gu Fei was not interested in these things at all. He was not a cultivator, so he didn't need magic treasures and Taoist talismans. As for those so-called immortal weapons that had been refined by Taoist methods, he didn't care about them at all. As for ginseng and glossy Ganoderma, he didn't care about them at all. The oldest ginseng was only over 300 years old, which couldn't arouse Gu Fei's interest at all. Gu Fei and Li Lingfeng chatted as they walked through the crowd. All of a sudden, a man in cyan came from the front and stopped them. "Excuse me, is that Gu Fei? My master wants to see you." The man in cyan bowed towards the two people. However, he directly called Gu Fei's name in an arrogant manner. After exchanging a glance with each other, Gu Fei and Li Lingfeng both felt a bit confused. As they were just passers-by in Dragon Emperor City, they didn't know anyone who would know about their existence. "I'm Gu Fei. Who's your master?" Gu Fei couldn't be bothered to say anything to this fellow. His eyes shot out two rays of light that were as sharp as blades, shining on the man's face. At the same time, a great pressure was emitted from Gu Fei's body. The azure-clothed man felt his eyes light up as Gu Fei's eyes suddenly became dazzling and resplendent like the stars in the sky, and he couldn't help but be shocked. He hurriedly lowered his head and didn't dare look directly at Gu Fei. At the same time, the man in cyan sensed the mountain-like pressure from Gu Fei, which filled him with fear. He felt as small as an ant in front of Gu Fei. There were some dog slaves who, when treated nicely, would become extremely arrogant and look down on everyone. Their tails were practically about to reach the heavens. However, if they were to be slapped twice, causing them to lose their bearings, they would obediently scram to the side. This man in cyan was the one who deserved to be slapped. However, the master behind this guy should have a great background. Otherwise, this guy would not dare assume the majesty of a tiger. "Please follow me. My master is in Drunken Immortal's residence in front of us." Under the fierce pressure of Gu Fei, the man in cyan's voice quivered. At the same time, he hurriedly lowered his head and led the way. "Let's take a look." Gu Fei didn't think too much about it. No matter what, he couldn't guess who the master of this man in cyan was. If he wanted to know who that master was, the most direct way was to meet that master. At the sight of this, Li Lingfeng couldn't help but frown as he recalled Dan Qinzi's words in the morning. Dan Qinzi told him to restrain his fellow disciples. However, he couldn't restrain Gu Fei. Chapter 148. Drunken Immortal Residence was a boit, which was a bit famous in Dragon Emperor City because of the two words, Drunken Immortal. It was said that even immortals and deities would be drunk after drinking the fine liquor of Drunken Immortal Residence. In Drunken Immortal Residence, even the lowest liquor was century-old. If you could afford it, you could even taste the top-level Xianxia liquor which was over 500 years old, which could increase your cultivation base, or the vermilion fruit liquor which was brewed with 1,000 years old vermilion fruit. The green-robed man brought Gu Fei to the entrance of the Drunken Immortal Residence. Gu Fei seemed to have sensed something and immediately stopped. His expression was a little ugly. He raised his head and looked at the restaurant located in the middle of the bustling city. The three golden words Drunken Immortal Tavern were written on the banner, which shone with a dazzling golden light under the afternoon sun. It was somewhat dazzling. "I was wondering who it was." "It's them?" Gu Fei murmured. He sensed a few familiar auras. He smiled and strode into the Drunken Immortal Residence without any scruples. At this time, the azure-clothed man had long since abandoned Gu Fei and ran off to God knows where, while Li Lingfeng had already arrived at the entrance of the Drunken Immortal Residence. These people. Li Lingfeng's expression immediately turned grave when he sensed the auras coming from inside. "Please don't let anything happen to them." Li Lingfeng hurriedly entered Drunken Immortal Residence. There wasn't a single soul in sight. That's right, this Drunken Immortal abode that was situated in the middle of the bustling city had a huge lobby on the first floor, yet not a single customer could be seen. Only a fair-skinned middle-aged man who looked like a manager was standing behind the counter in a flurried way as he looked at the staircase leading to the second floor from time to time. Today, some big figures had booked the entire Drunken Immortal Residence. As the manager of this boit, he should be happy to meet such extravagant guests. However, the manager of Drunken Immortal Residence didn't feel happy at all. He even preferred that these people didn't come here and didn't do business with these extravagant guests. Because these people had prominent backgrounds and identities in South Wilderness. If these extravagant guests were unhappy, they could easily raze Drunken Immortal Residence to the ground. In the eyes of these people, the Drunken Immortal Residence was merely an ordinary restaurant. Li Lingfeng walked into the lobby on the first floor. His gaze, which was as sharp as a blade and as sharp as an arrow, swept across the lobby before he immediately walked toward the staircase leading to the second floor. When Li Lingfeng reached the second floor, she happened to see Gu Fei walking into a private room. Online ETN. Those familiar auras came from that private room. After Gu Fei went in, Li Lingfeng clearly felt that the auras of those people began to increase rapidly. The private room was filled with a threatening aura, as if a barrel of gunpowder had been ignited. Swoosh. Li Lingfeng disappeared from where he was, crossing a distance of 7 or 8 feet in an instant, appearing outside the door of the private room. Then he pushed the door open and entered. When he saw the people in the private room, Li Lingfeng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He groaned inwardly. So it really was them. I didn't think that the eldest senior of the Taishin sect would also come. Please sit. A tall and sturdy young man in white said with a laugh. Hu Zhan. Seeing this young man in white, Li Lingfeng's pupils couldn't help but contract. He couldn't help but reveal a hint of battle intent. Li Lingfeng had been defeated very miserably in the battle with Hu Zhan last night. The scene at that time had long been deeply imprinted in his heart. He would probably remember it clearly for the rest of his life. If Dan Xinzi hadn't given Li Lingfeng, Ren Wuming, and Lin Xian, the three of them had used the effects of the origin cultivating pills to recover from their injuries overnight, they would probably still be recuperating. Origin cultivating pills could strengthen one's foundation. For Li Lingfeng and the others whose yuan qi had been damaged, it was no different from a miracle pill. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of congested blood, their injuries would be completely healed. Li Lingfeng's face was cold as he sat next to Gu Fei. Azure Dragon, why did you invite me here? If you want to fight me, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Gu Fei said as he stared at the young man in black opposite him. In the private room, besides Hu Zhan, there was also the mysterious young man in purple and Gui Teng, a young powerhouse of the Black Tortoise clan. It was impossible for the older generation to deal with Gu Fei and the others. Only the young powerhouses of the Southern Wilderness Barbarian clan would be unconvinced and want to get back at them for what they had done last night. Azure Dragon smiled and said, I know your purpose for coming to Dragon Emperor City. If I'm not mistaken, you're going to leave Dragon Emperor City in a few days. How did you know that? Gu Fei didn't think much of it, but Li Lingfeng couldn't help but be startled by Azure Dragon's words. How could it be that he knows our secret? Where is this? This is Dragon Emperor City, the Southern Wilderness. There's nothing that we Southern Wilderness Barbarian clans don't know. Furthermore, this has happened more than once. Azure Dragon said coldly. Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. The Southern Wilderness Barbarian clan was not simple. They even knew such a secret. However, why didn't they intervene? Could it be that they were afraid of the three great Taoist sects? Since you understand, that's for the best. Goodbye. Gu Fei didn't want to say more and directly stood up. I want to challenge you. Azure Dragon also stood up and stared at Gu Fei's face with his bright eyes. An incomparably powerful battle intent surged out of Azure Dragon's body without any scruples. In an instant, Gu Fei felt a faintly discernible momentum. It had already locked onto him. This force was extremely powerful. This momentum originated from Azure Dragon. The atmosphere in the private room instantly became tense. A tense atmosphere filled every corner and every inch of space in the private room. Hu Zhan, Gui Teng, and the purple-haired youth abruptly stood up. Each of them was emitting a powerful energy wave. They stared at Gu Fei as if they were going to launch an attack at any time. Especially Hu Zhan, his muscles bulged all over. The muscles on his arms were knotted, and he gave off an extremely powerful oppressive feeling. If it was in normal times, I would be more than willing to fight you. However, now is not the right time. Gu Fei ignored the provocation of Azure Dragon and the others. Good. Azure Dragon suddenly burst into laughter as he withdrew all of his momentum. The tense atmosphere in the private room was immediately dissolved by his laughter. I know you will return to Dragon Emperor City in 1 month. The battle between you and me will take place in 1 month. Azure Dragon said. It seemed that he really knew something. This was a top secret even in the three great Taoist sects. Even Azure Dragon and the others could know about it. The strength of the Southern Wilderness Barbarian tribe could not be underestimated. If I can come back, even if you don't come for me, I will come for you. Gu Fei calmly glanced over the faces of Azure Dragon and the others. Then he turned around and walked out of the private room. Li Lingfeng also followed behind Gu Fei and left this place that made him feel depressed. Boss Azure Dragon, why did you let them go like this? Seeing Gu Fei's figure disappear at the top of the stairs, Hu Zhan said unhappily. This Gu Fei had almost killed him. Fortunately, the old ancestor of the tribe made a move in time and saved Hu Zhan from Gu Fei's sword light, allowing Hu Zhan to escape from Gu Fei's sword light. Of course, Hu Zhan didn't like Gu Fei. It's not the right time to make a move now. Azure Dragon sighed and sat down again. He picked up the flagon and poured himself a cup of wine. Then he drank it up. The current Dragon Emperor city was full of hidden forces. The situation was very complicated. If one was not careful, it might lead to a war between the major forces. As the number one person in the younger generation of the Azure Dragon clan, Azure Dragon had some scruples. After leaving the drunken Immortal residence, Gu Fei had long lost interest in shopping. Then he wanted to return to the Canvassing Moon Pavilion. However, when he passed by a shop that sold various kinds of beast crystals, he couldn't help but stop when he saw the various kinds of beast crystals. Junior brother Gu Yu? Li Lingfeng, who had just felt relieved, became anxious again. Actually, the reason why Li Lingfeng accompanied Gu Fei out was to keep an eye on him. Gu Fei ignored Li Lingfeng and directly entered the shop. Little brother, which kind of beast crystal do you want? We have a complete variety of beast crystals here, and the quality is even better. At the sight of Gu Fei, a tall and thin man hurriedly greeted him with a smile. Flaming Eagle's crystal core, 300 gold, Great Earth Bear's crystal core, 1,000 gold, Twin-headed Earth Python's crystal core, 10,000 gold. Beast crystals of different sizes, colors, and different spiritual source waves were displayed on the crystal counter in the shop. Gu Fei suddenly remembered that he didn't seem to have any money on him. Gu Fei couldn't help smiling bitterly. Then he wanted to turn around and leave. Little brother, wait a moment, I have better beast crystals here. At the sight of Gu Fei leaving, the tall and thin man immediately went forward to stop Gu Fei. Gu Fei couldn't help but stare. His eyes shone brightly, causing the tall and thin man to jump and unconsciously take a step back. Young master, don't be angry. Young master, don't be angry. I really have better beast crystals. They are left behind by a terrifying beast that failed to transform into a demon. The tall and thin man hurriedly took out a brocade box from his body and opened it. A dark green brilliance suddenly shot out from the brocade box. Gu Fei immediately felt a strong spiritual source wave. It seemed that the intensity of the spiritual source wave was not inferior to the wave emitted from the crystal core of the giant ape that he had killed before. Pa! The tall and thin man closed the brocade box. The dark green brilliance that shot out from the box immediately disappeared. At the same time, the brocade box also isolated the spiritual source wave. Just as Gu Fei was about to leave, 3 people suddenly walked in from outside the shop. Boss Bai, you didn't even inform me that you had good stuff. The first person was a short and fat young man dressed in a purple brocade robe. He held a birdcage in his hand and wore a crooked golden crown on his head. In the birdcage there was a fist-sized bird with a red head and a green body. It was constantly fluttering in the birdcage. He was a complete spoiled brat. The 2 people following behind the short and fat young man from their attire should be the young man's attendants. Give it to me. After the short and fat young man holding the birdcage came in, he immediately extended a chubby and fleshy palm in front of the tall and thin man. This young master Zhongli, this young master has already taken a liking to this beast crystal. You see, Boss Bai said with a troubled expression. Obviously, this Boss Bai did not want to sell the beast crystal to this young master Zhongli. Although this beast crystal is good, I did not say that I want to buy it. Gu Fei was about to speak, but in the next moment he was choked by young master Zhongli's tone. Humph? What the F***? Young master Zhongli threw a disdainful glance at Gu Fei as he said, go back to where you came from. Nobody in Dragon Emperor City dares touch what this young master has taken a liking to. Boss, I want that beast crystal. Gu Fei said calmly as he watched young master Zhongli in a ridiculing way. Junior fellow apprentice Gu, it's better to avoid trouble. Li Lingfeng whispered to Gu Fei. Preposterous. How dare you look down on this young master? Remove the limbs of these 2 fellows for this young master. Before Li Lingfeng finished his words, young master Zhongli had already started to clamor with the birdcage. At once, 7 to 8 tough men rushed in from outside the shop. The 2 burly men at the front didn't say anything and raised their fists to greet Gu Fei and Li Lingfeng. 3 tough men even drew out their long swords from their waists with clangs. Chapter 149. What a reckless slave. When Gu Fei raised his hand, the 7 or 8 fierce-looking burly men who had charged into the shop were immediately sent flying back to where they came from. The street was in an uproar at once. You. Fatty Zhongli, who was holding the birdcage in his hand, pointed at Gu Fei. His face was filled with fear and his voice was trembling. You what? I'm going to slap you. With a sway of his body, Gu Fei immediately arrived in front of the fat man. His large hand covered the fat man's chubby, fair and tender face. Gu Fei's slap made the fatty dizzy. The birdcage in his hand also flew off and hit the wall before exploding. The exotic bird in the cage instantly flapped its wings and flew out of the store. It was impossible to kill someone in Dragon Emperor City, especially in the downtown area. However, it was impossible to let this playboy bully him without fighting back. After being slapped by Gu Fei, the fatty spun around for a few times. After staggering a few steps, he turned around as a big palm print appeared on his fat face. Gu Fei didn't use too much strength. If he wanted to kill this fatty, he only needed to spit out that immortal weapon's essence. You dare slap me? The fatty widely opened his eyes as if he couldn't believe it. He was extremely furious as he pointed at Gu Fei and said in a quivering voice, You dare slap me? Do you know who I am? How dare you slap me? Who the hell are you? Gu Fei said disdainfully as he raised his right hand again. Another loud slap landed on the fatty's face. The left cheek of the fatty had already swollen. What a slap. Even if he's a relative of the emperor, so what? Damn it, don't leave if you have the guts. Two resounding slaps in the face made Fatty so ashamed and resentful that his blood vessels were about to burst. He was a direct descendant of the family and was usually high and mighty. When had he ever received such inhuman treatment? With the protection of his clan power, Fatty Zhongli was as aggressive as a crab in Dragon Emperor City. He was always the one who beat others. No one had ever dared to touch him. Of course, a truly formidable person would feel that it was beneath them to bicker with him. Otherwise this Fatty Zhongli would have died countless times over. However, he really thought that everyone was afraid of him, so he became even more domineering. Seeing that the situation wasn't right, the fat man wanted to slip away. As he spoke harshly, he ran out of the store. Swoosh. Gu Fei disappeared from where he was and appeared in front of Fatty, blocking his path. Fatty Zhongli seemed to be unable to stop his momentum. Just as he was about to collide with Gu Fei, a sinister expression suddenly appeared on his face. A short stick-like object appeared in his hand under his large sleeves. Go to hell. Fatty Zhongli roared as if he had gone mad. His finger abruptly pressed down on a bulge on the short stick. Pung? Fatty Zhongli's sleeves exploded in a split second as fine blue lights shot out of his sleeves towards Gu Fei. Everyone was startled by this sudden scene. Li Lingfeng even cried out inwardly, and the shop owner was even more shocked. Gu Fei and Li Lingfeng didn't know the background of this foppish playboy. However, the boss knew the background of this fatty. Because he knew the background of this fatty, he became more frightened. Despicable bastard. Gu Fei couldn't help but become angry when he saw that the fatty was actually trying to kill him. If he was an ordinary person, wouldn't he have lost his life here today? Gu Fei's hand fell forward and the dozens of blue lights were absorbed into his palm. Then, he clenched his hand and the dozens of oxhair steel needles in his palm were immediately crushed into dust. Then he opened his palm and the faint blue dust sprinkled down from between Gu Fei's fingers. Fatty Zhongli was stunned by the scene in front of him. He couldn't stop his forward momentum and directly hit Gu Fei's body. Then he bounced back and rolled on the ground. Damn you. Ever since Dongfang Long and Beitang Ao plotted against Gu Fei with poison wine, he hated these guys who secretly attacked people. He originally wanted to punish this fatty, but he was really angry now. He directly took a step towards the fatty who had fallen on the ground. Junior fellow apprentice Gu, show mercy, don't kill him. Li Lingfeng was paying attention to Gu Fei's look. When he found that Gu Fei really wanted to kill that foppish playboy, Li Lingfeng was startled as he hurriedly stopped him. Li Lingfeng had long realized that this fatty was not an ordinary person. He might be a disciple of a major force in Dragon Emperor City. It was not worthwhile to offend a local force in Dragon Emperor City for this foppish playboy. Young master, please don't kill him for my sake. The tall and skinny shop owner also recovered from the shock at this time. His whole body was suddenly covered in cold sweat, and he hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade them. If this child Zhongli was killed in his own shop, he would have no place to stay in Dragon Emperor City although being large. This child Zhongli must have a great background. Gu Fei's foot stopped in the air. Although he didn't really step down, his great strength had already pressed the fatty onto the ground, making him unable to move at all. Fatty Zhongli couldn't even speak at this time. He was gasping for breath. He felt as if there was a mountain pressing down on his body. All the bones in his body were cracking as if they were about to fall apart. It was extremely uncomfortable. Clang, 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 clang. Sounds of weapons being unsheathed drifted from outside the shop. 9 bodyguards rushed in with shiny sabers and swords in their hands. Without any order, they had fiercely slashed towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei slightly pressed forward with his right palm. Bang, bang, bang. The crisp sound of metal breaking resounded as the 8 snow-white swords and sabers that were slashing towards them were all broken. The expressions of the 8 people immediately changed. Seeing that Gu Fei had broken their weapons with just a light press of his palm, they knew that they had kicked an iron plate today. Pa, pa, pa. Gu Fei slightly turned his palm, sending the 9 bodyguards flying away at once. At this moment, exclamations were heard outside the shop. It seemed that many people had gathered outside to watch the fun. Your Excellency, could you please lift your leg and let go of my third brother? At this moment, a melodious voice drifted in from outside the shop. Closely after that, the light outside the shop dimmed as a peerless beauty walked in. The moment this woman appeared, the light she emitted caused even the light emitted by the beast crystals to dim. Her peerless beauty caused everyone's eyes to light up. There was a peerless beauty in South Wilderness. Her one smile could topple a city, another smile could topple a country. This was an incomparably dazzling beauty. No one could describe her beauty, because all the words of praise seemed incomparably pale in front of her. And who are you? Gu Fei retracted his right leg and calmly looked at the peerless beauty. It was undeniable that the woman in front of him had indeed stunned Gu Fei. Of course, this did not mean that this woman was much more beautiful than Zhao Ziru and Ling Luoyen. It could only be said that this woman had a unique temperament that Zhao Ziru and Ling Luoyen did not have. I am Zhong Li Meng. May I know how to address you, young master? Zhong Li Meng's tone was neither servile nor overbearing. The temperament she displayed was many times stronger than that fatty Zhong Li. As for that fatty Zhong Li Meng, after Gu Fei retracted his leg, he hurriedly crawled up from the ground and hid behind Zhong Li Meng. Sister, quickly help me capture this damned fellow. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. Zhong Li Meng stared at Gu Fei and said fiercely while gnashing his teeth. Ha! Gu Fei glanced at the fatty Zhong Li Meng, his eyes flashing with an ominous glint. Zhong Li Meng immediately became subdued. He had been beaten by Gu Fei and was afraid. Although his words were fierce, he hid behind his sister and did not dare to face Gu Fei. Supreme Mystery Sect's Gu Fei. Gu Fei could not be bothered with the fatty Zhong Li Meng anymore. He looked at the fairy-like Zhong Li Meng and said coldly. For Gu Fei, who was obsessed with martial arts, a peerless beauty was nothing more than a skeleton. It was difficult for her to move his heart. He believed that strength determined everything. Gu Fei? You are Gu Fei. Zhong Li Meng was obviously shocked. The name Gu Fei was not unfamiliar to her. The news that the White Tiger clan's Hu Zhan had been defeated by Gu Fei had already spread far and wide. What, have you heard of me? Gu Fei said with some surprise. He did not know that his name had already spread among the major forces of the southern wilderness. Haha, of course I know you. I also know that Hu Zhan of the White Tiger clan was defeated by you. He is known as the most outstanding descendant of the White Tiger clan, but he was actually defeated. This matter is enough to shake the entire southern wilderness and cause an uproar among the younger generation. Zhong Li Meng said with a smile. Oh. Gu Fei did not deny it. This is. Zhong Li Meng's gaze shifted to Li Lingfeng. Supreme Mystery Sect's Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng stepped forward and said. Cultivators were naturally indifferent. Although Zhong Li Meng had a peerless beauty in front of Li Lingfeng, she was nothing more than a beautiful body. Zhong Li Meng could already tell from the eyes of both Gu Fei and Li Lingfeng that her beauty had no power in front of these two. Ah, so it is Supreme Mystery Sect's eldest senior brother. I have been disrespectful. Zhong Li Meng nodded to Li Lingfeng. At this time, everyone seemed to have forgotten the existence of the fat Zhong Li, which made the fat Zhong Li Meng very depressed. Why are you still not leaving? Zhong Li Meng suddenly said to the fat Zhong Li Meng in a low voice, then turned to Gu Fei and said, My third brother has always been impulsive. If he has offended you in any way for my sake, how about we write it off? The fat Zhong Li Meng did not know what to do. He hurriedly walked out of the shop and left under the protection of the guards. Gu Fei snorted coldly and did not say anything more. Li Lingfeng could not wait to make a big deal out of a small matter, and Boss Bai of the shop naturally had no objections. However, a conflict had arrived and in a few words, it had turned into smoke. Chapter 150. Gu Fei didn't refuse Zhong Li Meng's invitation. Instead, he left the store. Under the guidance of Zhong Li Meng, Gu Fei and Li Lingfeng entered a palace in Dragon Emperor City. Zhongli clan played an important role in Dragon Emperor City. As one of the major forces in South Wilderness, it was not strange for them to have a complex of palaces in Dragon Emperor City. Of course, when Gu Fei left the shop that sold beast crystals, he exchanged the beast crystal left behind by the ferocious beast that failed to attain rebirth and become a demon with a Dao art talisman. Seeing Gu Fei exchanging a high-level talisman for a beast crystal, Li Lingfeng couldn't help but feel pained. As for the shop owner, he was extremely happy because the value of the Dao talisman with Dao energy sealed within it was much higher than that beast crystal. Ferocious beast crystal nuclei were plentiful in the southern wasteland. As for Taoist talismans, even in the world of cultivation, they were rare and priceless items. The talisman that Gu Fei exchanged for the beast crystal was the one that he got from Wang Yuanji, a disciple of Great Void Peak. Wang Yuanji had never imagined that his life-saving talisman could be exchanged by Gu Fei for beast crystals. The reason why Gu Fei suddenly wanted to buy beast crystals was because of the bizarre Xiaoqing snake which had taken his magic equipment pouch as its nest. The green snake could devour and refine the spiritual source in beast crystals. Gu Fei wanted to know what kind of existence this Xiaoqing snake would become after refining numerous beast crystals. Gu Fei knew that beasts that could devour and refine beast crystals definitely had endless potential. Zhongli Meng led Gu Fei and the others into a palace. After that, they sat down respectively. A group of maids immediately served all kinds of desserts and placed them on the table in front of each of them. "Brother Gu, I have a person who has been thinking about you day and night." After sitting down, Zhongli Meng covered his face with his sleeve and said with a sweet smile, "Oh." Gu Fei became stunned. "It seems that I didn't have any romantic affairs in the secular world. I want to see who that person is. Sister Ling, come out." Zhongli Meng shouted towards the back of the palace. Then a person walked out from the back of the palace. When Gu Fei saw that person, he couldn't help but frown. Not only did he know this person, he was also very familiar with him. "Gu Fei, it's really you." The person who walked out from the back hall was a handsome young master who was waving a folding fan in his hand. However, this young master's voice was very delicate. When that person saw Gu Fei, she was immediately overjoyed. She wanted to pounce on Gu Fei and throw herself into his wide and sturdy embrace. However, her feet seemed to have taken root on the ground and she did not move at all. "It's you?" The person who came out from the back hall had a special relationship with him. This was because the person who walked out was Ling Luoyan, who was disguised as a man. Although the beautiful Ling Luoyan was dressed as a man, her peerless beauty was hard to conceal, and she wasn't inferior to Zhongli Meng in the slightest. Her skin was like white jade and her eyes were like autumn waters. Her slender body and graceful figure were like the morning air that was filled with freshness. She was truly graceful and elegant. Ling Luoyan, who was dressed as a man, had a different kind of beauty to her. Seeing how cold Gu Fei was towards her, as if they were strangers, Ling Luoyan's eyes couldn't help but turn red. Tears welled up in her eyes as she stood there in a daze, as if she had lost a moment. The exceptionally intelligent Zhongli Meng immediately noticed something from their expressions. The relationship between the two of them didn't seem to be ordinary. Gu Fei didn't expect to see Ling Luoyan here. A trace of astonishment appeared on his face, but he quickly returned to normal. "Little sister Ling, little sister Ling." Zhongli Meng called out a few times before Ling Luoyan's soul returned to her senses. Seeing Ling Luoyan like this, she couldn't help but shake her head. At this time, even Li Lingfeng could tell that this woman who came out of the rear hall dressed as a man treated Gu Fei a little differently. When did junior brother Gu get to know this woman? Li Lingfeng was a little puzzled. Gu Fei had always been cultivating in Taishan Mountain, and he had never left the mountain. Even if Li Lingfeng scratched her head, she would never have imagined that Gu Fei had met Ling Luoyan during the period when he went missing in Yunming Mountain, and that there had been some misunderstanding between the two of them. "Little sister Ling, come and sit here." Zhongli Meng patted the seat beside him and said to Ling Luoyan. Ling Luoyan walked to Zhongli Meng's side absent-mindedly and sat down. Her eyes were filled with tenderness and sorrow as she looked at Gu Fei. Anyone would be moved by such emotions. Gu Fei was a normal man. How could he not see Ling Luoyan's intentions when such a beautiful woman was interested in him? However, the world of cultivation was filled with dangers, and Gu Fei wasn't strong enough. If his state of mind was disturbed by worldly love, it would be difficult for him to reach the pinnacle of cultivation. "Brother Gu, my little sister Ling seems to be deeply in love with you. Do you want to express something?" Zhongli Meng winked at Gu Fei and said slyly. "Express what?" Gu Fei said expressionlessly. "What an unromantic rock." Zhongli Meng couldn't help but say. As he looked around, it was as if 100 flowers were blooming, causing everyone's eyes to light up. When Ling Luoyan heard Gu Fei's reply, she couldn't help but reveal a trace of sadness in her eyes. Zhong Liming wanted to say more, but at that moment, a blazing wave of heat suddenly came from outside the hall. It was a wave of fire-like energy. "Zhong Liming, I'm here." Then, a gentle voice with a hint of firmness could be heard from outside the hall. From the voice, it could be seen that it was a woman. "Oh no, why is she here?" When she heard that voice, Zhong Liming's expression changed and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. She seemed to be a little worried about the woman who had suddenly appeared outside the hall. While the voice was still echoing in the hall, Gu Fei and the others saw a figure in a fiery red robe striding in from outside the door. It was a woman, a young woman in her early 20s. She wore a fiery red, tight-fitting robe, and her hair was tied into a ponytail. She had a beautiful face, a slender figure, and a valiant and heroic bearing. This woman looked like a valiant general charging through enemy lines, and she carried a fiery red spear on her back. The tip of the spear was also fiery red, as if it was burning with a divine flame. What a strong woman! Gu Fei and the others felt a strong sense of oppression from this woman. The blazing wave of heat came from this woman's body. As soon as she stepped into the hall, the temperature in the hall immediately shot up. Gu Fei, Li Lingfeng, and Zhong Liming didn't feel any discomfort, but Ling Luoyan, who didn't have a high cultivation base, felt unbearably hot, as if she was sitting next to a bonfire. The red-clothed woman's gaze swept across the hall and finally landed on Gu Fei. The woman looked at Gu Fei and suddenly revealed a bright smile. "Why is she smiling at me?" Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, a bad premonition surged in his heart, causing him to be wary of this woman. At this moment, a swoosh. The red-clothed woman disappeared on the spot and turned into a ray of fiery light. She used her palm like a blade, and the fiery light burst forth as she slashed at Gu Fei 3 times. The red-clothed woman wasn't completely fearless. She had restrained the vast fire elemental energy to an extremely small area in her palm, evidently not wanting to cause any damage to the things in the hall. The heat wave was oppressive. Under the envelopment of the 3 fiery blade auras, Gu Fei felt as if he was in a sea of fire. He sat still and directly threw out 3 punches. His punches were colorless, but they miraculously blocked the 3 fiery blade auras. Crack! The floor beneath the red-clothed woman's feet instantly cracked from her stomp, and she was forced to take a step back from the recoil. In an instant, it seemed as if the winner had been decided. Seeing this scene, Li Lingfeng couldn't help but feel uneasy. He definitely didn't want anything to happen in these 2 or 3 days. However, it was obvious that the young experts of the southern wilderness weren't convinced and had begun to look for trouble. As the saying goes, the tree wants peace but the wind won't stop. He didn't want to look for trouble, but trouble came knocking on his door. Good, as expected of the Taoism expert who defeated Hu Zhan. The red-clothed woman looked at Gu Fei, and a terrifying power surged from her body. She didn't even bother to conceal her battle intent. Everyone's expression changed. The southern wilderness was a land of great heroes and geniuses. It really couldn't be underestimated. The woman in front of them was definitely a leading figure of the young generation in the southern wilderness. The phoenix perches on the parasol tree, and the fire shines on the south. Princess Feng of the Vermilion Bird tribe has graced my humble abode with your presence. It's truly an honor. At this moment, Zhong Liming had already stood up and welcomed her with a smile. The Vermilion Bird tribe? Gu Fei stood up as well. A pulse of energy as tremendous as the ocean and as heavy as a mountain radiated from Gu Fei. His eyes flickered with a gaze as sharp as a blade as he stared at the princess before him. His battle intent surged as if he wanted to fight her. The Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise were the outstanding successors of the 4 sacred clans of the southern wilderness. Gu Fei had already met all of them. Every single one of them was an impressive young expert, possessing strength that allowed them to look down on their peers. Feng Shiwu of the Vermilion Bird clan. The princess did not waste any time directly stating her name. Afterwards, she extended her hand and drew the spear on her back. With a shake of the spear, it was like a venomous dragon had emerged from the sea. The tip of the spear was directly pointed at Gu Fei. The spear in her hand was engraved with simple, fiery patterns. It seemed to be forged from divine metal that still gave off flames, and it seemed to be enveloped in a layer of fire. This was definitely a rare god armament. The presence of the god armament merged with Feng Shiwu's presence, giving off a feeling like she had become one with the spear. Chapter 151. Boom. A great rumble rang out in the battlefield. It was like a clap of thunder. The surging ripples of energy alarmed the Zhongli family of Dragon Emperor City. The descendants of the Zhongli family were extremely surprised. They all rushed out of their places of cultivation and made their way to the clan's battlefield. End of story. Two silhouettes that were as fast as the wind and as fast as lightning moved on the huge white jade fighting field. They repeatedly blasted out terrifying killing moves that could topple mountains and overturn the seas. The intense energy collided, causing the open-air white jade fighting field of the Zhong family to tremble unceasingly. The Zhongli family truly was extravagant. The colossal battlefield was actually completely constructed out of premium white jade. They had even set up a formation in the battlefield, sealing up and nullifying the terrifying power that the experts in the battlefield had erupted with. By now, the formation of the battlefield had already been activated. At this moment, every piece of white jade that made up the arena emitted a misty brilliance. An unfathomable power sealed the entire arena, completely dispelling the residual power that leaked out, preventing it from being destroyed. Clearly, the Zhongli clan's battle arena was extraordinary. It was specially constructed for battles between experts. The vast and terrifying power of the two experts in the battle arena was completely sealed within the battle arena. Only a very small amount of power was able to break through the seal and leak out. Outside the battlefield, Li Lingfeng, Zhong Liming, and Ling Luoyan all watched the battle nervously. It had to be mentioned that the strength of the two people in the battlefield was enough for them to look down on their peers. As it turned out, the battle between Feng Shiwu of the Vermilion Bird clan and Gu Fei was already unavoidable. Both of them were eager for battle, so they had already drawn their swords in the hall. They had almost attacked each other. Fortunately, Zhong Liming had arrived in time and brought the two of them to the white jade battlefield of the clan, allowing them to fight to their heart's content without any worries. The clothes on Gu Fei's upper body were already in tatters. His upper body, which seemed to be forged from refined iron, contained an extremely tyrannical strength. With just a single step, Gu Fei vanished from where he was. Only an extremely faint blur remained in the air. He was just too fast, so fast that he was basically unrecognizable to the naked eye. A punch, a very ordinary punch, directly landed on the tip of Feng Shiwu's spear. The tremendous power shook the ground. Bang! With a bang, the fist and the spearhead, which was wreathed in raging flames, instantly collided. It was like two pieces of godly metal colliding, and a glaring light burst out, causing people to close their eyes subconsciously. A powerful energy fluctuation that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas exploded in an instant. The shaft of the raging flames' divine spear was bent by Gu Fei's powerful punch. Feng Shiwu's hands had almost lost their grip on the spear. Her palms and even her arms had all suffered from the violent impact from the spear. She could not help but be surprised by Gu Fei's strength. Using one's own body to fight against the divine spear in one's hand, even in the southern wasteland, none of the young experts from the other forces would dare to be so crazy. Even the number one person of the Azure Dragon clan's younger generation, Azure Dragon, did not dare to do so. Gu Fei seemed like a colossal mountain, radiating with unfathomable power. He knocked Feng Shiwu back with a punch, and the ground of the battlefield leapt up with his seemingly ordinary punch. As if it were not for the unfathomable power that blocked Gu Fei's punch, the jade tiles of the battlefield had leapt up a long time ago before shattering to dust. Vermilion Bird divine skill, spear strikes at the 9 heavens. Feng Shiwu bellowed out and raised the raging flames divine spear in her hand. The spear that had been bent by Gu Fei's punch immediately straightened. Afterwards, the tip of the spear erupted with light that resembled the scorching sun, stabbing towards Gu Fei's chest like a star. Roaring flames swept out from Feng Shiwu's body, swallowing her along with the spear that she had sent towards Gu Fei in a single moment. A colossal figure of a vermilion bird and a fire phoenix appeared. The cry of a phoenix rang through the 9 heavens. The vermilion bird and fire phoenix condensed from endless flames flapped its wings and raised its head, pecking towards Gu Fei. The spectators outside the battlefield were extremely shocked. The phoenix formed from flames shook up an entire region. The people of the Zhongli family knew that an expert of the Vermilion Bird clan was fighting in the battlefield. The terrifyingly high temperature was enough to melt metal, but Gu Fei, who was facing this high temperature, treated it as a gentle breeze. His bright eyes were fixed on the huge phoenix that was anxiously pecking at him. In the eyes of others, it was a phoenix condensed from the flames of the Vermilion Bird. However, his gaze pierced through the layer of flames outside, seeing a ball of light as resplendent as a star hidden within the phoenix. The ball of light was condensed from the tip of Feng Shiwu's spear. Under the thrust, the space shook up and transparent ripples expanded from the phoenix. Feng Shiwu's spear was unstoppable. Although it was not as terrifying as stirring up the 9 heavens, it truly shook up an entire region of the world. His body brimming with power left behind a blur. Gu Fei advanced instead of retreating, directly throwing a punch at the incoming phoenix without the slightest hesitation. Boom! It was as if a thunderbolt had descended from the 9th heaven, and a deafening sound pierced through the sky. In that instant, the battle arena emitted a bright light, and mysterious runes appeared on the white jade bricks of the battle arena, blocking the energy storm that had erupted. Even with that being the case, the entire battlefield shook. Over a dozen figures rushed over, but with a wave of Zhongli Meng's hand, they immediately backed off silently. Clearly, the experts of the Zhongli family stationed in Dragon Emperor City had been alarmed. A startling sight unfolded in the battlefield. A wild figure threw a punch at the vermilion bird and fire phoenix the size of a hill, wreathed in flames. Before the vermilion bird and fire phoenix condensed from endless flames, the figure was so insignificant. However, it was this insignificant figure that had shaken up the colossal vermilion bird and fire phoenix. The vermilion bird and fire phoenix collapsed. Afterwards, as if there was a chain reaction, the mountain-sized vermilion bird and fire phoenix collapsed from the head to the neck, then to the body. It completely collapsed, dispersing into nothingness. Clang! A fiery red figure flew out from the dispersing flames. Thump, thump, thump. After landing on the ground, the fiery red figure staggered over a dozen steps back. Clang! He stabbed the spear into the ground behind him, and only then did he stop his retreat. Gu Feiquang was like a ferocious beast, emitting a boundless ferocious aura as he took large strides forward. With every step he took, the ground trembled, and the power of the earth rushed out from the ground. Fist of Earth. Endless power of the earth gathered towards Gu Fei's right fist from all directions. Afterwards he directly threw a punch at Feng Shiwu. Gray light surged forward as terrifying as the waves. Feng Shiwu's expression immediately changed. Having fought until now, he could not help but admit that he was not Gu Fei's opponent. Tiger's defeat was not undeserved. This Gu Fei's strength had indeed surpassed the boundary of the self-awakening realm. Seeing how the gray power of the Fist of Earth had already completely sealed off the path ahead, Feng Shiwu pushed off the ground without even thinking, turning into a phoenix and rushing into the air, avoiding the power of the fist. At the same time, the spear in his hand erupted with resplendent light, piercing through space and stabbing towards Gu Fei. The light from the spear was like a rainbow, ripping through the surroundings. It was as resplendent as lightning, radiating with a chilling aura of destruction. Umph! Gu Fei snorted coldly. He took a step and rose into the air. Boom! The unparalleled light from the spear immediately struck where Gu Fei stood before. The ground did not explode. An unfathomable power nullified all of the terrifying power in the light. Streaks of light slithered about on the ground like silver snakes. Feng Shiwu's full-powered strike failed to shake up the battlefield, nor did it destroy it. Gu Fei rushed into the air with a single step before striding through the air. With a single step, terrifying power immediately surged beneath his feet, which he then rushed towards Feng Shiwu. Just admit defeat. You're not my opponent. Gu Fei gazed at Feng Shiwu below and said proudly. His voice echoed through the battlefield. Desolate steps, 8 kills. A single step was as heavy as a mountain, suddenly appearing above Feng Shiwu's head. It made Feng Shiwu feel like Mount Tai was pressing down on him. When the desolate steps was fast, it could reach the extremities of 8 steps. When it faced an enemy, it could also reach the extremities of 8 steps. A single step was enough to unleash the might of collapsing mountains. There's no such thing as admitting defeat in my dictionary. Fire Phoenix dances through the 9 heavens. Feng Shiwu bellowed out. Afterwards, a tremendous pulse of energy erupted from her body. Roaring flames surged from her body, and she seemed to turn into a fire phoenix that soared above the 9 heavens. In a split second, she charged out from under Gu Fei's desolate steps. Gu Fei followed up with a second step. Like he had teleported, he appeared above Feng Shiwu in the blink of an eye. Terrifying power surged beneath his feet, and transparent ripples expanded into the surroundings. Even the space around him had twisted. Although he was 20 to 30 meters away from the ground of white jade still trembled constantly despite being protected by power. However, it was not destroyed. What a terrifying ability! Outside the battlefield, Zhong Liming exclaimed. She was extremely surprised that Gu Fei's power could actually shake up the battlefield. That's not an ability. Li Lingfeng stared at the figure in the sky that resembled both a god and a demon. Her eyes shone brilliantly. Not an ability? Could it be a Dao technique? Zhong Limeng exclaimed. She did not sense any Dao technique fluctuations from Gu Fei's body. It's not a mystique or a Taoist technique, but it's better than a mystique or a Taoist technique. What he cultivates is martial, Li Lingfeng murmured with a calm expression. Well, the martial Dao actually has such a great power that it can rival divine abilities and Dao techniques? Not only was Zhong Limeng shocked, even Ling Luoyan was shocked. The inheritance of the ancient martial way had long been severed. The so-called martial skills in the world, however, did not have martial-only skills. Martial techniques without martial couldn't be compared to divine abilities and Dao arts at all. The people of the younger generation had long since forgotten what martial arts was. When Li Lingfeng said that what Gu Fei practiced was actually martial arts, Zhong Limeng and the rest were shocked. Martial techniques were mediocre and could not be considered elegant. This was already a common understanding among the current generation of cultivators. However, what they did not know was that in ancient times, cultivators who had achieved success in cultivation were enough to slaughter immortals, gods, and demons. They were terrifying existences that were almost undefeatable. With Gu Fei's second step, Feng Shiwu was in danger. Wind and lightning seemed to surge beneath Gu Fei's feet, whistling wildly. Chapter 152. Taking a step through the air, Gu Fei took a second step. Wind and lightning immediately surged beneath his feet. Piercing gales seemed to sweep through the sky, and an indescribable pressure filled the battlefield. Let's do it. The power of Gu Fei's step was as violent as a landslide, sealing up the surroundings and causing the space to distort violently as if it was about to collapse. She could not dodge at all. All Feng Shiwu could do was grit her teeth and unleash her power desperately, pouring it into the spear in her hand. Afterwards, she directly thrust it towards Gu Fei's right foot. Swish! The air was immediately pierced and the space there trembled. The spear was like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair. The tip of the spear turned into a streak of light, piercing through the air and colliding viciously with Gu Fei's right foot. Feng Shiwu directly retreated. Even the webbing between her thumb and index finger had ruptured from the impact. A sliver of blood oozed from the corner of her lips. She had already shown signs of defeat. However, Feng Shiwu possessed the bloodline of the divine bird of the south. Like a phoenix bathed in fire, her presence instead became even more powerful after being injured. Flames surged from her body, and the space around her distorted from the heat of the flames. It was extremely terrifying. Gu Fei's gaze was as sharp as a blade. The profound art in his body circulated rapidly, pushing his strength to the limit. As his right foot endured the violent power that erupted, he had already stepped out with his left foot. Swish! Gu Fei's figure directly vanished. With his third step, he enveloped Feng Shiwu again, sealing up the surroundings with the power of destruction. The ground is beneath my feet. Gu Fei seemed to have become an unkillable god of war that looked down on the world. His unparalleled presence that trampled over the surroundings made the hearts of everyone outside shiver. Such vigor only made Zhong Limeng and Ling Luoyan's eyes shine with interest. Li Lingfeng, on the other hand, had a solemn look on his face. No one knew what he was thinking. Damn it! Feng Shiwu roared furiously inside. She felt like she still could not dodge. She had no other choice. She shook the spear of flames with all her strength and unleashed a power that was as vast as waves. She raised the spear to resist, and the spear erupted with resplendent light that could even make the sun pale. She forcefully clashed with Gu Fei. The sound of cracking could be heard continuously. The white jade ground began to crack. The entire white jade arena looked like it was being crushed by a huge mountain, constantly cracking. However, in the end, it was not an ordinary fighting ground. It was made of white jade and had the protection of a formation. After the cracks on the ground collapsed, they quickly reformed. Then, with a flash of green light, the ground instantly returned to its original state. The battlefield of the Zhongli family seemed very difficult to destroy. At the very least, it was not something that Gu Fei and Feng Shiwu could destroy. But even then, some of the older generation experts of the Zhongli clan were already shocked in their hearts. Being able to collapse the arena was sufficient to show how terrifying the cultivations of these two young men in battle were. He was already comparable to those of the older generation. Bang! Feng Shiwu was knocked back once again. She coughed up blood and staggered a few steps back. Her hair was in a mess, but she still gripped the spear of flames firmly, brimming with battle intent. Brr! Feng Shiwu roared at the sky. At this moment, she was no longer a woman, but a warrior who lived for battle. The Vermilion Bird clan's mysterious method of the undying phoenix circulated to the limit, and the form of the undying phoenix appeared on her. She sprayed with a mouthful of blood, and the flames on her seemed to have been doused with kerosene. With a whoosh they immediately flourished. The flames on her had already become almost transparent. They radiated with terrifying heat, causing the ground around her to crackle and crackle. Sparks flew everywhere and streamed with light. The terror of the undying phoenix was beyond doubt. Feng Shiwu was like an undying vermilion bird. Every time she was injured, she seemed to unleash even greater power, and her wounds would heal in an instant too. As long as she was not fatally injured, she was an undying cockroach. "All right. Let's see if you can withstand my fourth step," Gu Fei said sternly. With his fourth step, Gu Fei seemed to become the world, merging with the space there. Afterwards, he led a region of the world downwards. Rumble. Heaven and earth seemed to be collapsing. As Gu Fei took his fourth step, a terrifying power came crashing down. This time, Feng Shiwu struggled to maintain her composure. She could already tell that Gu Fei's cultivation had actually already touched the edge of Wei's. Skill was close to Wei's. That was the unique ability of transcending mortality. He was only a hair's breadth away from transcending mortality, but breaking through the shackles of the ninth heavenly layer was anything but easy. End of Book 2. To Gu Fei, who had embarked on the path of martial arts, it was even more difficult. However, as a fighter, even if Gu Fei had not broken through to transcending mortality, he possessed the strength of transcending mortality. Faced with a terrifying attack that seemed like the collapse of the world, Feng Shiwu's eyes that looked at Gu Fei shone with a sharp light. She was not afraid. Surging battle intent erupted. The more pressure Gu Fei gave her, the better. It would be best if he could threaten her life. Only then would she be able to break through her current bottleneck in cultivation. Tempered in pressure, refined between life and death. Tremendous power erupted from Feng Shiwu. She was even more valiant and threatening than the man. Surging flames immediately filled the entire corner of the battlefield, incinerating everything. The protective formation of the battlefield had been completely activated. Within the hazy light, transparent inscriptions constantly flickered, restraining and blocking the power in the battlefield, preventing it from leaking out. If the power that Gu Fei and Feng Shiwu gave off leaked out of the battlefield, the hall of the Zhongli family in Dragon Emperor City would be reduced to ruins. The more powerful they were, the more powerful they would become. Feng Shiwu of the Vermilion Bird clan had clearly reached a bottleneck in her cultivation, which was why she had come looking for Gu Fei without any regard, requesting a battle. At such a sensitive time, none of the organizations in Dragon Emperor City were willing to act recklessly. Not only had the people of the three major schools of Taoism entered the southern wilderness, but even demonic cultivators and demons had begun appearing in the southern wilderness too. If it was demons, then so be it. They were sentient beings in the world after all, having developed intelligence and cultivated to this level. However, demonic cultivators were different. Demonic cultivators could be described as the enemies of all cultivators on the Tenglong continent. Slaughtering the people and massacring the world was demonic. However, Feng Shiwu did not care that much. Other people had qualms, afraid of attacking Gu Fei, but she had no qualms at all. After receiving the news that Gu Fei was in the Zhongli family, she came looking for him immediately. An opponent like Gu Fei was exactly what she needed right now. Against an opponent like Gu Fei, the bloodline of the Vermilion Bird in Feng Shiwu's body seemed to awaken. Resplendent flames erupted from her body. A divine bird of fire struggled on her body as if it wanted to burst out. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. At this moment, Gu Fei's fourth step had already arrived. The sky erupted with chilling ripples as a sharp and terrifying aura of destruction swept over. Waves of energy shook up the sky. Feng Shiwu sensed great danger. Rumble. The terrifying sound waves, enough to shatter the world, made her feel like her head was splitting. The sound waves actually directly passed through and shook up her soul. Boom. Even the sky trembled. The disturbance was extremely startling. With a stomp, space completely distorted, erupting with the greatest power. At this moment, Gu Fei had also unleashed his greatest battle prowess. 8 steps 8 kills. With his current cultivation he could only barely reach the fourth step. He had already pushed all of his martial arts to the limits of what his body could endure. Using a martial skill to draw on the power of the world and erupt with a stomp, the impact his body had to endure was unimaginable. Gu Fei's face was extremely solemn. With a stomp of his foot, the surging divine flames below immediately collapsed and dissipated without a sound. In the sea of flames, a flaming divine bird was about to struggle out, but it was stomped back by Gu Fei. As if he had been struck by lightning, Feng Shiwu shuddered violently before being blown away by the tremendous force. She struggled to hold onto the spear in her hand any longer. It flew out of her hand, splattering the battlefield with blood. The flames in the sky vanished, and Gu Fei drifted down from above. His bearing of looking down on the world was completely revealed. All the spectators outside the battlefield could not help but be shaken. Feng Shiwu's delicate body directly passed through the screen of light. With a boom, she smashed a pavilion on the side of the battlefield to pieces, rolling into the dust. A descendant of the south is nothing more than this. Gu Fei was extremely forceful. With a swish, he directly charged out of the battlefield, continuing to press towards Feng Shiwu. In Gu Fei's eyes, Feng Shiwu was not a woman but an opponent. He would not show mercy just because she was a woman. Everyone outside the battlefield was astounded. Zhong Liming's expression became very ugly too. After all, this was the Zhong family. If anything happened to Feng Shiwu, their Zhong family would be in great trouble too. Brother Gu, wait. Junior brother Gu, stop before you go too far. Zhong Liming and Li Lingfeng stopped him in a hurry. The Vermilion Bird clan of the south possessed an endless heritage in the south. They were as numerous as the clouds in the sky. Even when up against Taoist sects like the three great sects of Taoism, they would not falter. This was what Zhong Liming and Li Lingfeng were worried about. Gu Fei stopped, and Zhong Liming and Li Lingfeng both let out a sigh of relief. However, Gu Fei did not stop because of what they said. Instead, when Gu Fei pressed towards Feng Shiwu, he suddenly felt a sense of alarm, which made him shudder with fear. It was as if a primordial beast was staring at him from the shadows. Yeah, there really is someone behind this Feng Shiwu. There's a master secretly protecting her. Gu Fei thought of something and immediately understood. The people of the south are far too protective of their own. At a crucial moment, someone jumps out and saves her. Gu Fei could not help but feel extremely disdainful. Sure enough, the moment Gu Fei stopped, a figure suddenly appeared in the shattered pavilion and scooped up Feng Shiwu. Feng Shiwu was quite injured this time. The power of her bloodline that was about to awaken had been forcefully forced back into her body by Gu Fei, which was a huge blow to her. However, she had achieved her objective as well. The bottleneck to her cultivation had already loosened up. She believed that before long her cultivation would reach a new level. It was a middle-aged woman. After scooping up Feng Shiwu, she glanced at Gu Fei coldly before saying nothing else. She flew off with Feng Shiwu in her arms. At the same time, the spear of flames was sucked away by her, vanishing from everyone's vision very quickly. At this moment, a strand of firelight suddenly flew over from the sky before stopping in front of Li Lingfeng. Afterwards, the firelight condensed into a line of words before vanishing into thin air. A communication talisman? Zhong Liming could not help but be taken aback when he saw this. Chapter 153. Fire Talisman Imparting Technique could even be used by cultivators who had awakened their cultivation base. However, it was not an easy task to cultivate this Dao technique to the point where it could travel 1,000 li in a breath and reach others with unerring accuracy. Outside the Zhongli clan's arena, Li Lingfeng immediately called out to Gu Fei to leave as soon as he saw the fire talisman. It seemed that something had happened that made Li Lingfeng extremely nervous. Gu Fei was startled, but he didn't stop. His figure flashed, and he turned into an extremely faint shadow as he chased after Li Lingfeng. Gu Fei! Ling Luoyan exclaimed outside the arena. After coming to Dragon Emperor City, she had finally seen Gu Fei again. However, Gu Fei had already left after only a few words. She couldn't help but feel anxious. Although Gu Fei heard Ling Luoyan's voice, he didn't stop. His figure flashed a few times, and he disappeared from the sky above the palaces in the blink of an eye. The setting sun shone in the west, and the sunset glow was like fire. A few birds flew past the horizon, and it was quiet around the Zhongli clan's arena. Zhongli Ming lowered his head and no one knew what he was thinking. However, Ling Luoyan looked in the direction where Gu Fei had disappeared with a disappointed expression. It could be seen that she had truly fallen in love with Gu Fei. After a long while, whispers could be heard outside the arena. Only then did the group of Zhongli clan disciples recover their wits, and they started to talk about the marvelous battle just now. After exchanging glances with each other, the older generation experts of the Zhongli clan left. This battle was destined to be known throughout the southern wilderness. Gu Fei's name was unparalleled in Dragon Emperor City, and he became the focus of all the cultivators in the southern wilderness. After defeating Hu Zhan, an elite of the younger generation of the White Tiger clan, and the genius girl of the Vermilion Bird clan, it would be hard for Gu Fei not to become famous. However, this also caused some young cultivators who wanted to become famous to have their eyes on Gu Fei. They wanted to step on Gu Fei and make him their stepping stone. However, there were not many people who dared to look for Gu Fei. After all, his strength was there for all to see. After defeating the experts of the White Tiger clan and the Vermilion Bird clan, Gu Fei had become the king among his peers. In a pavilion in Dragon Emperor City, a handsome young man with long eyebrows and cyan clothes was holding a piece of intelligence sent by his subordinate with a solemn look. Gu Fei, I did not misjudge you. You will be the strongest opponent I, Azure Dragon, have faced since my debut. Our battle. I look forward to it. The green-robed youth clenched his fist, and the silk cloth in his hand immediately shattered into thousands of pieces. The news of Gu Fei defeating Feng Shiwu had already reached the Azure Dragon's hands. Humph. Gu Fei, you're really lucky, even the Southern Wastelands experts couldn't defeat you, what a pity. At the same time, in another place of Dragon Emperor City, a youth in white clothes with a quaint long saber on his waist was muttering by the window. Outside the window there was a small bridge and flowing water. Several palaces could be vaguely seen among the red flowers and green leaves. This was a rare garden. How great would it be if my Dongfang family could use someone like this? However, since you've already become my enemy, I can only kill you. Next time you won't be so lucky. The youth's eyes shone with viciousness. At this moment, Gu Fei had already returned to the Canvassing Lunar Restaurant with Li Lingfeng. As soon as they set foot in the Canvassing Lunar Restaurant, they sensed that something was wrong with the atmosphere. After entering the Canvas Moon Pavilion, when the disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect were staying in the courtyard, they saw that inside the courtyard, Ziyu and the other 8 disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect were already waiting. What's going on? As soon as Li Lingfeng entered the courtyard, he asked Ziyu in a low voice. The fire talisman message did not explain why he and Gu Fei had been summoned back. It was only said that it was an extremely urgent matter. However, Li Lingfeng knew that if there wasn't an emergency, the sect would not use fire talisman messages. After all, fire talisman messages were like the legends of the flying swords of Guangqing Immortal sect. They would not easily send out such messages to their disciples, unless there was an emergency. Ziyu shook his head at Li Lingfeng. At this moment in the courtyard, the door to Dan Qinzi's room was pushed open. He took a step out, and the ground seemed to shrink to an inch as if he was teleporting. His figure flashed, and Dan Qinzi was already in front of everyone. You're back. Dan Qinzi said calmly as he glanced at Li Lingfeng and Gu Fei. Greetings, Uncle Master. Everyone hurriedly bowed. Dan Qinzi's seniority was extremely high in the sect, and he was regarded as the cultivator with the greatest chance to become a great cultivator. Dan Qinzi's seniority was much higher than that of the masters of everyone present. He was an influential figure in the Taishan sect. Otherwise, he would not have been sent by Taoist Shantian to take charge of this trip to the ruined sky. Dan Qinzi nodded, then said, Things have changed, so I called you all here. Alright, quickly pack up. We'll be leaving immediately. Leaving immediately? The most outstanding disciples of the younger generation of the Taishan sect could not help but look at each other in shock. Gu Fei also could not help but frown. However, no one had any objections because Dan Qinzi's words were in order. As juniors they had to obey absolutely. Therefore, after a moment of shock, everyone immediately dispersed and rushed back to their residences. Gu Fei had nothing on him. Everything that was useful was on him, so he had nothing to pack. Everyone had returned to their residences, and only he was still standing there. Dan Qinzi looked at Gu Fei with some surprise. You don't have anything to pack? When Gu Fei heard this he replied, Martial uncle, my things don't leave me easily. Very good. Dan Qinzi nodded. He was very satisfied with Gu Fei's performance. Gu Fei had been preparing at all times. This kind of seriousness was very rare. I also heard a little about what happened in the past 2 days. You did very well. You have made our Taishan sect proud. Dan Qinzi looked at Gu Fei with a rare smile on his face. Gu Fei's face was still calm. He did not show any emotion at Dan Qinzi's praise. He calmly said, This is nothing. Gu Fei's tone was as if he was talking about something unimportant. This surprised Dan Qinzi a little, and he looked at Gu Fei with interest. If you knew where those people came from, you would know how amazing what you have done is. Dan Qinzi said. At this time, the others had already packed up their things and were walking over. After a while, everyone was neatly equipped and stood in front of Dan Qinzi. They were valiant and high-spirited, and they had the spirit to kill the enemy. Of course, the battle between cultivators was much more dangerous than going to the battlefield to kill the enemy. If they were not careful, their souls would be destroyed and they would not even have the chance to reincarnate. They would completely disappear from the world. After seeing that all the disciples had arrived, Xianxia took out a scroll from his sleeve and spread it out. The power sealed in the scroll was immediately activated, and a misty green light enveloped Gu Fei and the others. Gu Fei only felt his body tighten, and a strange force seemed to bind him. Then he saw the scene in front of him begin to blur. A green light not only wrapped around Gu Fei and the other disciples, but also enveloped Xianxia. In an instant, the space that was enveloped by the green light seemed to suddenly collapse. There was a tremor and then there was a flash of light. Xianxia, Gu Fei, and the others disappeared from the courtyard. After a while, swoosh, a green-clothed old man appeared in the courtyard. He sized up the surroundings and muttered, "They're finally gone." This old man seemed to heave a sigh of relief. This old man was precisely the mysterious expert of the Canopy Lunar Pavilion that had obstructed the battle between the Azure Dragon and Gu Fei that night. The Canopy Lunar Pavilion didn't seem to be as simple as an inn. Gu Fei seemed as if he was riding on the clouds and mist, unable to go up to the sky or down to the ground. It was as if he was passing through space with everyone else. Besides an expanse of green light, it was an expanse of mistiness, and he was unable to see anything clearly. Even time seemed to have stopped, and Gu Fei was even unable to feel the passage of time. This feeling caused Gu Fei's heart to feel stuffy, and his head seemed to be slightly dizzy. After an unknown amount of time, it seemed to be an instant, yet it also seemed to be very long. Gu Fei suddenly felt his body loosen up, and the strange force that bound him had vanished. It vanished so abruptly, and Gu Fei was completely not mentally prepared for it. When their feet landed on the ground, the green light dissipated, and everyone seemed to have walked out from space. They looked around blankly, and the surrounding scenery started to gradually become clear from blurry. The Tao art of spatial teleportation was sealed within that scroll? Gu Fei felt that they'd arrived within a small valley, and before them, which was also the center of the small valley, was a tall sacrificial altar. A white jade staircase hung down from the sacrificial altar. This is. When he sensed the energy contained within the sacrificial altar, Gu Fei's expression couldn't help but change. The sacrificial altar drew in the vital energy from the surroundings, and it was like an enormous primeval beast that was lying in ambush before him. This energy was boundlessly vast, and it caused Gu Fei to feel boundless pressure. If this energy were to explode, even Gu Fei didn't dare imagine what the consequences would be. Gu Fei suddenly felt that there seemed to be figures flashing above the sacrificial altar. "Let's go. Follow me up, the people from the Guangqing Celestial Sect and the High Clarity Sect have arrived long ago." Xianxia flicked his sleeve and took the lead to walk towards the sacrificial altar. Gu Fei, Li Lingfeng and the others hurriedly followed. It was very strange. When Gu Fei stepped onto the white jade staircase hanging down from the sacrificial altar, the pressure in his heart actually disappeared. When he stepped onto the sacrificial altar, Gu Fei felt that there were actually over 20 people gathered on the sacrificial altar. He saw familiar figures, Guangqing's junior sister Li Mengyao, High Clarity Sect's Lin Xian Yiqin, and the others were all among them. However, no one spoke. Everyone had a solemn expression, and there were even people who raised their heads to look at the sky from time to time. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. The sky seemed to be. Gu Fei felt that the sky above the sacrificial altar was a vast expanse of whiteness, as if there was an endless sea of clouds that covered the entire sky. Boom. Right at this moment, a sudden loud sound came from the sky. In an instant, the entire mountain valley shook, and the huge rocks on the surrounding mountains rumbled and rolled down. Only the enormous sacrificial altar was as steady as Mount Tai. Chapter 154. Boom. An earth-shattering boom resounded, shaking heaven and earth. An endless cage of darkness instantly covered the entire valley. A layer of light curtain suddenly appeared above the altar, like a light shield covering the entire altar. Demonic chi surged in from all directions, but it was blocked by the light, unable to take even half a step forward. Roar. This tortoise shell is really hard. Furious roars echoed in the air, and a series of earth-shattering booms rang out. It was as if an ancient giant was fiercely pounding on the light curtain with his fists, and the momentum was extremely fierce. Gu Fei and the others couldn't help but be shocked. Outside the light barrier, the mountains were collapsing, the ground was cracking, and the world was shaking. The entire valley had been completely destroyed. Daoist Chao Yang, who was in charge of the formation in the center of the altar, was still sitting cross-legged with a calm expression. At this time, the large formation on the altar began to emit a misty light. The runes seemed to come to life and wandered around. Although the light was flashing from the impact of the demonic chi, mysterious light runes were circulating on the light barrier, dissolving all the attacks into nothingness. The altar beneath everyone's feet had absorbed an endless amount of worldly essence. After the large formation was activated, the altar became a world of its own. No matter how the demon outside attacked, it was unable to shake it in the slightest. What's going on? Li Lingfeng whispered to Ren Wuming of the Guangqing Celestial Sect. Our whereabouts seem to have been discovered by the demons. Ren Wuming said with a serious expression. The demons know? The disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect couldn't help but be shocked. No wonder their Uncle Master Dan Chenzi had urgently summoned them here. Taoist 6, what are you waiting for? Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside. The rolling sound waves shook the mountains. Even with the barrier of the formation, the disciples of the three great Taoist sects on the altar felt their ears ringing. Everyone's expressions changed as they were shocked. Dan Chenzi, Lu Ruhai, and Ding Yangzi couldn't help but look at each other. They all saw a trace of shock in each other's eyes. Then they all looked at Taoist Chao Yang, who was sitting cross-legged in the center of the altar. They couldn't maintain their calm. Great Devil Sovereign, are you ordering me around? Another loud voice rang out. That person seemed to be a bit angry. As soon as he finished speaking, a 10,000 zhang long beam of blood-red light cleaved down from the sky, instantly tearing the world in half. The boundless baleful aura caused the hearts of all living beings to palpitate. That 3,000-meter-long blood-colored saber light sent out tens of thousands of blood waves. There seemed to be countless demons roaring within the blood light, their demonic voices shaking the world. The moment the demonic saber appeared, the wind and clouds changed color. In an instant, the demonic saber radiance seemed to suck in all the heaven and earth spiritual chi within a radius of 1,000 miles. The energy shield that enveloped the altar dimmed a little. Boom! A loud sound shook the heavens and the earth. The blood-red demonic saber fiercely chopped down on the light curtain. The demonic saber light actually chopped into the light curtain. However, it only managed to break a 2 to 3 feet gap. The crowd couldn't help but gasp. The blood-red demonic saber hovered above their heads. The demonic chi was vast and mighty. Everyone immediately felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble and their faces turned pale. At that moment, Taoist Chao Yang, who was sitting cross-legged in the center of the altar, opened his eyes. 2 rays of fiery light shot out from his eye sockets, each several feet long. He stood up and his body was surrounded by rays of fiery light. At that moment, the 9 suns' brilliant sky-burning golden crow robe emitted layers of fiery light. Arg! Even the Sky Devil Saber can't break this tortoise shell. Damn it! A loud voice resounded in the sky. The clouds drifting in the sky were shaken and dispersed. The 10,000 zhang long blood-red demonic saber trembled continuously, emitting endless ferocious might. It pressed down continuously, but it couldn't move an inch forward, as if it was stuck on the light curtain. Taoist Chao Yang raised his head with a cold gaze. The 9 three-legged golden crows on the golden crow robe emitted endless fiery chi, as if they were about to burst out from the robe. He raised his right hand and pressed it upwards. The blood-red demonic saber was instantly knocked away. Above the rolling demonic clouds, a 10,000 zhang long demonic figure let out a fierce roar and flew back into the demonic clouds. The light curtain in the sky immediately returned to its original state. The demonic chi was immediately blocked outside the light curtain, unable to penetrate it even a little bit. Gu Fei and the others immediately heaved a sigh of relief. The devilish aura was truly unbearable, and it caused everyone's soul to tremble and shake. It was as if there were countless demons and ghosts lingering around them. 6 Dao, the Sky Devil Saber in your hands is a complete waste of a heavenly treasure. In the west, another 10,000 zhang long demonic figure appeared. The blurry demonic figure seemed illusory, giving off an unreal feeling. However, it emitted a great pressure that enveloped the surroundings. Umph! A cold harumph drifted from the north. Closely after that, a ferocious demonic figure strode out of the rolling demonic clouds with a 10,000 zhang long demonic saber in hand. The 2 demons revealed their celestial and demonic images. In a split second, the sky and the earth became dim. As a result, the area within 60 square miles became a terrifying and gloomy demonic domain. Demon Monarch of 6 Dao, Great Demon Hermit, you 2 demons, if you're sensible, hurry up and leave. Otherwise this place will be your burial place. Standing in the center of the sacrificial altar, Taoist Chao Yang roared as he watched the 2 10,000 zhang long demonic figures in the sky. Chao Yang, kiddo, don't brag. When this father was unrivaled in the heavens and earth, you were still wearing diapers. Show me what you've got. The demonic figure in the west roared as tens of thousands of demonic clouds were surging behind him. Such a great noise had long aroused the attention of Dragon Emperor City over 60 miles away. The terrifying demonic chi had even spread to Dragon Emperor City. Commoners might not feel anything abnormal, however the cultivators in Dragon Emperor City were amazed. None of the top cultivators in Dragon Emperor City launched an attack. Instead they were just observing. The two demons rarely left the demonic domain. It was rare for them to appear at the same time. In a split second, all the people in Dragon Emperor City were flurried as they thought that the army of the demonic domain was approaching their territory. Only those old monsters knew that the two demons didn't come here to occupy Dragon Emperor City. Because Dragon Emperor City was not simple and had many secrets, which made the demons scruple. In the south, a ball of flame was hidden in the clouds. Faintly there seemed to be a shadow of a phoenix. In other directions there were also obscure waves. Some powerful figures were observing. Fine, I will kill the demons and defend the Tao today, Daoish Chaoyang said solemnly. Closely after that he started to make mysterious hand seals one after another, releasing a surging magical power wave like ocean waves. Rumble. The sacrificial altar quivered for a short while. At once all the people quivered and couldn't stand steadily. All of them revealed an amazed and dumbfounded look. The altar beneath everyone's feet began to emit an immense pressure. This pressure was even more vast and powerful than the demonic might emitted by the two gigantic demonic figures in the sky. Runes began to appear around the altar, and the altar began to shine with a dazzling light. It was as if a primordial beast had been awakened. Apart from the people on the altar, everyone else felt an incomparable pressure. Under the shocked gaze of the others, the huge sacrificial altar started to slowly rise into the sky like a far ancient immortal mountain, directly driving away the demonic clouds in the sky. The 2000s of high demonic shadows flew backward. That sacrificial altar we seem to have miscalculated it. A voice drifted from Dragon Emperor City. Some old monsters were thinking about the sacrificial altar. Rumble. The heavens and the earth were shaking. The boundless power shook the heavens and the earth. The mountains were shaking and the earth was cracking as if doomsday had arrived. The huge sacrificial altar had absorbed a great deal of the essence of the heavens and the earth. At this moment it was guided out by Daoish Chaoyang. The power was so great that even a demigod would be shocked. At this moment the first demon venerable and demon monarch of 6 paths, who were hiding in the thousands of high demonic shadows, sensed that Daoish Chaoyang could really manipulate the power of the sacrificial altar. In this way Daoish Chaoyang could really kill them. Both the first demon venerable and demon monarch of 6 paths sensed the danger. Roar. Demon monarch of 6 paths roared furiously. The thousands of high demonic shadow released endless demonic power, and its ferocious chi filled the heavens and the earth. He raised the thousands of high blood-red demonic saber with both hands and slashed at the sacrificial altar that was rising into the sky. The blood-red saber light tore the heavens and the earth apart. It sounded like thousands of demons were roaring and shouting. The demonic sound directly penetrated the body and affected the soul. Within a radius of 100 miles, all living creatures were penetrated by the demonic sound. They were instantly killed. The power of the soul turned into specks of light and was absorbed by the blood-red saber light, becoming the nourishment of the demonic saber. When the sky demon saber was drawn, blood was killed within 100 miles, and all living creatures were slaughtered. Even with the protection of the array, Gu Fei and the others felt that their souls were shaking, as if their souls were going to rush out of their bodies. They hurried to operate their cultivation to resist the demonic sound. Boom! With a loud noise, the sky demon saber, worthy of being called the #1 demonic saber of the demonic path, directly broke through the layers of runes and slashed at the light curtain formed by the power of the sacrificial altar. However, this time, the demonic saber couldn't break the light curtain with one slash. The thousands of high blade light only hit the light curtain, and the sacrificial altar trembled. The next moment, the blood-red demonic saber was directly knocked away by an extremely powerful force. Kill. Daoish Chaoyang controlled the array on the sacrificial altar. With a wave of his hand, he seemed to attract an infinite power, which directly tore the void apart and attacked the retreating demon monarch of 6 paths. Roar. Demon monarch of 6 paths was shocked, and he hurriedly slashed at the surging destructive power. Boom. The saber light was broken, and the thousands of high demonic shadow disappeared. Boom. The saber light was broken again, and the demonic blood splashed in the sky. Boom! Without any suspense, the saber light was broken, and the demonic clouds in the sky were shaken away. The sky and the earth were lit up, and the demon monarch of 6 paths fell directly from the sky. Everyone was shocked that Daoist Chao Yang's attack had directly knocked the demon monarch of 6 paths down from the sky. Chapter 155. Daoist Zhao Yang combined with the altar to control the formation. He displayed great magical power and struck the demonic monarch of 6 paths with his palm. For a moment no one dared to look at him. He's invincible. No one in the royal emptiness realm is his match, unless a demigod appears, someone said. Some people who wanted to attack also gave up on the idea. Many old monsters in the southern wasteland knew about the existence of the altar, but they thought it was just a transmitting formation built by Taoism. No one could have imagined that the altar was a great weapon. Rumble. The massive 4-sided sacrificial altar slowly rose up, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. The boundless pressure it emitted was like a mountain, causing people to have the urge to look up at it, feeling as if they were as small as ants in front of it. On the altar outside of the formation, Gu Fei and the others were shocked. All of this was beyond their understanding. The 30 most outstanding young disciples of Taoism and the 3 senior experts of Taoism were all shocked. No one made a sound. The altar was deathly silent, terrifyingly silent. Roar! A furious roar came from the ground. Then, a mass of pitch-black demonic aura rose from the ground and flew to the west without looking back. It was the demonic monarch of 6 paths. Although Daoist Zhao Yang's attack had smashed the demonic monarch of 6 paths down from the sky, it did not kill him. However, the demonic monarch of 6 paths had also suffered a great impact. He did not dare to stay any longer. Seeing that the situation was not good, he immediately fled. The demonic monarch of 6 paths knew that there were many old monsters in the royal emptiness realm watching him. If someone attacked him while he was seriously injured, he would be in danger of dying in the southern wasteland. Was there really no one who wanted to attack the demonic monarch of 6 paths? The answer was no. Just as the 6 paths demon king was about to leave, a phoenix cry came from the south. Then a giant phoenix flew out of the clouds. It was surrounded by divine flames, and it flapped its wings and chased after the demon king of 6 paths, a vermilion bird and fire phoenix. Some old monsters in the royal emptiness realm who were hiding nearby changed their expressions when they saw the fire phoenix surrounded by divine flames. Rumor had it that the cultivation forces that had been passed down for countless years all had a great feud with the demons. It seemed that the rumor was not groundless. Without a doubt, that fire phoenix was not the real vermilion bird divine beast, but a vermilion bird expert of the imperial void stage that had transformed into the form of a fire phoenix. A pitch-black demonic shadow and a huge fire phoenix streaked across the sky like 2 bolts of lightning, disappearing into the western horizon in the blink of an eye. Great Demon Venerable, it's your turn. Taoist Zhao Yang controlled the altar, which was already high in the sky. As he spoke, he activated the power of the altar, condensing a flaming godly hand, which grabbed at the rolling demonic clouds. The huge flaming hand broke a hole in the surging demonic clouds that covered half the sky, and a demonic figure emerged from the demonic clouds. The demon realm's great demon sovereign had revealed his true appearance. The great demon sovereign was 5 meters tall. His entire body looked like it was made of steel. He gave off an extremely powerful feeling. His blood-red eyes flickered with an evil light. The armor on his body flickered with black light, exuding a great murderous aura, which made people feel that he was powerful and terrifying. The flaming godly hand turned into a huge mountain in the blink of an eye, shaking the heaven and earth. The 5 fingers were like pillars of fire, covering the sky and covering the earth, shrouding the great demon sovereign. Roar! The great demon sovereign let out a crazy roar. 2 demonic lights shot out from his blood-red eyes. Demonic energy surged all over his body, and black light appeared around him. Endless demonic energy instantly submerged the great demon sovereign. Then the surging demonic clouds condensed into a huge pitch-black demonic hand to meet the flaming godly hand. Boom! The pitch-black demonic hand and the flaming godly hand collided fiercely. The surging power shook the heaven and earth. The demonic hand directly collapsed, and the great demon sovereign was directly thrown down. Demonic blood sprinkled down. Rumble. The earth trembled and endless demonic energy entered the ground. The great demon sovereign didn't dare to fight anymore, so he directly escaped from the ground. This kind of demon had cultivated the immortal true demon body, so it was very difficult to kill him. However, some people still chased after him. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The demon monarch of 6 paths and the great demon sovereign were both seriously injured, so it was not impossible to kill them at this time. Taoist Xiaoyang glanced around, then directly sat cross-legged on the formation eye of the altar and began to pinch the Tao formula. Gu Fei and the others saw the scene just now, and their minds were shaken, unable to calm down for a long time. The tall figure of Taoist Xiaoyang was deeply engraved in their hearts. He disdainfully looked down on all the heroes, beat up the 2 great demons of the demon area, and shocked all the strong cultivators so no one dared to come out to fight him. How majestic and heroic was this? Not knowing how the others felt, Gu Fei was deeply shaken, and his heart of cultivation became even more determined. If he could become a supremacy and defeat all the strong cultivators in the world, it would not be a waste of his time in this world. Taoist Xiaoyang, who was sitting cross-legged in the center of the formation, suddenly said, "It's time. Drop your blood essence and I will send you over." At this time, the formation on the altar was already shining brightly, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth gathered from all directions and merged into the formation. In addition, the altar had also absorbed an endless amount of spiritual chi of heaven and earth. For a moment, the entire altar exuded an unprecedentedly powerful aura. The void around the altar was distorted, and then tiny spatial cracks that were as thin as strands of hair appeared. The power condensed by the altar had definitely surpassed the demigod level. Hearing this, everyone walked into the formation under the direction of Dan Qinzi, Lu Ruhai and Ding Yangzi. Then they bit their fingers and dropped a drop of blood essence on the formation under their feet. The moment the drop of blood fell on the formation, a red light burst out and was directly absorbed by the formation. Then, faintly, Gu Fei seemed to feel as if he had become one with the formation. Swoosh! With a sound, it was as if heaven and earth had changed places, or as if they had passed through an endless world of nothingness. Gu Fei only felt his vision blur, then darkness and then light again. He felt that he was still standing on the altar. Looking around, Li Lingfeng, Ziyu and the others were also beside him, looking around blankly. There was also a formation under his feet. The light of the formation was receding like a tide, and finally disappeared into the altar. There was also a person sitting cross-legged in the center of the formation. However, Gu Fei felt that the Taoist sitting in the formation was not the Shaoyang Peak's Taoist Xiaoyang, but a middle-aged Taoist with a pale face and wearing a simple white Taoist robe. What's going on? Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. He then looked around and felt that the altar seemed to be surrounded by a valley. It should be called a gorge, and the altar was at the bottom of a cliff next to the gorge. Gu Fei found that this altar seemed to be no different from the original altar. However, Gu Fei knew that this altar was not the one controlled by Taoist Xiaoyang. In just an instant, everyone arrived at an unknown place. It was really too magical. It was even faster than teleportation using Space Dao scrolls. Greetings, Senior Li Shang. Greetings, Patriarch Li Shang. Dan Qinzi and Ding Yangzi bowed to the middle-aged Taoist who was sitting cross-legged at the center of the altar. Lu Ruhai led a group of Guangqing Immortal sect disciples and bowed to the middle-aged Taoist. The middle-aged Taoist seemed to be very young, but his background seemed to be very powerful. The middle-aged Taoist who was sitting cross-legged in the core of the altar slowly opened his eyes. He first glanced at the 30 disciples of the younger generation around him. When his gaze landed on Gu Fei, he seemed to be a little surprised. Then his gaze fell on Dan Qinzi and the others. Get up. The middle-aged Taoist Li Shang gently waved his sleeve. The Guangqing Celestial Sect disciples who were bowing on the ground immediately felt a gentle force lifting them up. The middle-aged Taoist Li Shang stood up and said calmly, "It's been 260 years. I didn't expect that I, Li Shang, had been guarding this place for 260 years. The middle-aged Taoist Li Shang seemed to be a little disappointed. In the middle of the gorge, apart from the altar at the bottom of the cliff, there were many pavilions and terraces. At this moment, streaks of light flew out from the pavilions in the distance, heading towards the altar. Soon, 9 Taoists in green clothes landed on the altar on their Dharma treasures. Greetings, Patriarch. A black-bearded Taoist respectfully bowed to Taoist Li Shang. Taoist Li Shang nodded and said to Dan Qinzi and the others, "All right, you have arrived at the important place of the 3 great Taoist sects in the 100,000 mountain range, the sky-splitting valley." Taoist Li Shang paused for a moment before saying, "Qing Feng, bring them to the 3 Origin Hall to rest." Yes. The black-bearded Taoist quickly responded. Taoist Li Shang's words caused a commotion among the younger generation of the 3 great Taoist sects, including Gu Fei. They had actually entered the 100,000 mountain range. At this moment, everyone finally realized that their sects were so generous that they could build 2 altars that could teleport people thousands of miles away. No wonder no one had found the sky-splitting valley or the ruined sky realm in the past thousands of years. Teleportation through the void was traceless. Even void-controlling stage cultivators would have a hard time tracking the trajectory of the void teleportation, unless an immortal-level peerless figure made a move. However, immortal-level figures had long since shattered the void and entered the legendary heaven realm. No one would stay in the mortal world. Immortal-level experts were already the top figures in the world. Anyone who entered the sacred realm was already invincible in the world. Only by entering the legendary heaven realm could one achieve glory again. Under the lead of the black-bearded Taoist Qing Feng and the other 8 Taoists in green clothes, everyone walked down the altar and headed toward the palace in the distance. Chapter 156. The sky-splitting valley was a narrow gorge that was thousands of miles long. The gorge was in a straight line somewhere in the 100,000 mountain range. Network? It was as if someone had used a peerless divine weapon to open up a crack between the heavens and the earth in the mountains. No one knew how the founding ancestors of the 3 great Tao sects found their way here in the past. They actually found a mysterious place in the sky-splitting valley. The sky-splitting valley was an important place for the 3 great Tao sects. It could be said that the founding ancestors of the 3 great Tao sects started their journey here. They had a fortuitous encounter and started their own sections. Therefore, this gorge could be said to be the origin of the 3 great Tao sects. The achievements of the 3 great Tao sects were inextricably linked to this important place. The 100,000 mountain range was a taboo. There were all kinds of legends and secrets in the mountain range. In the 100,000 mountain range, there was a dangerous place that even immortals did not dare to step into. There was a desperate situation that could send a demigod to his grave in an instant. Legend had it that in the depths of the 100,000 mountain range, there was a battlefield of gods and demons. There was a place where the dragon burial ground and there were miracles left behind from ancient times. The 100,000 mountain range was one of the most mysterious places in the Tinglong continent. There was nothing that was impossible in this place. The sky-splitting valley was not in the depths of the mountain range. At most, it was at the edge of the mountain range. However, even so, no outsider had been able to enter this place for thousands of years. The sky was filled with stars, sprinkling down endless starlight. The bright moon shone high up in the sky. The world was silent. At the end of the sky-splitting valley, the gorge stopped abruptly. It was as if the crack of the gorge had suddenly stopped here. It was as if the peerless strike of a god was blocked by someone, or perhaps it had struck a mysterious place. In short, the 1,000-mile gorge came to an abrupt end. At the end of the gorge was a huge, smooth, jade-like rock wall. On the rock wall there was a stone door. The stone door was tightly shut. The surrounding dust was a few inches thick. There was no wind here. Everything seemed to be still, as if even the wind was unwilling to step into this place. There was no doubt that this stone door had not been opened for a very long time. The stone door was very ordinary and there was nothing special about it. If there was anything special, it would be that this stone door was embedded into the stone wall. It was as if there was another world behind the stone wall. This stone door had undoubtedly existed for countless years, because it gave off an aura of infinite antiquity. About 10 miles away from the stone gate, in a vast valley, there was a palace. Under the cover of the night, only that palace gave off a bit of light. Crack Valley 3 Yuan Palace. Dozens of white figures were sitting cross-legged in the main hall. Some of them had a small sword embroidered on their sleeves, some had a talisman on their sleeves and some had nothing. Those who had small swords embroidered on their sleeves were disciples of the Guangqing Celestial Sect. Those who had runes embroidered on their sleeves were disciples of the Xianxia sect. Those who had nothing on their sleeves were disciples of the Taishan sect. 30 of the most outstanding disciples of the younger generation from the 3 great Taoist societies sat cross-legged on the ground, their eyes closed as they circulated their qi. Wisps of magical power emanated from these people and lingered in the main hall. These people were the elites of the younger generation from the 3 great Taoist societies. They were the most outstanding disciples who had stood out from their peers through selection. It could be said that they were the future of the 3 great Taoist societies. The main hall was very quiet. No one spoke and even the faint sound of breathing could be heard. They were making the final preparations to enter the ruined sky realm. There were still 7 or 8 days until the demon star rushed to the 7 fiends. However, in these few days, the people from the 3 great Taoist societies had already begun to attack the seal. However, they had all failed. The seal of the stone door was extremely powerful and no power could shake it. Even after using the power of the altar, they still could not get close to the stone door. Their plan to open the ruined sky realm ahead of time could be considered to have failed. The three great Taoist societies had once again confirmed the last words of their founding ancestor. No matter how powerful one's magical power was, one could not open the ruined sky realm until the time was right. Only when the demon star rushed to the seven fiends and the fiends and demons wreaked havoc in heaven and earth would the balance of the power of heaven and earth be disrupted, and the power of the seal would be greatly weakened. Only then could the ruined sky realm be opened. Among the 30 white-robed young disciples sitting cross-legged in the main hall, one of them suddenly stood up from the ground. That person was none other than Gu Fei. His Tao was operating at all times, and it was suitable for both movement and stillness. He did not need to sit around all day, comprehend the heavenly Tao, and condense magical power like other cultivators. To Gu Fei, stillness was the Tao and stillness was also the Tao. Stillness and stillness were both Tao. Gu Fei did not alarm anyone. He walked out of the Three Essences Hall. The moment he stepped out of the hall, at least 7 or 8 divine senses swept over him at the same time. Gu Fei could not help but frown. He had long known that the disciples of the three great Taoist societies guarding the Split Sky Valley were all cultivators in the transcending mortality realm. Cultivators in the transcending mortality realm had already condensed their Tao core and entered the cultivation stage of nurturing their nascent divinities. At this stage, the divine senses of cultivators were very powerful. They could instantly sense the slightest movement in the wind, and it was clearer and more real than seeing with their eyes. This might be the legendary heavenly eye. Gu Fei could not be bothered with them. He calmly walked to a pavilion beside the main hall. There was a simple stone table and a few stone stools in the pavilion. When Gu Fei walked into the pavilion, the 7 or 8 divine senses also retreated. Gu Fei leaned against the railing and looked around. The moonlight was like water and it was quiet everywhere. Looking up at the sky, he saw a blood-red demon star and a dark green demon star flickering with demonic light, as if they were competing to see who was brighter. The distance between the two stars is getting closer. Could it be that the stars in the sky can really collide? Gu Fei thought of the prophecy that happened once every 260 years and could not help but have some doubts in his heart. The 2 demonic stars in the sky were much brighter than the other stars. They seemed to be closer to the ground than all the other stars, as if they could fall from the sky at any time. Gu Fei stared at the blood-red devilish star. In a trance, the devilish star seemed to have transformed into an extremely hideous and enormous devilish face that swooped down from the sky. Its bloody mouth was wide open and countless living beings were swallowed into that bloody mouth. Gu Fei felt as if his soul was about to be sucked away. At this moment, the Tai Chi mark on Gu Fei's chest flashed with a ray of light, and a cool stream of air flowed into Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei's body shook and he suddenly woke up. So evil. Gu Fei's heart trembled and he quickly looked away. At this time he realized that his clothes had long been soaked in sweat. Gu Fei felt a little upset. It seemed that the demon star in the sky had affected his state of mind. Gu Fei did not think too much about it. He directly sat down in the pavilion and used his Xianxia to gradually calm his upset thoughts. Everything in the pavilion was seen by an old Taoist with white beard and eyebrows who was sitting on the roof of another hall in the distance. Under the moonlight, the right side of the old Taoist's face was as red as a baby's, but the left side of his face was wrinkled like a dried orange peel. At first glance it was simply half a skull. The right side of the old Taoist's body was full of vitality, but the left side was lifeless. Life and death, 2 completely opposite auras, actually appeared on the body of a person. Anyone who saw it would be shocked. However, Gu Fei could not detect the old Taoist's existence, and the old Taoist's gaze seemed to pierce through the void and fell on Gu Fei. Strange, this child actually does not practice Taoist techniques. It seems, it is the long-lost martial arts. Interesting. The old Taoist seemed to be very interested in Gu Fei. The old Taoist's cloudy eyes flashed a bit, as if he had discovered something interesting. However, the old Taoist quickly retracted his gaze, and then closed his eyes gently like a fossil, sitting on the roof of the hall. The sun rose in the east and Gu Fei woke up from his meditation. Unknowingly, a night had passed and Gu Fei's annoyance had long since calmed down. However, it had to be said that the devil star in the sky was really full of demonic nature. Gu Fei only took a look at it, and his inner demons were almost triggered by the demonic nature of the devil star. It should be known that Gu Fei walked the path of martial arts, and martial arts was the human path. It did not leave the body and it did not refine the primordial spirit. It focused on one's heart and there was nothing else. It was what one's heart was. Regardless of the surging mortal world and the boundless mortal world, one would bravely advance and strive to be the most supreme in the world. Therefore, with Gu Fei's state of mind, it was absolutely impossible for an inner demon to appear during cultivation. Even Gu Fei almost lost his mind, which was enough to show how evil the Devil Star was. In the next 2 days, Gu Fei did not take a step out of the Hall of Three Elements. He stayed in his room, and when he was bored he would open the magical equipment bag and look at the Xiaoqing snake. This little guy had swallowed 2 beast crystals in succession, and even the demon core of the Blackwater mystical snake into its stomach. It seemed to be a little weak, and its abdomen was still swollen, and it did not seem to be shrinking. The Xiaoqing snake seemed to be a special species of snake. Gu Fei faintly felt that this little guy might have a powerful background. Seeing that the Xiaoqing snake was listlessly coiled in the magical equipment bag, Gu Fei did not disturb it, and let it refine the demon core. However, the demon core of the Blackwater mystical snake was not easy to refine, and it might take some time. On the morning of the 8th day, all the disciples of the 3 major Taoist sects in the Crack Valley gathered in the Hall of Three Elements. Everyone looked extremely serious. An important moment is coming. Check everything around you. Don't leave behind anything that you should bring, and throw away anything that you shouldn't bring. Then follow your master out. Taoist Li Shang looked at the disciples in front of him and said in a deep voice. Behind Taoist Li Shang stood 2 old Taoists. These 2 old Taoists were definitely 2 old monsters, which could be seen from their appearance. The 2 old Taoists were as thin as sticks, and a few strands of hair on their heads were almost gone. Their skin was wrinkled, and it was impossible to tell how old they were. They looked like dried corpses. Chapter 157. The morning sun was like fire, illuminating the earth and dispelling the darkness. At the end of the cracked sky valley, a group of white-robed youths sat cross-legged in an open space in front of the stone wall. There were also 2 or 3 young girls among them. The 30 most outstanding disciples of the younger generation of the 3 great Taoist sects were gathered here. There was a stone door on the stone wall. The stone door was tightly shut, and an aura of immeasurable antiquity assaulted one's senses. 2 old Taoists sat cross-legged in front of the stone door. Both of them had lived for an unknown period of time. Their skin was wrinkled, and their faces were filled with wrinkles that looked like ravines carved into their faces. The old Taoists, who were as thin as mummies, had lived for a long time. Therefore, in terms of seniority, they were definitely the oldest of the 3 great Taoist sects. It was these 2 antique old Taoists who were in charge of opening the ruined sky realm. Gu Fei sat cross-legged behind Li Lingfeng. He stared at the simple stone door on the stone wall in front of him. Could it be that one could enter the legendary ruined sky grotto heaven through this stone door? The stone door on the stone wall was clearly connected to a certain place. There was no doubt about it. However, whether it was the most mysterious ruined sky realm of the 3 great Taoist sects, no one knew. Even if someone knew, they would definitely not say it. This was because it was a secret shared by the 3 great Taoist sects, and a great secret at that. No one dared to divulge this secret. In the eyes of the 3 great Taoist sects, the consequences of divulging this secret were even more serious than deceiving their masters and destroying their ancestors. Apart from the 30 most outstanding young disciples of the 3 great Taoist sects, Dan Shenzi, Lu Ruhai, and Ding Yangzi, there were also over 100 green-robed disciples at the transcending mortality stage guarding the surroundings. Everyone was on guard as if they were facing a great enemy. Taoist Li Shang had already left. He was preparing to move the altar and attack the seal. Only an altar that had gathered an endless amount of heaven and earth origin chi could shake the seal of the stone door. The 2 old Taoists, who were as thin as sticks, sat cross-legged in front of Dan Shenzi, Lu Ruhai, and the group of young disciples. Their brows were lowered, and their lips were moving slightly as if they were praying. However, no sound came out. Even though the sun had already risen high in the sky and the thousands of stars had long since faded away, there were still 2 stars that shone brilliantly in the sky and refused to fade away. Even in broad daylight, one could see the stars in the sky. This was a rare phenomenon that would only appear once every 260 years. The devils and demons of the world began to walk out of their secluded cultivation grounds to welcome the arrival of the Holy Sun. Today there would definitely be a battle between the devils and demons. After all, they were mortal enemies. Legend has it that the devil star in the sky was formed by the Devil King that was exiled to the 9 heavens. The Devil King's name was Heavenly Devil. Every 260 years he would return. However, he was obstructed by an ancient demon lord called 7 Fiends. This was the origin of the Devil Star strikes the 7 Fiends. Of course, this was only a legend. The Devil Star formed by the Heavenly Demon and the Demon Star formed by the ancient demon lord would collide once every 260-year cycles. For millions of years, it had never stopped, and the mighty energy of heaven and earth would also be disturbed at this time. Tonight was the time when the Devil Star rushed towards the seven evils. Cultivators who had opened their heavenly eyes could already see the Devil Star returning from the 9 heavens and falling to the earth. However, the 7 Fiends Demon Star was meeting the Devil Star and blocking its way back. Although it was daytime and the Sun Star was emitting endless yang qi, those powerful cultivators could already sense that the mighty energy of heaven and earth seemed to be somewhat unstable. The devil and demon powers were gradually affecting the balance of the mighty energy of heaven and earth. However, all this had nothing to do with Gu Fei. What he needed to do now was to wait for the night to come, and then enter the secret realm of the ruined sky to search for the 9-colored divine grass. No one knew what the 9-colored divine grass was, but every disciple of the Taishan sect had a jade slip in their hands. In the jade slip, apart from the map of the ruined sky realm, it also contained a description of the 9-colored divine grass. Gu Fei felt that the map in the jade slip was incomplete. It did not show the whole ruined sky realm and seemed to only show a very small area. In other words, it had been thousands of years since the founder of the Taishan sect appeared in the ruined sky realm, and the 3 great Taoist sects had yet to explore the entire ruined sky realm. This was enough to show that the so-called ruined sky realm was so vast that even now, it was still unclear how big it was. It was full of unknown dangers. The ruined sky realm was not a paradise, nor was it a fairyland. Some areas could even be said to be dangerous places. This was the precious experience accumulated by the disciples who had entered the ruined sky realm. The unknown dangers in the ruined sky realm were enough to be fatal. Danger and opportunity coexisted. Although there was the danger of dying, as long as one could come out of the ruined sky realm, one would be able to make some progress in cultivation. Some of the disciples of the 3 great Taoist sects who came out of the ruined sky realm later became experts in the cultivation world of the Tenglong continent. Dozens of people sat cross-legged in front of the stone wall. From morning to noon and from noon to night, no one spoke and no one even moved. However, Gu Fei found that as time passed, the breathing of the surrounding disciples in the transcending mortality realm gradually began to quicken. Those disciples in green seemed to be very excited. It was so quiet that it made one's heart palpitate and chest feel suffocated. In front of the stone wall, a tense atmosphere pervaded the air, and everyone's nerves were stretched taut. Rumble? A muffled thunder-like sound began to come out of the split sky valley. In this quiet night, it clearly reached the ears of everyone in front of the stone wall. The 2 thin old Taoists sitting in front of the stone wall suddenly opened their eyes. Their eyes were no longer cloudy, but were as bright as stars. It's finally starting. The 2 old Taoists murmured in a very low voice, so low that even they themselves seemed to be unable to hear it. An extremely ugly smile appeared on their wrinkled faces. Although it was not the first time these 2 old Taoists had presided over the opening of the ruined sky realm, they could not help but be very excited when it was really about to open. This sound? As the sound entered his ears, Gu Fei could not help but frown. He had vaguely guessed where the muffled thunder-like sound came from. Sure enough, after the sound came out, the surrounding spiritual qi of heaven and earth boiled, and then converged behind. For a moment the weather changed. At some point, the bright moon that was originally hanging in the sky had disappeared, and the countless stars in the sky had also disappeared. In the entire sky there were only 2 bright stars left. One of the stars was emitting endless blood-colored demonic light. What it sprinkled down was not starlight, but endless demonic nature that could arouse the deepest evil thoughts in everyone's heart. And the other star, although it looked very evil, emitting a dark green light that illuminated the heaven and earth, it was less evil and more righteous. Gu Fei was surprised to find that the 2 stars in the sky seemed to be approaching. This was not an illusion, but the demon star and the 7 malefic demon star were really moving. There are still 2 hours until the Ion hour. Listen up, disciples. The 2 old Taoists sitting cross-legged in front of the crowd had already stood up. One of them who was speaking paused for a moment before continuing. The ruined sky realm is not the paradise you think it is, but a dangerous place. You must be careful in there or you won't even know what happened when you die. The other old Taoist continued, if you encounter danger in there, no one will save you. You can only rely on yourself. Life and death are determined by fate. Do you understand? Hearing that, Gu Fei did not say anything. The test of life and death was the best training for him. However, the others looked at each other, a little confused. Although they had heard bits and pieces about the ruined heaven realm from others, they still found it a little hard to adapt to the direct words of these 2 old seniors. After the 2 old Taoists said some things that they should pay attention to in the ruined sky realm, they did not speak anymore, but raised their heads to observe the two stars in the sky. At this time, the rumbling sound had gradually become like the galloping of 10,000 horses. The entire split sky valley was shaking slightly, as if there were really 10,000 horses galloping. Of course, everyone knew that there was absolutely no scene of 10,000 horses galloping in the vicinity of the split sky valley. Inside the split sky valley, thousands of spiritual chi gathered in one place, and a force began to awaken, as if a prehistoric beast had awakened from a deep sleep. This force caused Gu Fei's expression to change instantly, and the others reacted the same way as Gu Fei because this force was very familiar. It was the energy fluctuation that burst out when Taoist Chao Yang activated the Grand Formation and controlled the altar. Needless to say, Taoist Li Shang was activating the Grand Formation and gradually guiding the power of the altar out. Rumble. The rumbling sound became louder and louder, and the ground of the split sky valley trembled. Ripples spread out from the canyon, and then the ripples slowly expanded, and eventually turned into monstrous waves. Boundless energy fluctuations were like monstrous waves, surging violently in the sky above the sky-splitting valley. At this moment, everyone was extremely nervous. The power of the sacrificial altar made everyone feel an immense pressure. Everyone present was shocked. Everyone stood up from the ground and looked towards the direction where the sound came from. They saw thousands of multicolored lights lingering in the air, and an altar was slowly rising from the canyon. At this time, the blood-red demon star in the sky and the seven fiends demon star were approaching each other at a speed visible to the naked eye. Half an hour had passed, and the altar was fixed in the sky, emitting thousands of multicolored lights and thousands of auspicious chi, illuminating the sky and earth. At the moment when the Z-hour arrived, the two approaching stars in the sky finally collided with each other. In an instant, time seemed to have stopped. Everyone who saw this scene temporarily lost their ability to think. At this moment, the power of the monsters and demons exploded. Even though they were far above the sky, the power of the monsters and demons still affected the Tenglong continent. At this moment, the demons were dancing wildly on the Tenglong continent. Under the influence of the power of the monsters and demons, the power of the monsters and demons skyrocketed. Wherever the monsters and demons met, there would be a great war. Chapter 158. The Devil Star rushed towards the seven evils, and the sky seemed to be sprinkling endless blood and green light rain. The heaven and earth trembled, and the sky seemed to be overturned by the demonic power that exploded. Under this demonic phenomenon, millions of people were trembling in fear. At this moment, the balance of the power of the heaven and earth was finally shaken. Rumble. The altar that was originally fixed in the sky above the Crack Valley emitted thousands of rays of light, thousands of auspicious chi, and a vast and boundless pressure. It was like an ancient sacred mountain that was moving towards the stone wall. Back off, quickly back off. The two old Taoists shouted to the crowd of disciples excitedly, and they themselves were like rabbits that had their tails stepped on. Swoosh. They dodged to the side. All the disciples standing in front of the stone wall turned pale, and then they hurriedly dodged to the side. Swoosh. Gu Fei rushed out from below, and appeared on a big rock at the side of the cliff. He raised his head and looked at the huge altar that was moving towards him. His eyes had already narrowed into a line, and rays of light shot out from under his eyelids. What a terrifying altar. The person controlling the altar can definitely shake a demigod. Gu Fei was shocked. The pressure that the altar emitted was really too strong. Wherever the altar passed, the void would tremble and thin space cracks would appear. Of course, in the dark night, under the illumination of thousands of rays of light, these thin space cracks that were as thin as silk could not be seen by many people. At this moment, the enormous four-sided altar seemed to have transformed into a piece of translucent and sparkling divine jade, flowing with dazzling divine light. Numerous mysterious talisman characters rushed out from the altar and circled around the altar endlessly. After countless years of gathering and absorbing, the altar contained endless essence of the heaven and earth. The ancient altar had condensed an unimaginably huge amount of energy, but at this moment, it was guided out, and its momentum could be described as earth-shattering. Above the altar, in the center of the formation, a white figure stood proudly, with his big sleeves fluttering in the wind. He was like an immortal descending to the world, and in the midst of the wind and clouds, the aura of an expert that looked down on the world was completely displayed. That person was the senior sword immortal of Guangqing Immortal sect, Taoist Li Shang. In the sky, the demonic and demonic powers fought against each other. In the sky, the blood-colored demonic light and the green demonic aura collided violently, canceling each other out. Mo Xing, who was returning from the 9 heavens, was blocked. In the sky above the sky-shattering valley, a majestic figure controlled an ancient altar and descended slowly from the sky. The three great Taoist sects took advantage of the temporary chaos caused by the Devil Star crashing into the seven baneful beasts to open the ruined heaven realm. The Devil Star's return was blocked above the nine heavens, but nothing could stop the descent of the altar. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Taoist Li Shang controlled the altar and descended from the sky. Boom! The huge altar landed in front of the stone wall, and the ground immediately surged like waves. Billowing smoke and dust swept in all directions, and on the ground, a huge formation appeared. Gu Fei was shocked. It turned out that there was a formation below where they were just now. The huge formation and the mysterious runes were being activated by the descending altar. Everyone was shocked to find that the place where the altar landed was actually the formation eye of the formation on the ground. There was a formation within a formation, and there was a formation eye within a formation eye. Using an ancient altar as the formation eye of the formation was really extravagant. The array in front of the stone wall seemed to have been infused with an endless amount of divine power by the altar, and it began to emit a dazzling light. At this time, the stone door on the stone wall that had no reaction began to tremble. A tiger's roar shook the heavens and the earth. A white tiger emerged from the four corners of the formation, and with a sudden leap, it leaped into the sky. Everyone was extremely shocked. The appearance of the western white tiger seemed to connect the formation with the stars in the sky, and it received the power of the western white tiger's 7 constellations. The image of the white tiger seemed to have materialized, and it bared its fangs and brandished its claws, and its roar shook the heavens. Network, this seems to be the ancient Four Spirits divine formation. Shangqing sect's senior brother Lin Xian mumbled to himself as he stared at the roaring white tiger in the sky. The Shangqing sect's path was a combination of Taoist techniques and talismans. Arrays and talismans were the specialty of the Shangqing sect. In this world, there was not a single sect that dared to claim that they were better than the Shangqing sect when it came to arrays and talismans. As the senior brother of the Shangqing sect, Lin Xian has read countless books about arrays and talismans. When he activated this array and summoned the western white tiger, he recognized this array. It was no wonder he was so shocked, because he also cultivated the four symbols technique. However, compared to the array before him, his Taoist techniques were nothing. Lin Xian's guess was right. The white tiger appeared and the green dragon came out. With another dragon roar, a green dragon shadow rushed out from the east side of the formation diagram. It flew and circled in the sky east of the altar, drawing in the endless power of the stars from the east. The vermilion bird of the south and the black tortoise of the north appeared next and flew into the sky. The four ancient beasts received the power of the east, south, west and west constellations. The entire array was activated. At once, inside the Valley of Cracks, the roar of a tiger, the roar of a dragon, and the cry of a phoenix shook the sky. The four beasts were positioned at the four corners of the altar and resonated with the array. They pushed the array's power to its peak. The entire valley and the entire mountain range began to shake. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Even the demonic stars in the sky and the 7 evils were overshadowed. The powerful energy fluctuations caused everyone's hearts to palpitate. The pressure emitted by the 4 divine beasts caused everyone to feel a great pressure. In front of the 4 divine beasts, they felt as if they were as weak as ants. The birds and beasts in the surrounding area were also stirred up at this moment, and all of them fled in panic in all directions. The roars of the 4 beasts shook heaven and earth. The powerful sound waves shook the mountains. Gu Fei also felt his divine soul tremble. He felt a tightness in his chest as if a huge rock was pressing down on his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. At this moment, if a cultivator with an exceedingly high cultivation base were to observe the celestial phenomena, they would discover that the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise in the 4 directions were all emitting dazzling starlight. However, the starlight was overshadowed by the destructive starlight emitted by the 2 demonic stars in the sky. Those without cultivation would not be able to detect the abnormality of the 4 stars. Roar! How dare you? Demon King, what do you want? The people of the Tao sect have begun to open the ruined heaven realm. Outside the 100,000 mountain range, demonic clouds rolled and demonic chi blotted out the sky. 2 figures were engaged in a fierce battle. One mountain peak after another crumbled under the powerful divine abilities of the 2 figures like they were made of paper. The demonic chi turned the area into a hell of Azura. Cut the crap. Today I'm going to kill you, you devil. A majestic voice came from the dark green demonic aura that was tumbling violently. Lunatic. The thousands of Jianghu tall demonic shadow rushed into the sky. Without further confrontation, it abandoned its opponent and rushed into the mountain range. Where do you think you're going? The overwhelming demonic chi covered the sky and surged towards the demonic shadow. It was a life and death duel between demons and demons. This was a grudge that had lasted for thousands of years. It could not be resolved, and there was no way to resolve it unless one side was destroyed. The 4 stars have appeared in the 4 directions. Have the people of the Tao sect opened that mysterious world again? Such a question drifted out of Dragon Emperor City. In the heaven-splitting valley, on the high altar in front of the cliff, Taoist Li Shang was chanting a Taoist incantation and forming a hand seal, shooting immortal light towards the 4 immortal beasts in the sky. He poured the power of the altar into the 4 great divine beasts. Although the 4 great divine beasts were condensed by the formation and weren't real divine beasts, at this moment, the bodies of the 4 great divine beasts were incomparably real. A scale, a claw, a feather. Chaotic heaven and earth connect all the realms. 4 spirits open the way. Ruin heavenly realm. A loud voice reverberated across the sky as if it came from the prehistoric times. Then, before everyone's eyes, the 4 mythical beasts above the altar howled at the same time. Their howl shook the heavens. Then they turned into a ray of dazzling light that intertwined with each other and formed a giant ray of light. Then they dashed towards the stone door on the wall. The expected loud sound didn't appear. The 4-colored immortal light penetrated the stone gate. Then a layer of dense runes flashed across the stone gate before it returned to its original state. Ancient runes? Senior brother Lin Xian of the Xianxia sect was shocked again. Rumble? The ancient stone gate was shaking. After being sealed for 2 cycles of 60 years, it finally opened again. Everyone was extremely excited. Even the 2 old Taoists who had already stepped into the coffin were trembling with excitement as if they could fall at any time. However, no one dared to underestimate the 2 old Taoists. They weren't as weak as they looked. None of the people who could guard the origin of the 3 great Taoist sects were weak. The stone gate opened. Yes, although it was very slow, the stone gate was opening. There was no doubt about it. On the altar, Taoist Li Shang's white robe was already drenched in sweat. Taoist Li Shang's expression was extremely solemn. He stood in the core of the altar, constantly guiding the vast and boundless power of the altar, and then pouring it into the 4-colored divine light formed by the 4 divine beasts. The 4-colored immortal light seemed to pierce through the void and the barrier of the world. The endless immortal light directly broke the seal on the stone gate. It was as if an invisible hand was pushing the stone gate. Rumble? The stone gate made a loud noise that shook the heavens and the earth. An ancient aura seeped out from the gap that had already been opened. Bit by bit, the stone gate opened inward. When the 2 stone gates moved inward, it was as if 2 ancient divine mountains were moving. It was extremely strenuous. Chapter 159. Whoosh. Amidst the swirling light, a figure fell out from the gap between the 2 stone doors. Everyone was instantly dumbfounded. Even the 2 old Taoists who were in charge of opening the ruined sky realm were greatly shocked. Something that had never happened before had actually happened. Someone had actually come out of the ruined sky realm after 2 cycles of 60 years. Everyone was extremely shocked. However, in the next moment, everyone was shocked once again. This was because the person who had fallen out from behind the stone door did not have any signs of life on him. As expected, a bang. With a loud bang, that person directly fell in front of the stone wall. His entire body was like porcelain, instantly smashed into pieces. His entire body was shattered into pieces. What's going on? The crowd could not help but be dumbfounded. The person who had fallen out from behind the stone door seemed to be a stone statue, but there seemed to be something wrong with it. This was because the stone statues would not be so realistic. After all, everyone present was a Xianxia, and their eyes were extremely sharp. Look at his sleeve," someone shouted. Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. He immediately looked at the relatively intact stone arm on the ground, and saw that there was actually a small sword on the cuff of the petrified arm. Someone from the Guangqing Immortal sect? Everyone could not help but be shocked. The person who had fallen out from behind the stone door was most likely not a stone statue, but a real person. It was very likely that someone from the Guangqing Immortal sect had gotten lost in the ruined sky realm last time. Thinking of this, everyone could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. The people from the Guangqing Immortal sect looked at each other in dismay. They had never imagined that the person who had fallen out from behind the stone door was actually their senior. The expression of the Guangqing Immortal sect's Lu Ruhai became somewhat unsightly. He seemed to have thought of something. It seemed that this fellow was really unlucky. He had already found the way back and had come to the stone door. However, once the stone door was closed, it would take 2 cycles of 60 years before it could be opened again. He had been forcefully sealed behind the stone door. Cultivators who were only in the realm of awakening self would never be able to stay in the ruined sky realm for 2 60-year cycles. If they did not break through to the realm of transcending mortality, their lifespan would only be 100 or so years. If they were trapped in the ruined sky realm, they would die of old age. Rummel. The azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise, the 4-colored divine light formed by the 4 spirits, was gradually pushing the thick stone door open. Their speed was as slow as a snail, and it seemed even more difficult than shattering space itself. The great formation took in the power of the constellations from everywhere, and the soul altar connected to heaven and earth. The power of the entire ancient formation was beyond people's imagination. Even so, it was still extremely strenuous. Although everyone was shocked by the person who fell out of the stone gate, they didn't have time to think too much about it. After all, the opening of the ruined heaven realm had reached a critical moment. However, Gu Fei paid attention to it because anyone could see that the person behind the stone door had died in a very strange way. He didn't know what had attacked him, but his entire body had been petrified. The ruined heaven realm was indeed filled with unimaginable dangers. It was not a safe place. At this time, an unimaginable scene was formed between heaven and earth. In the sky, the blood-red demon star and the green demon star seemed to be colliding. Vaguely, there seemed to be muffled thunderclaps ringing down from the sky. Tonight, the demon star and the demon star became the protagonists between heaven and earth. Their light outshone thousands of stars, illuminating the world alone. What kind of ferocious might was this? The strange phenomenon lasted for more than 2 hours before the 2 stars representing the demon star and the demon star separated. The demon star seemed to retreat unwillingly, and the demon star forced the demon star to change its orbit. The great explosion of the demon star between heaven and earth disturbed the mighty power of heaven and earth. The impact caused by the explosion would take about 10 days to subside. The next 10 days might change the fate of some people. Rummel. The ancient stone door was opened. After 2 hours of hard work, the ancient stone door on the stone wall was finally opened. Everyone was very excited. They saw the stone door wide open, shining with dazzling 4-colored divine light, and a wave-like power spread out. It was very gentle and not domineering at all. It was a passage leading to the ruined heaven realm. The passage was full of flowing lights, and it was completely opened by the 4-colored divine light. At the end of the passage came a strange fluctuation. No one could tell what kind of fluctuation it was, because it could not be described with words. It seemed that at the end of the passage was a whole new world. Although this idea was absurd and unbelievable, it still popped up in everyone's mind. At this time, the 4-colored divine light fixed the ancient stone door in place. The altar communicated with heaven and earth, gathering endless origin chi of heaven and earth, and the grand array received the power of the stars from all directions. Under this power, the door leading to the ruined heaven realm was opened. What are you waiting for? Charge. No one knew who it was, but with a loud shout, a few green shadows charged into the stone door. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A few more people rushed into the stone door and disappeared into the passage that was shining with dazzling 4-colored light. This works. Gu Fei and the others could not help but be shocked. Weren't they the only ones qualified to enter the ruined heaven realm? Only the 30 most outstanding disciples of the younger generation from the 3 major Taoist sects were qualified to enter the ruined heaven realm. One after another, Gu Fei discovered that at least a dozen disciples in green who were above the transcending mortality realm had rushed through the stone door. Among these people there were people from the Taishan sect, Shangqing sect, and people from the Guangqing celestial sect. It seemed that they were not the only ones who could enter the ruined heaven realm. Disciples of the Guangqing Immortal sect, follow me. Lu Ruhai waved his arm and immediately strode toward the stone door. The 10 outstanding disciples of the Guangqing Immortal sect immediately followed. All disciples in the Split Sky Valley are qualified to enter the ruined heaven realm. However, life and death are determined by fate. After entering the ruined heaven realm, everything will depend on your luck. The 2 old Taoists who presided over the opening of the ruined heaven realm said loudly. The old voice spread throughout the entire Split Sky Valley and echoed in the sky above the canyon. Whoosh! Whoosh! Another few Cyan disciples rushed into the stone door. Obviously, these people also wanted to find opportunities in the ruined heaven realm, opportunities that could help them break through their cultivation. Disciples of the Shangqing sect, follow me. Xianxia shouted and calmly led the 10 most outstanding disciples of the Xianxia sect through the stone door. Let's go in as well. Xianxia's voice was very calm, but his expression was very serious. It seemed that entering the ruin heaven realm was not a good thing. Gu Fei and the others glanced at each other before following behind Xianxia into the four-colored divine light. When the light shone on their bodies, it felt as if it could penetrate through them, causing them to feel a chill all over their body. It was as if they were walking on a layer of water. This was a passage of energy, a path to the ruin heaven realm constructed by vast amounts of energy. No one said anything. Everyone was extremely nervous. Gu Fei was also nervous. His palms were already sweating as if he could hear his heart pounding in his chest. Stepping into the ancient stone door, there was no end in sight. Four-colored divine light flashed in front of them, and beyond the four-colored divine light was the gray chaos. After walking for about 100 zhang in the energy passage, they saw that there was no way forward. A transparent light curtain that looked like a wave of water blocked their way. Xianxia had no intention of stopping. He walked straight towards the layer of light curtain, and then, under the incredulous gazes of Gu Fei and the others, he disappeared into the light curtain. Everyone couldn't help but hesitate, but Li Lingfeng walked straight into the light curtain. There was not the slightest ripple on the light curtain. Gu Fei followed closely behind Li Lingfeng and also walked into the light curtain. Gu Fei felt as if he had walked into a wave of water, but he knew that there was absolutely no water around him. After taking 2 steps, Gu Fei's eyes lit up. What he saw in front of him made him unable to recover his senses for a long time. Behind the light curtain was not a cave but a world, an endless world. There was also a moon in the sky. The moonlight was like water, sprinkling down from the sky. Below the sky was an endless stretch of mountains. A cool breeze blew against his face. Gu Fei found that he was standing on a cliff, and there was no one beside him. Beast roars occasionally came from the dark mountains in front of him. Where's Xianxia? Where's Li Lingfeng? Gu Fei hastily scanned the surroundings. There was no one on the cliff. There was no one. He was alone. Could it be that the water-like light curtain could teleport people to different places? Gu Fei couldn't help but feel apprehensive. This was not a good thing. He hastily took out the jade slip from his magic treasure pouch and sent his divine sense into it. He wanted to figure out his current position before deciding what to do next. So that's how it is, Gu Fei murmured. It turned out that there were 81 spatial nodes to enter the ruined sky realm, and his spatial node was on this cliff called Divine Hawk Ridge. Divine Hawk Ridge? Gu Fei's divine sense withdrew from the jade slip. Right at this moment, Gu Fei felt a strong wind pouncing on his head. Oh no. Gu Fei hastily rolled on the ground. Even so, his back seemed to be grabbed by something. With a rip, a large piece of his shirt was torn off. Whoosh! A black shadow flew over Gu Fei's head. Evil creature. Gu Fei fiercely jumped up from the ground and punched at the black shadow. A dazzling golden light burst out from Gu Fei's fist. Bang! The black shadow was immediately blown apart by Gu Fei's punch, and a pungent smell of blood immediately filled the air. Damn feathered evil creature. Gu Fei couldn't help cursing. He had just come out of the energy passage and was attacked by this blind thing. Gu Fei was in a very bad mood. After throwing the jade slip into the magic treasure pouch, Gu Fei was about to go down the cliff when a flapping sound of wings came from above. Gu Fei raised his head to look, only to see that the sky was densely packed with a dense black mass. God knows how many enormous steel-winged goshawks were swooping down towards him from all directions. Fuck, no wonder this place is called Divine Hawk Ridge. There are really a lot of feathered beasts here. Gu Fei's expression suddenly changed. He hastily turned around and rushed down the mountain without looking back. Chapter 160. 9-Colored Grass, Heaven Burial Valley. Where is Heaven Burial Valley? Gu Fei walked through a stone forest. He stopped and looked up at the scorching sun hanging high in the sky. Yes, it was a scorching sun. After Gu Fei got rid of the siege of thousands of steel-feathered goshawk, he began his journey into the ruined sky realm. He found that this place seemed to be no different from the outside world. There was also day and night and the stars rotated. All of this seemed so real and not an illusion. However, Gu Fei still found something strange here. The sun and the stars seemed to be very close to the ground. Gu Fei had this feeling that the sky and the earth did not seem to be so far away. Why was it like this? Gu Fei did not know. At this time, it was not the time for him to think about these unimportant things. The most important thing now was to find Heaven Burial Valley and obtain the 9-colored grass. This was the only task for every disciple of the Taishan sect who entered the ruined sky realm. Gu Fei patted the dust off a stone next to him, and then sat cross-legged on it. What kind of place was this? Gu Fei looked around at the strange stone pillars that stood on the ground like trees. He found that he seemed to be trapped in this stone forest. He had been walking in the stone forest for more than an hour. At his speed, he should have walked out of this stone forest long ago. Oh no, it can't be that. I walked into that place. Gu Fei suddenly had a flash of inspiration, thinking of a dangerous place mentioned on the jade slip. Gu Fei suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly took out the jade slip from his magic treasure pouch, and immediately immersed his expression into the jade slip. The next moment, Gu Fei's expression became somewhat ugly. I can't be that unlucky. I actually walked into the psychedelic stone forest? Gu Fei murmured to himself, his expression extremely solemn. It seemed that he had not seen any illusions while walking in the stone forest. The jade slip indicated the areas of the ruined sky realm that had been explored by the three great Taoist sects. Among them, the psychedelic stone forest was a dangerous place. It had an unimaginable strange power that could seal everything that entered the stone forest, including human cultivators. Cultivators who accidentally walked into the psychedelic stone forest never came out. In the end, they would be completely trapped in the stone forest, unable to come out. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. He immediately stood up from the rock. Swoosh! He disappeared from the boulder beneath his feet and instantly appeared on top of a tall stone pillar at the side. The stone pillar was 20 to 30 feet tall. Gu Fei stood at the top of the stone pillar and glanced in all directions. What he saw immediately gave him a great shock. Gu Fei's shock was no small matter. As far as his eyes could see, he was actually surrounded by an endless stone forest. Stone pillars towered between heaven and earth, and he couldn't see the end of them. How could this be? I remember that when I looked from the outside, this stone forest was only a few miles in circumference at most. Why can't I see the end of this stone forest now? Swoosh! Gu Fei jumped down from the stone pillar. When he landed on the ground, there was a boom sound as he stomped on the incomparably hard ground, causing it to crack and tremble. That bastard is disturbing my sweet dreams. Little fairy from the moon palace, big sister dragon lady from the sea. Damn it. A ghostly wail and wolf-like howl suddenly came from the stone forest. Gu Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. Goosebumps rose all over his body, and his hair stood on end. Who is it? Who's playing tricks on me? Gu Fei had never imagined that there would be other people in this barren stone forest. He couldn't help but be on guard. His eyes flickered as he scanned his surroundings. So it's you who disturbed my sweet dreams. How dare you? The voice rang out again. This time Gu Fei heard it clearly. It wasn't a voice because the voice was ringing in his mind and not coming from the outside world. Gu Fei's expression changed. This was the purest spiritual fluctuation that directly affected the heart. This was a communication on the spiritual level. One didn't need to know the other party's language, but to directly express one's thoughts to the other party. As a result, Gu Fei couldn't identify the location of the person in the dark. I'm in the light and the enemy is in the dark. The situation was very disadvantageous to Gu Fei. He was in an absolute passive position. Are you a human, a demon, a ghost, or a demon? Gu Fei said in a stern voice. He had already secretly spread the essence of the divine weapon throughout his body. Gu Fei's body suddenly emitted a powerful aura. The bronze skin that was exposed outside his clothes faintly flowed with a layer of light. With a strong body and the protection of the divine weapon's essence, even if he faced a transcending mortality realm cultivator, Gu Fei had the confidence to fight. Awaken the 9 heavens. This gave him enough capital to challenge transcending mortality realm cultivators. Your body seems a bit strange. The voice rang out in Gu Fei's mind again. You deceiving guy, quickly come out for me. Gu Fei said in a deep voice. In the stone forest, only his voice echoed. The surroundings were very quiet, so quiet that it was scary. This made Gu Fei feel incomparably oppressed. The feeling of being spied on made him very uncomfortable. He knew that the person in the dark was watching him. I'm right beside you. I don't know what you're doing with your 2 eyes. After the voice rang out, the big round stone that Gu Fei was sitting on actually moved. What is this thing? Gu Fei was suddenly startled. His figure flashed and he retreated 3 feet away. He vigilantly looked at the big round stone that was trembling. Pai pai pa pa. In the midst of the light sound, the big round stone actually cracked. A spider web-like crack spread out from the stone. Stone fragments flew everywhere. A thing the size of a table crawled out. Tortoise? Gu Fei fixed his eyes and saw that the thing that crawled out was actually a giant tortoise. However, what made Gu Fei shocked was that this giant tortoise had a dragon's head. The giant tortoise's 4 limbs were thick and powerful. They were covered with green scales. There were 2 dragon horns on its head. Each dragon horn actually had 9 branches. 9 by 9, this was the number of a supreme being. How many years has it been? Unexpectedly, I see an unlucky person who broke into this cage. Boy, you stay and accompany me to relieve my boredom. However, even if you don't want to stay, it's not up to you. The giant tortoise actually spoke in the human language. This time, Gu Fei's ears finally heard a voice. The one who spoke was not a human, but a strange giant tortoise. This caused Gu Fei to be dumbfounded. What are you? Gu Fei said with a trembling voice. What he saw in front of him, even Gu Fei, who was extremely determined, couldn't help but feel a little dazed. It could speak in the human language. Could it be the legendary demons? Gu Fei had never seen a demon before. However, Gu Fei was no stranger to demons. The Eastern Goblin tribe's strength was enough to contend against the 3 great Taoist sects. Stinking brat, this old man is not a thing. This old man is a dragon. Dragon that tortoise. The giant tortoise said angrily. What dragon tortoise? Isn't it just an old tortoise? Gu Fei calmed himself down. This was because he could feel that this giant tortoise's cultivation was very weak. Hey, you stinking brat. You're really despicable. The dragon tortoise was so angry that 2 puffs of white smoke came out from its nostrils. It pressed its giant claws forward and a blue light screen instantly spread out and enveloped Gu Fei. This was the power of the divine power. It attracted an endless amount of water elemental energy and annihilated it towards Gu Fei. This tortoise is not simple. Gu Fei formed the 5 elemental exterminating seal with his hand and pressed forward. Torrential flames instantly surged out from his hand and went against the blue light screen. The fire elemental exterminating seal activated the power of the fire elemental energy. Water and fire were incompatible. Gu Fei wanted to use fire to restrain the old tortoise's water. Martial skill exterminating seal? The pair of tortoise eyes of the dragon tortoise instantly lit up. However, it did not stop. Instead, it waved out another layer of light that looked like a water screen and surged towards Gu Fei. Like the surging waves of the ocean, the power of the fire elemental energy that Gu Fei had activated using the fire elemental exterminating seal was instantly annihilated by the blue light screen. Bang! Gu Fei was sent flying as if he had been hit by a giant wave and crashed into a stone pillar. Kaboom! The stone pillar, which was so thick that one could wrap one's arms around it, was immediately broken by the ferocious force. Dust flew everywhere. Gu Fei rolled on the ground and was unlucky enough to be hit by the stone pillar that had fallen from mid-air. Ouch! I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it. Although the old dragon tortoise said this, one could clearly see the joy on its face. Boom! Gu Fei dashed out from the rubble. However, when he was about 4 to 5 feet away from the dragon tortoise, he stopped. You pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. Your strength? Gu Fei was very fearful of the old dragon tortoise. This was because, at the moment when he was pushed back, he clearly sensed a vast energy wave from the old dragon tortoise's body. It's because your cultivation base is too weak. The cultivation method that you practice is somewhat similar to an old friend of mine. The old dragon tortoise's eyes scanned Gu Fei's body from side to side. When Gu Fei heard this, he could not help but be shocked. In an instant he thought of many things. Could it be that this old dragon tortoise was a character from the ancient times? Old dragon tortoise, where did you come from? Why are you in this psychedelic stone forest? Asked Gu Fei. Kids nowadays don't know how to respect the old and cherish the young anymore. The old dragon tortoise slowly crawled to a shady place before replying. You still haven't answered my question. Gu Fei looked at the old dragon tortoise cautiously and said in a deep voice. You're asking me why I'm here? This stone forest was actually set up for me. The old dragon tortoise's words were filled with extreme anger. What? When Gu Fei heard this, he immediately blurted out, You're saying that this stone forest was set up to trap you? At this moment, Gu Fei could no longer maintain his composure. What did this mean? The stone forest had clearly existed for countless years. Could this old dragon tortoise really be a character from the ancient times? Was he trapped here by his enemies? If what the old dragon tortoise said was true, it would be too unbelievable. Gu Fei realized that he seemed to be coming into contact with some secrets regarding the ruined sky realm. Chapter 161. Only death awaits us if we're trapped in this god-forsaken place, said the dragon turtle, who was hiding in a shady corner in the stone forest. Gu Fei could tell that this mystical dragon turtle had a powerful background, but its strength seemed to be average. Gu Fei did not sense any dangerous aura from the old turtle. Why won't you die? Gu Fei looked at the dragon turtle with interest and a smile appeared on his lips. How can you compare an old man like me to ants like you? Back then, the old turtle's eyes became misty. It looked at the clouds in the sky as if reminiscing the glorious days of the past. Forget it, you won't understand even if I explain it to you. I have the ability to survive. As for you, I'm afraid you won't even make it through the night. The old turtle suddenly looked at Gu Fei and said meaningfully, What? Gu Fei's expression changed when he heard that. Could it be that there were other dangers in this stone forest besides being able to trap people to death? This stone forest was the old turtle's cage. It was used to trap the old turtle. Apart from the person who had set up this cage, the old turtle was the one who understood this stone forest the best. Perhaps he would have to rely on the old turtle to get out of this stone forest. When Gu Fei thought of this, he could not help but treat the old turtle kindly. Hee. Elder, you also want to leave this god-forsaken place, right? Gu Fei laughed. Of course I want to leave. The outside world is so good. This place is simply hell. Try it. After being trapped in one place for thousands of years, you'll know what it means to live a life worse than death. Sometimes I even want to kill myself. Gu Fei could not help but despise the old turtle in his heart. If it was so easy to die, that person would not have used his great power to trap the old turtle here. Since you also want to leave and I don't want to stay here, why don't we cooperate? Gu Fei expressed his thoughts. Cooperate? Follow you? Old Tortoise looked up and down at Gu Fei and said disdainfully, What, can't I? Gu Fei asked carefully. From the tone of the old tortoise he saw hope. The old tortoise definitely knew the way out. Knowing the way out and actually being able to leave this place were two different things. Perhaps this method was too difficult, which was why the old tortoise was still trapped here. Yes. Although your cultivation base is terrible, your body seems to be a bit strange. As he spoke, the old turtle suddenly closed his eyes. Then a purple light flashed in the middle of the old turtle's forehead. To Gu Fei's surprise, a vertical eye appeared on the old turtle's forehead. It rumbled and did not have a pupil. The purple light flashed as if it was connected to a vast and boundless world. At the same time, Gu Fei felt that his whole body, inside and out, seemed to be exposed to the magical vertical eye of the old turtle. Under this divine eye that seemed to be connected to an unknown void world, Gu Fei felt that he had no secrets to speak of. The deepest part of his heart seemed to be seen through. What are you doing? Gu Fei was shocked. Under this magical vertical eye, Gu Fei felt very uncomfortable. Yes. I didn't expect you to have the soul of a god weapon in your body. Although it's a remnant soul, it may be able to break the eye of this formation. The old tortoise opened its eyes, and the vertical eye on its forehead immediately closed. A purple light flashed and there was nothing strange on the old tortoise's forehead. The vertical eye seemed to have never been there. The soul of a god weapon? Gu Fei became amazed. When he was in Dragon Emperor City, he also heard that the great cultivator who saved Huzhan mentioned the soul of a god weapon. At that time he didn't care about it. However, this old turtle said that there was a remnant soul of a god weapon in his body. It seems that the essence of a god weapon that I smelted into my body is really weird. Relax your body, don't resist. I want to see what the remnant soul of a god weapon in your body is. The old turtle said as it stood up from the ground. Yes, the old turtle stood up like a human. Gu Fei was dumbfounded when he saw the old turtle suddenly standing up. What? Haven't you seen a turtle walking on two legs? You're too naive. The old turtle was very disdainful at the sight of Gu Fei's reaction. Then it pressed its right claw towards Gu Fei in the air. A watery blue luster immediately rushed out of the right claw of the old turtle and covered Gu Fei at once. This was an indescribable force. Gu Fei did not resist. He realized that the moment he was enveloped by the splendor from old tortoise's claw, the essence of the divine weapon that was swimming in his chi and blood began to tremble. Then the essence of a god weapon was directly restrained by the old turtle from Gu Fei's body. The cry of a sword resounded through the 9 heavens. The instant the divine weapon's essence energy was restrained from Gu Fei's body, the chilling sword chi instantly soared into the sky. The resplendent purple light caused even the sun in the sky to pale in comparison. Rumble? Right then, a muffled thunder-like sound drifted from the depth of the stone woods. Gu Fei felt a slight quiver from the ground under his feet. Vaguely, Gu Fei seemed to hear clang. Clang. The sound of iron chains shaking was faintly discernible, but it could be distinguished that it came from the depths of the stone woods. The strange sound came from the depths of the stone woods. The old turtle's expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly shot out rays of divine light to seal the essence of a god weapon that was restrained from Gu Fei's body, isolating the breath of the god weapon from the outside world. When the old turtle blocked the breath of the god weapon's essence with his magical power, the strange sound in the depths of the stone woods gradually disappeared, and the quiver from the ground also calmed down. What's going on? Gu Fei was inexplicably surprised. There seemed to be an unimaginable secret in the depths of the stone woods. Faintly, Gu Fei felt the breath of danger. This originated from a warrior's intuition, a sense of unknown danger. At this time, the old turtle's expression was extremely solemn. The imprisoned god weapon's essence was changing shape in the watery blue divine light. In the end, an illusory long sword materialized out of thin air. It was hazy as if it was covered with a layer of gauze. Even with Gu Fei's eyesight, he could not see the true face of the long sword. In the cold sword chi, there was a simple and ancient breath that assaulted his face. I didn't expect it to be his god weapon. Splitting the weapon's soul, how bold, how ruthless. The old turtle muttered to himself. He seemed to have seen through the origin of the god weapon's soul. Perhaps it was because he had seen through the origin of the god weapon's soul that he was inexplicably shocked, and his body trembled. Old senior, old senior. Gu Fei called out a few times before the old turtle recovered from the shock. What are you shouting for? Are you afraid that I'll rob you of this remnant soul? The old turtle scolded, then raised his hand and injected the god weapon's essence into Gu Fei's body. In the future, don't use this god weapon's soul if you can. Otherwise, if those old geezers find out about the existence of the god weapon's soul, your life will be in danger. The old turtle said in a rare solemn tone. Old senior, do you know the origin of this god weapon's essence? Gu Fei asked. From the old turtle's tone, he could tell that the god weapon's essence was not as simple as it seemed to be able to attract the attention of those terrifying experts. Don't ask me. You'll know when it's time for you to know. Of course, the premise is that you can live to reach my level. The old turtle said proudly as he paced back and forth. Gu Fei could not help but despise the old turtle again. Of course, he had to admit that the old turtle had some skills. Kid, don't be unconvinced. Back then, I was invincible in the 3 realms. How awe-inspiring was that? The old turtle fell into reminiscence of the past. Aren't you still trapped here? Gu Fei whispered. However, although Gu Fei's voice was soft, the old turtle still heard it. The old turtle snorted and said, What do you know? That guy is a freak and doesn't play by the rules. Otherwise, who is that guy? Gu Fei was very curious. If his guess was correct, the peerless character who trapped the old turtle here for countless years should be the owner of this place. Forget it, I get angry just thinking about that guy. It's been so many years, I'm afraid that he's also met with great trouble and couldn't escape that great calamity. Otherwise, this broken world wouldn't be like this. The old tortoise seemed a little disappointed. A broken world? Gu Fei was surprised again. Of course, where do you think this is? The real world? This is just a fake world created by that freak. Old Tortoise's words were as shocking as thunder. Gu Fei's ears were so shocked that he felt dizzy and could not distinguish between north, south, east, and west. A broken world, a fake world. These things were beyond the scope of his understanding. This was definitely a secret of the cultivation world, and an ancient secret at that. The so-called ruined sky realm was actually a man-made world. Of course, it was an incomplete world, but even so, this world still had the sun, moon, and stars as well as the rotation of day and night. It was no different from the real world. Look at you. The old turtle shook its tortoise head. No, it should be a dragon head. After all, this old turtle was a dragon turtle, a unique species among turtles. Come with me. The old turtle patted Gu Fei's shoulder and then walked toward the depths of the stone forest. I don't know how long I slept. 1,000 years? Or 1,500 years? The old turtle muttered to himself as he walked. Gu Fei, who was following behind the old turtle, suddenly staggered and almost fell when he heard the old turtle's words. This guy is also a freak. He actually slept for 1,000 years. Gu Fei cursed in his heart. Chapter 162. Gu Fei followed the old tortoise and turned left and right in the stone forest until he became dizzy. Just when he was about to lose his patience, they finally arrived at the old tortoise's turtle nest. This is your nest? Gu Fei looked at the strange building in front of him and looked at the old antique with disdain. The building in front of him completely shocked Gu Fei. It was a huge turtle shell. Yes, a turtle shell the size of a house, and it was a stone turtle shell. This was a tortoise house, and it looked like a turtle lying in the mud. It should be said that half of the turtle's head was buried in the brown-yellow mud. The place where the turtle's head used to be was replaced by a pitch-black hole. The turtle house was very simple. It was the simplest residence that Gu Fei had ever seen. Even if he dug a hole in the stone wall to live in, it would be many times better than living in this turtle house. Kid, don't look down on this place. There's no safer place than here in this cage. The old tortoise ignored Gu Fei's exaggerated expression and walked into the tortoise house with his legs splayed out. Gu Fei looked around and then reluctantly walked into the dark hole. However, the moment Gu Fei walked into the turtle house, a dazzling light suddenly blinded him and he immediately closed his eyes. After a while, Gu Fei was immediately stunned by what he saw in front of him. The inside of the tortoise house was actually a completely different world. Gu Fei discovered that he was standing on a field of grass, and a refreshing fragrance of grass and wood rushed into his nose, convincing him that this was not an illusion but a real existence. There were verdant trees and wisteria. It could be said that the flowers were fragrant and the birds were singing. The spiritual energy was dense and there were waterfalls and flowing springs. This was a beautiful spiritual land, and Gu Fei found it pleasing to the eye, relaxing his body and mind. This place seemed to be a valley. In the valley there was a bamboo forest. Among the bamboo forest was a clear lake, and at this moment the old tortoise was swimming in the lake. Gu Fei could never have imagined that he would be in a fairyland-like world. However, he soon discovered that something was amiss. He raised his head to look at the sky, but there was no sky, nor were there any stars. It was a field of dusk, and the surrounding area was also a field of dusk, as if it was a chaotic zone. Gu Fei was shocked. Kid, my turtle nest is not bad, right? Gu Fei heard old tortoise's proud voice. Not bad, not bad. Gu Fei muttered. Everything before him felt too unreal, but this grassland, this valley, this bamboo forest, and this small lake were all real. Wow! With a splash of water, old tortoise walked out of the small lake after washing himself. He walked toward Gu Fei, who was still in shock. This is the false realm that I refined, also known as the primordial realm. It used to be thousands of miles wide, but now, there's only this small valley left. Old tortoise sighed. It was obvious that old tortoise was disappointed and helpless, but more than that, he was angry. Why is it like this? Gu Fei asked. He was now convinced that old tortoise had a terrifying background. What kind of magical power was it to open up a world? Thinking about it made Gu Fei's heart tremble. Ancient gods could destroy heaven and earth with a palm and create a world with a wave of their hands. This was no longer a legend. Old tortoise must have been a ruthless character in the past. Old tortoise gritted his teeth and said, "That damned pervert set up this big array to erase my power day and night. As a result, my primordial realm gradually collapsed and became what it is now. Only by using the tortoise breath to hibernate can I hold on until now. Otherwise I would have turned into dust." Old tortoise's eyes were bursting with raging flames. Rumble? At this moment, the entire primordial realm suddenly trembled violently. Gu Fei only felt that the sky and earth were shaking, as if the entire space was about to collapse. It's happening again. Old tortoise's expression suddenly changed. Hideous cracks appeared on the ground, and the surrounding gray chaotic zone began to boil. The edge of the false realm began to collapse. The earth, sky, and even space turned into the most primitive elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, and then they were annihilated in the chaos. A part of the world was collapsing and shrinking. What's going on? Gu Fei asked loudly. His complexion had already turned deathly pale. This was simply an earth-shattering scene. Such a scene appeared in front of Gu Fei's eyes. At this time, how could old tortoise care about Gu Fei? The old turtle's body shone brightly, and a vast amount of power surged from its body. At this moment, the old turtle was like a deity that had split the heavens and earth apart. It shot out beams of divine light that connected the heavens and the earth, sealing off the fake. This was the world that he had refined. Here he was God, the creator who ruled over everything. The primordial realm formed its own nomological laws and created its own heaven and earth. Old tortoise's power was not suppressed here. The earth no longer collapsed and the void no longer collapsed. The cracked earth also returned to its original state, and the hideous cracks disappeared. Old tortoise, what the hell is going on? When the world calmed down, Gu Fei asked with a livid face. The scene just now was too shocking. You rest well here. Tonight, at midnight, we will remove the blade and break the formation. If we are lucky, we will be free. Old tortoise did not want to say more. As he spoke, he directly tore a crack in the void and walked out. At this time, outside the tortoise house, the sky above the stone forest had been shrouded by surging dark clouds. The wind howled and the sun and moon lost their light. Blood-colored lightning descended from the sky, tearing the void and wreaking havoc in the stone forest. From time to time, stone pillars were struck by the blood-colored lightning and turned into ashes. However, there seemed to be an unfathomable power emanating from the stone forest. The stone pillars that were destroyed by the blood-colored lightning would instantly replace the brown ground with stone pillars that looked exactly the same, as if they had never been destroyed in the first place. Deep in the stone forest, there was the sound of metal chains shaking. A terrifying aura spread out from the depths of the stone forest, as if a primordial beast was about to break free. At this time, Old Tortoise's figure appeared outside the tortoise house. Endless blood-colored lightning suddenly seemed to have found a target. Thousands of lightning bolts struck at Old Tortoise, who was outside the tortoise house at the same time. "Come on, come at me fiercely." Old Tortoise looked up at the rolling dark clouds above and roared crazily. He opened his claws and welcomed the thousands of blood-colored lightning bolts. Boom! Boom! Thunder and lightning shook heaven and earth, and the aura of destruction shrouded in all directions. Blood-colored lightning bolts instantly struck Old Tortoise's body, and in an instant, Old Tortoise was submerged in lightning. "This level is not enough. You can't kill Old Tortoise." Amidst the blood-colored lightning, Old Tortoise roared again and again. No matter how many lightning bolts struck him, it seemed that they could not hurt him at all. Roar! Suddenly, a low roar resounded from the depths of the stone forest. A gust of wind that could even scatter a person's soul swept out from the depths of the stone forest. It blew so hard that even the thousands of stone pillars began to shake. Bursts of tragic aura surged out. As if in response to Old Tortoise's crazy words, the entire stone forest trembled. Roar! Another loud roar came from the depths of the stone forest. The vast sound even suppressed the thunder and lightning in the sky, and heaven and earth trembled. "Tonight I'm going to destroy the array. I've had enough." Old Tortoise's roar came from the blood-colored lightning. The array began to operate and heaven and earth turned into a domain. An unpredictable power surged out from the depths of the stone forest and began to obliterate everything in the array. In the depths of the stone forest, a huge pillar of light soared into the sky, connecting the heavens and the earth. Vaguely, there seemed to be a huge monster in the pillar of light. The endless fiendish aura was coming from this huge hazy figure. No wonder Old Tortoise said that Gu Fei could not even last one night. In this situation, even if there were thousands of Gu Fei, they would be instantly turned into ashes and completely disappeared in the stone forest. The endless blood-colored lightning and the mighty power surging out from the depths of the stone forest raged for more than 2 hours before gradually stopping. The blood-colored lightning began to retreat into the rolling dark clouds. The pillar of light that connected heaven and earth in the depths of the stone forest began to dissipate, and a behemoth rushed down below. Clang! Clang! Deep in the stone forest there was the sound of iron chains shaking again. It seemed that there really was a primitive beast imprisoned in the depths of the stone forest, which made people feel endless pressure. The entire stone forest had turned into hell. After another half an hour, the dark clouds that shrouded the stone forest dispersed, and a red sun hung above the western mountains. The abnormal movements in the depths of the stone forest also completely quieted down. After a round of terrifying destruction, the tortoise house was still a tortoise house. It was still lying firmly in the brown soil. The position of the tortoise head, the pitch-black entrance, still exuded an incomparably deep and serene aura. In front of the tortoise house, a shrunken tortoise shell was emitting black smoke. Blood-colored electric currents were still flowing on the shell. This shrunken tortoise shell seemed to have been thrown into a bonfire to roast. The shell was charred black. Cough cough. Suddenly the miniature tortoise shell moved. Then a dragon's head, which was actually a tortoise's head, stretched out from the tortoise shell. The dragon tortoise, according to legend, was also a species of dragon. It had the characteristics of a dragon, which was a dragon's head, but it also had the characteristics of a tortoise, which was a tortoise's shell. Therefore, the dragon tortoise was a combination of a dragon and a tortoise. The old tortoise spat out a mouthful of black smoke and climbed up from the ground shakily. It looked like an old man with one foot in the grave, as if a gust of wind could blow him over. The old tortoise raised its head and looked into the depths of the stone forest. Its tortoise eyes emitted rays of divine light that were as sharp as the edge of a blade. That was where the formation eye of the entire stone forest was located. Although the old tortoise knew that as long as the formation eye was broken, It could not get close to the formation eye at all, even with the old tortoise's ability. There was no way to break the formation, which was why it had been sealed for so many years. Tonight it's all up to that kid. As long as I remove the divine blade that suppresses the formation eye, I will be free. The old tortoise staggered toward the tortoise house and disappeared into the pitch-black entrance. When the old tortoise reappeared in the pseudo-realm, Gu Fei was stunned. The old tortoise's appearance was too miserable. It looked as if it had just climbed out of a fire, and there was a burning smell on its body. After recovering from the shock, Gu Fei asked carefully, "How did you end up like this?" Chapter 163. It turned out that after the powerful figure caught the old tortoise, he realized that it was impossible to kill the old tortoise, so he set up the stone forest formation and trapped the old tortoise in it. He also found a precious treasure as a divine object to suppress the formation eye, and used the power of the formation to wear down the old tortoise's primordial chi day and night. The person who set up the formation was also meticulous. He used a precious treasure as a divine object to suppress the formation eye, completely cutting off the old tortoise's escape route, making it difficult for him to break out. The formation sealed heaven and earth, completely blocking the spiritual chi from the outside. The old tortoise inside could not absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and could only consume it without replenishing it. In this way, the old tortoise's primordial chi would be completely consumed by the formation one day. When that time came, the old tortoise would not be able to escape death. Who on earth did you offend? After listening to the old tortoise's narration, Gu Fei could not help but be a little curious about the person who trapped the old tortoise. What on earth happened in the ancient times? How could it cause such a powerful person to meet with misfortune? Otherwise, the ruined heavenly realm would have been taken away by that person long ago. No one would casually abandon a world that had been personally refined. Controlling this pseudo-world was equivalent to carrying a mobile treasure vault with him. There was no need to worry about the depletion of spiritual chi. Even an immortal-level peerless expert would be envious of it and risk his life for it. Forget it. It's been so long. I'm afraid that guy has already died. There's no point talking about it. The old tortoise seemed to be very afraid of that person and was unwilling to say more. Gu Fei smiled and did not ask any more, because he knew that it was disgraceful for the old tortoise to be defeated by that person. Therefore, Gu Fei changed the topic to breaking the formation. Gu Fei learned from the old tortoise that it was very difficult and extremely dangerous to break the stone forest formation. It could be said that there was a slim chance of survival and one could be sacrificed at any time. When Gu Fei learned that the method of breaking the formation was so dangerous, he could not help but curse the old tortoise's 18 generations of ancestors. How preposterous. No wonder this antique was sealed away for countless years. Who would dare to try it rashly? As long as it was possible, no one would be willing to die. After all, they only had one life. If they died, they could not be reborn. There was no regret. Are you going to do it or not? The old tortoise was very straightforward and directly expressed his attitude. It was up to him whether he wanted to do it or not. If he did it, he might be able to escape with his life. If he didn't, then there was only one result, and that was to wait for death. Old Tortoise was not in a hurry, but that did not mean that Gu Fei was not. He only had 10 days. If he couldn't get out of the stone forest within these 10 days, Gu Fei would be trapped in the ruined sky realm even if he didn't die in the grand formation of the stone forest. In the ruined heaven realm, all external forces above the self-awakening stage were suppressed. In the ruined heaven realm, Gu Fei would never be able to break through the cultivation barrier and enter the transcending mortality stage. The power here was restricting his breakthrough. If they were trapped in the ruined heaven realm, there would only be one outcome, and that was death. Time waits for no man. If he went forward to break the formation, there was still a slim chance of survival. If he didn't, he would die. There was no other choice. Gu Fei had no way out. If he retreated, he would definitely die. If he advanced, there might be a chance of survival. Gu Fei was not a fool. Since there was a chance of survival, he had to fight for it. He could not sit still and wait for death. I say, old tortoise, you're really not kind. Gu Fei's good impression of the old tortoise immediately plummeted to the bottom. The longer this old antique lived, the more afraid he was of death. The old tortoise leaned against a willow tree, crossed his legs, and looked at Gu Fei complacently. Hee, if I don't take risks, I can still live comfortably in my pseudo-realm for thousands of years, but you won't live so long. The old tortoise had already expected that Gu Fei would definitely agree to break the formation, because Gu Fei had no other choice. Don't worry, you won't die. With the remnant soul of the divine weapon in your body, I have a 50% chance of breaking the formation and removing the divine blade that suppresses the formation eye. Tiske. Gu Fei could not be bothered with the old tortoise anymore. Then he found a clean boulder by the lake and sat cross-legged on it. He activated his cultivation technique and absorbed the essence chi of heaven and earth in the pseudo-realm. Although the pseudo-realm of Old Tortoise was not big, the small valley was filled with vegetation and was filled with endless plant essence chi. Tiny green lights began to appear around Gu Fei's body and were then guided into Gu Fei's body. Not only the plant essence chi but also the essence chi of heaven and earth also converged toward Gu Fei. Vigorous vitality flowed in his body. Gu Fei's flesh, blood, organs, and bones seemed to be transported with endless vitality. As time passed, the essence chi that gathered from all directions could gradually be clearly seen by the naked eye. A dense spiritual mist lingered around Gu Fei. This time the old tortoise's expression turned ugly. This kid was really robbing the nutrients of the pseudo-realm. The pseudo-realm was the old tortoise's last resort. The stone forest formation isolated the heaven and earth, causing the space within the formation to become a vacuum of essence chi of heaven and earth. During the countless years of being sealed, the old tortoise relied on consuming the essence chi of the pseudo-realm to survive until now. The essence chi of heaven and earth in the pseudo-realm decreased with each consumption. It was impossible to absorb any energy from the outside world to replenish the essence chi that was consumed. Now, Gu Fei was absorbing the essence chi of heaven and earth in the pseudo-realm wantonly in front of him. How could the old tortoise not feel heartache? He was simply bleeding himself. Rumble. What the old tortoise was worried about seemed to be happening. There was a faint sound of muffled thunder at the edge of the pseudo-realm. The massive loss of essence chi of heaven and earth caused the pseudo-realm to become somewhat unstable. Kit, you're ruthless. The old tortoise immediately jumped up from the ground and pointed at Gu Fei. He was furious and had the urge to slap Gu Fei to death. However, if he killed Gu Fei with a slap, no one would be able to break the formation. I'll endure it. The old tortoise suppressed the impulse in his heart and slowly calmed down. After taking a few deep breaths, the old tortoise turned around and left. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. In the pseudo-realm of the old tortoise, there was no sun, moon, or stars. There was no distinction between day and night. To be precise, it was just a space similar to a grotto heaven. It was far from the level of a realm. He did not know where the light in the pseudo-realm came from. There seemed to be no concept of time here. Of course, it did not mean that time did not exist. Gu Fei did not care about anything else. He tried his best to absorb the spirit chi from all directions and then smelted it into his body to make his vitality more vigorous. This was his life-saving measure. No one knew what dangers he would encounter if he tried to break the formation. Since this formation could trap the old tortoise for so many years, it was obvious that the formation in the stone forest was not simple and had unfathomable power. The old tortoise was a powerhouse that could open up a grotto heaven. Gu Fei did not know how strong it was at its peak, but the person who could trap the old tortoise for thousands of years was definitely the most terrifying person in the world. There was a slim chance of survival. Gu Fei wanted to obtain that slim chance of survival. Therefore he had to do his homework beforehand. The more vigorous one's vitality, the higher the chance of survival. Although a large amount of spirit chi had been absorbed, the grotto heaven had become somewhat unstable. Strange sounds could be heard from the chaotic zone, but the area connected to the chaotic zone did not collapse. A pseudo-realm that had been refined by a powerful being would not completely collapse due to the loss of spirit chi. After some time, the old tortoise tore the void and appeared next to the small lake. He looked at Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on a rock, and said indifferently, "It's time. Wake up quickly." This was a fluctuation that directly affected the mind. The old tortoise's words were directly transmitted to Gu Fei's mind. Even though he was in a deep meditative state, it could still wake him up. The next moment, Gu Fei opened his eyes, stood up from the rock, and jumped down. "Let's go." The old tortoise did not say much. He tore the void apart and walked out of the pseudo-realm. Gu Fei hurriedly followed. The pseudo-realm was opened up by the old tortoise. The old tortoise was the absolute master of this grotto heaven. Therefore he could directly tear the void apart and walk out of the pseudo-realm. The tortoise house was still as simple and crude as before. After the previous bombardment by the blood-colored thunderbolt, the tortoise house was not damaged at all. It was obvious that this extremely simple tortoise house was not simple at all. Suddenly, a figure flashed through the pitch-black entrance of the tortoise house. A big tortoise walked out on 2 legs. Then a figure also walked out of the tortoise house. It's a dark and windy night. It's time to escape. The old tortoise looked up at the sky. It was already nighttime, but there was not a single star in the sky. The old tortoise retracted his gaze and pressed his right claw on the tortoise house. The tortoise house suddenly shook. In the midst of a rumbling sound, the tortoise house rose from the ground and rapidly shrank before being kept by the old tortoise. A Dharma treasure? Upon seeing this, Gu Fei could not help but feel surprised. He never imagined that this inconspicuous stone tortoise shell was actually a treasure. Follow me. After keeping the tortoise house, the old tortoise walked directly into the depths of the stone forest. It was quiet all around. There was no sound at all. In the stone forest, everything seemed to have stopped. In the dark night there was no wind, not even a trace of wind. There were no sounds of insects in the surroundings. This kind of silence was very oppressive. It made people feel that this was the rare calm before a storm. The old tortoise walked very carefully, and so did Gu Fei. He even followed the old tortoise's footprints as he moved forward. The places that the old tortoise had stepped on were absolutely safe. Gradually, Gu Fei began to feel that something was wrong. There seemed to be great danger in the depths of the stone forest. The old tortoise's words were not false. If he wanted to break the formation, he would really die. There was a force in the depths of the stone forest, and it could be said to be a kind of terrifying existence. If one did not carefully sense it, it might be difficult to detect. However, the more carefully one tried to sense it, the more one could not help but tremble. The oppressive feeling coming from the depths of the stone forest was very uncomfortable. It was as if there was a mountain in his heart, and it was abnormally heavy. Chapter 164. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. Gu Fei followed Old Tortoise carefully into the depths of the stone forest. Along the way there seemed to be no obstacles at all. It was very smooth and they did not encounter any danger. At that moment, the stone forest formation seemed to be completely silent. However, Gu Fei still felt an incomparable pressure, and a faintly discernible force was still shrouding him. It was as if a prehistoric beast was staring at him in the dark. Gu Fei's body had unknowingly been covered in a layer of cold sweat. Old Tortoise was very familiar with the stone forest. Could even be said that he knew it like the back of his hand. However, the deeper they went, the more intense the pressure in Gu Fei's heart became. I say, Old Tortoise, where is the formation eye? Why aren't we there yet? Gu Fei estimated that based on his and Old Tortoise's speed, they had walked at least dozens of miles in the stone forest. However, Old Tortoise did not seem to have any intention of stopping. Just follow me. Don't lose sight of me. Otherwise you'll get lost in the stone forest. Old Tortoise's expression was solemn. He continued to move forward and cautiously warned Gu Fei. They arrived in front of a ruin. Old Tortoise did not stop. He bypassed the ruins and went straight ahead. However, Gu Fei could not help but take a few more glances at the ruins. This was because he vaguely felt a wave of power in the messy gravel. It seemed that there was once a building made of stone here. There were obvious traces of man-made damage on the broken stones of the ruins. As they continued to move forward in the stone forest, Gu Fei saw several similar ruins along the way. He vaguely guessed that they must have been destroyed by Old Tortoise. These destroyed stone buildings must have a great relationship with the formation, because Gu Fei could still feel the waves of power above the ruins. After walking in the stone forest for a long time, just when Gu Fei felt increasingly uneasy, Old Tortoise, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped. There was a stone tower in front of them, blocking Old Tortoise and Gu Fei's path. The brown pagoda was over 100 feet tall. It looked very ordinary, but it gave off a feeling of infinite antiquity. Gu Fei took a closer look. The stone pagoda had 18 levels, and its brown body was covered in the marks of time. The outer layer had already fallen off. Could it be that the ruins he saw before were these stone towers? Gu Fei was bewildered. He didn't sense any energy fluctuations from the stone tower in front of him. It really seemed like an ordinary stone tower. However, the Old Tortoise's expression was extremely solemn. He stared at the stone pagoda, his eyes sparkling. After a while, the Old Tortoise stretched out its right claw and a stone tortoise shell appeared in its grasp. Go! The Old Tortoise growled and pushed its right claw forward. The stone tortoise shell in its claw immediately flew out of its hand. It quickly grew to the size of a hill and smashed towards the stone tower. Boom! The huge stone tortoise shell fiercely smashed onto the stone tower, shaking heaven and earth. Several surrounding stone pillars were suddenly shaken into dust. However, the seemingly ordinary 18-story stone tower did not turn into dust as Gu Fei expected. The stone tower shook violently, and a vast energy wave gushed out from the tower. Bang! The stone turtle shell, which was the size of a small mountain, was directly blown away by this force. Rumble! The heavens and earth shook. It seemed as though something was about to rush out from within the stone tower. Each of the 18 floors of the stone tower shone with a brilliant light. The power of the stone tower seemed to be awakening. It was very sudden, so sudden that Gu Fei was directly blown away by the strong wind that swept out. Swoosh. Old Tortoise controlled the stone tortoise shell and instantly appeared next to Gu Fei. It grabbed him and landed him on a stone pillar. Brr. At this time, a furious roar came from each of the 18 floors of the stone pagoda. A terrifying pressure surged out from the top of the stone pagoda. There were a total of 18 of them. 18 extremely powerful pressures burst out at the same time. The wind and clouds in the stone forest suddenly changed color, and blood-colored lightning began to flash in the sky. Old Tortoise and Gu Fei stood on a stone pillar. The old tortoise looked at the scene in front of him coldly and had no intention of making another move. However, the stone tower trembled, and the space behind it rippled like water waves. Vaguely, Gu Fei saw that there seemed to be something strange in the void behind the stone tower. Clang! Clang! The sound of the shaking iron chains was clearly transmitted to Gu Fei's ears. Behind the stone tower, there seemed to be dark iron chains swaying in the haze, as if there was a behemoth being bound inside. At the same time, a vast pressure also emanated from inside. This made Gu Fei suddenly feel as if there was a mountain pressing down on his heart, making him feel as if his spirit was about to collapse. Gu Fei was shocked. He had only revealed a trace of breath, but the pressure was so strong that it was suffocating. It was really terrifying. What kind of existence was in the world behind the stone tower? This had exceeded the scope of Gu Fei's imagination. There was no doubt that behind the stone tower was definitely a place of great danger. At this time, the stone tower in front of him stopped trembling. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A light figure rushed out from each of the 18 floors of the stone tower. In the next moment, 18 figures appeared in front of the stone tower. They were 18 faint and illusory figures, but each figure exuded a powerful aura like that of a mountain. The 18 murderous intents caused the surrounding temperature to drop sharply. The 18 figures were like 18 killing gods, making people shudder. Are they humans or ghosts? Gu Fei could not help but be shocked when he saw the 18 figures that were neither humans nor ghosts rushing out from the stone tower. They're just 18 wandering ghosts. Old Tortoise looked at the 18 figures below and sneered. Brr. The 18 hazy figures suddenly roared at the sky, then attacked Old Tortoise and Gu Fei at the same time. 18 surging forces interweaved into a terrifying energy storm, sweeping toward Old Tortoise and Gu Fei on the stone pillar. I'll deal with these guys. You quickly destroy the stone tower. As Old Tortoise spoke, he leaped from the stone pillar. The stone turtle shell that was as big as a mountain floated above his head and immediately blocked the attack. The frightening power unleashed by the 18 figures shook the sky and earth. The surrounding stone pillars were instantly destroyed. However, when the frightening energy storm collided with the huge stone tortoise shell, the surging energy storm was actually absorbed by the stone tortoise shell in a steady stream. The stone turtle shell was like an invincible abyss, devouring all the surrounding forces and easily resolving the fierce attacks of the 18 figures. The old tortoise manipulated the stone turtle shell and directly suppressed the 18 illusory figures below. Rumble? It was as if a primordial divine mountain had descended. The terrifying power caused the heaven and earth to tremble. Swoosh. The 18 figures immediately dispersed. A few of them directly soared into the sky and shot rays of divine light at the stone turtle shell that was suppressing down, shaking the stone turtle shell. Meanwhile, another figure emitted an unparalleled ferocious aura and surrounded Old Tortoise on top of the stone turtle shell. At this time, Gu Fei did not dare to delay and directly flew down from the stone pillar. Bang! The brown soil under his feet suddenly exploded. He had already turned into a gust of wind and rushed toward the stone tower. Brr! With a roar, among the 18 figures besieging Old Tortoise, a figure rushed down from the sky and fiercely pounced toward Gu Fei. Endless murderous aura came down mightily. Suddenly, Gu Fei felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. All the pores on his body stood on end. Without thinking, he rolled to the side. Boom! With a loud sound, the ground shook violently. Countless brown soil splattered and hit Gu Fei's back. Immediately, Gu Fei felt as if he had been shot by tens of thousands of divine arrows. A burning pain came from his back. A powerful force caused him to roll on the ground like a gourd. As he tumbled, he crashed into the stone tower with a bang. A large pit appeared at the place where he had originally stood. Before Gu Fei could regain his senses, the boundless murderous aura once again enveloped him. The illusory figure emitted a rainbow-like battle intent and directly pressed toward him. Swoosh! The figure directly appeared in front of Gu Fei. In the next moment, the illusory big hand shrouded Gu Fei, who had yet to get up from the ground. The illusory palm surged with a terrifying power, sealing the space under the palm and cutting off all of Gu Fei's escape routes. These guys who rushed out of the stone tower were neither human nor ghost. They were extremely powerful. Gu Fei was no match for them at all. In an instant he was forced into a desperate situation. Gu Fei, who was forced into a desperate situation, suddenly roared and raised his head. He opened his mouth and spat out a bright purple sword light, which shot toward the illusory big hand above his head. Chi! Unexpectedly, the dazzling sword light directly pierced through the huge hand that was descending from above, and then passed through the illusory figure. The hazy figure, which was faint but had an extremely powerful aura, actually exploded under the attack of the sword light with a pang. The sword light turned and instantly disappeared into Gu Fei's body. He could not care so much. He suddenly got up from the ground and immediately pinched the 5 elements exterminating Madra with both hands. The power of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, immediately emerged from his body. The 5-colored aura, like a 5-colored divine flame, penetrated from Gu Fei's body. The power of the 9 heavens awakening realm condensed into 5 Madra without reservation. With a mighty and unparalleled power, they blasted toward the stone tower in front of him. Boom! 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 5 loud bangs shook heaven and earth, and the stone tower trembled violently. The 17 illusory figures besieging the old tortoise roared at the sky in unison. Their voices shook the sky. They actually abandoned the old tortoise and turned to pounce on Gu Fei. F***ck, it's harder than divine iron. It's difficult to destroy. What should I do? Gu Fei was so anxious that his forehead was full of sweat. The 17 terrifying killing intents had already enveloped him. Gu Fei was suddenly frightened out of his wits. At this moment, a hazy figure appeared in the void behind Gu Fei. The figure that was dispersed by the sword light from his mouth just now condensed again. Chapter 165. Roar. The 18 fighting souls roared and the entire stone forest formation trembled. Blood-colored lightning tore through the sky and lit up the night sky. The formation that had been silent gradually began to operate again. The clanging sound of the iron chains became more and more intense, as if a terrifying beast was struggling. The hazy void behind the stone tower exuded an endless tyrannical aura. A terrifying power was awakening. Gu Fei had vaguely guessed that the hazy, chaotic void behind the stone tower might be the formation eye of the stone forest formation. However, the 5 elements extermination seal art that Gu Fei had displayed could not shake the ancient stone tower. Instead, the 18 fighting souls had locked onto him and the aura of death had enveloped Gu Fei. The 18 hazy figures exuded an unparalleled fighting spirit. The chilling killing intent caused the void to freeze. As long as the 18 suppressing souls approached him, Gu Fei would die even if he had 10 lives. Swoosh! 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 The 17 illusory figures swooped down from the sky like the wind and lightning. They exuded a great pressure that almost caused Gu Fei to be unable to straighten his back. The fighting soul that appeared directly behind Gu Fei attacked Gu Fei directly. However, right at this critical moment of life and death, a furious roar sounded out from the sky, and a vast energy suddenly erupted like a raging sea or a surging tide. The devouring heaven and earth pseudo-realm is open. Come in. Old Turtle's voice seemed to come from the primitive world and lingered between heaven and earth. The terrifying power swept down and the 18 fighting souls suddenly stopped moving. Then they flew backward and were sucked into the sky. The 18 terrifying fighting souls did not have any power to fight back. They were pulled into Old Turtle's pseudo-realm by activating the power of the pseudo-realm. In the pseudo-realm, Old Turtle was the god that dominated everything. After the 18 fierce fighting souls were sucked into the pseudo-realm, Old Turtle closed the pseudo-realm and trapped the 18 fighting souls. Swoosh! Old Turtle disappeared into the void and entered his own pseudo-realm. The 18 fighting souls and the Old Turtle disappeared into the void. As long as the stone tower is not destroyed, the battle souls will not perish. Hurry up and destroy the stone tower. Old Tortoise's voice penetrated the barrier of the world and came from the void. How can I destroy it? I'll faint. Gu Fei's crisis was instantly resolved by the Old Tortoise. However, facing this stone tower, Gu Fei had a headache. Even the 5 elements exterminating seal could not destroy the stone tower. He was at his wits' end. Gu Fei anxiously walked around the ancient pagoda a few times. In each of the 18 floors of the stone pagoda, there was a ball of light flickering with a vast and unfathomable power. Let's fight. Gu Fei suddenly stopped and formed a seal with both hands. The power of the 5 elements immediately surged out of his body. I can only use the 5 elements fusion technique. Gu Fei had no choice but to once again use the 5 elements fusion seal of the 5 elements exterminating seal. The 5 seals of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth appeared at the same time. The seal communicated with the 5 elements inside and outside. The power of the 5 elements gathered in front of Gu Fei. The 5 elements seal began to change and gradually merged into a seal. The power of the 5 elements gathered and merged with the evolution of the seal. With the evolution of the seal, beads of sweat the size of soybeans appeared on Gu Fei's forehead. Sweat flowed down his face. To combine the power of the 5 elements into one, it would take an endless amount of effort. After all, the 5 elements fusion technique was not something that Gu Fei could use now. Finally, between Gu Fei's hands, the 5-colored radiance instantly transformed into a misty chaotic color. A terrifying wave of power suddenly surged out from the ultimate seal that had finally evolved. The space in front of Gu Fei was instantly shaken by this new power. Gu Fei didn't think too much about it. He strenuously struck out with his strongest move. As the seal was used, the space in front of Gu Fei suddenly became blurred and a rumbling sound was heard. 5 elements fusion shake the heavens and earth. The power of the 5 elements fusion technique could only be maintained for a moment. Boom! Gu Fei's strongest attack landed squarely on the stone pagoda. The vast power instantly destroyed the stone pagoda. Just as Gu Fei hit the stone tower, the 18 floors of the stone tower burst with dazzling light at the same time. An unpredictable power was emitted from the stone tower. The ancient stone tower emitted a terrifying wave of power that seemed to be able to destroy the world. In an instant, the power of the 5 elements fusion technique was shattered. The stone tower shook violently and emitted a dazzling light. It seemed sacred and inviolable. Ah! Gu Fei only felt a strong force coming towards him. Suddenly, as if he had been struck by lightning, he spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. The irresistible power that erupted from the ancient stone tower sent Gu Fei flying 20 to 30 feet away. His clothes were stained with blood as he rolled in the dust. Cough cough. Gu Fei then climbed up from the ground with difficulty. He reached out his hand to wipe the blood that he had coughed out and forcibly suppressed the surging qi and blood in his chest. What should I do? How can I destroy this stone tower? Gu Fei stared at the ancient stone tower that stood like a mountain in front of him. His hands were trembling. The power of the recoil just now had caused cracks to appear in the bones of his hands. The ancient tower's brilliant light illuminated the world. It was vast and mighty, like an unreachable ancient mountain, blocking Gu Fei's path forward. However, even though the ancient tower had become dazzling and seemed to have become the only thing in the world, it still could not illuminate the void behind the ancient tower. His well-tempered muscles and bones had also been severely damaged. However, the vast spiritual energy that Gu Fei had absorbed in Old Tortoise's pseudo-realm came in handy at this time. The vigorous vitality that was transformed from the spiritual energy surged out of Gu Fei's flesh and bones and gathered in his hands. It seeped into his wounds and the cracked bones healed rapidly. Brat, why are you still in a daze? Quickly destroy the stone tower. At this time, Old Tortoise's voice sounded in the void again. To Gu Fei's ears, the voice seemed to be coming from an extremely distant place. How can I destroy it if I can't destroy it? You can destroy it, Gu Fei said angrily. This old tortoise was simply trying to kill him. The stone tower was not something that Gu Fei could destroy at all. If he continued to attack the stone tower, he might die first before the tower was destroyed. You're really stupid. You have a rare treasure but you don't know how to use it. Old Tortoise scolded. He seemed to be really anxious. He seemed to have encountered a big problem in his own pseudo-realm. Roar. Why didn't you say so earlier? Gu Fei said angrily. How would I know that you're so stupid? Old Tortoise said angrily. Gu Fei ignored Old Tortoise and directly spat out a dazzling sword light toward the ancient tower. The sword light was as vigorous as a dragon and circled around the stone tower. Boom. With a loud sound, the stone tower was cut into 2 at the waist, and the upper half fell from the sky. The upper half of the stone tower that fell had 8 floors. The 8 balls of misty green light inside were immediately extinguished. The 8-story stone tower seemed to have lost the support of power and instantly turned into ashes. As for the remaining 10 floors of the stone tower, each floor was still intact. The balls of green light in each floor were still dazzling and powerful. Boom. At this moment, a violent tremor suddenly erupted in the void. Swoosh. 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 10 hazy, illusory figures rushed out as if they had shattered the void. Only 10 fighting souls rushed out of Old Tortoise's pseudo-realm. Obviously the other 8 fighting souls had been destroyed. Roar. Invincible big tortoise shell suppression. Old Tortoise was like a peerless old demon. He appeared from the void and waved the huge stone turtle shell in his hand, smashing it toward the heads of the 10 fighting souls. Bang! The 10 fighting souls were directly smashed down from the sky by Old Tortoise's huge turtle shell. These fighting souls were just killing tools. They had no spiritual consciousness and could not think. They could only fight based on their instincts. How could they be a match for Old Tortoise? Motherf asterisk cur. My pseudo-realm was almost destroyed by these wandering ghosts. I'll destroy your souls so that you won't even be able to become ghosts. Old Tortoise was furious and crazy. He roared and swung the stone turtle shell in his hand. Like a peerless demon king, he pounced down from the sky. Damn, this old antique is still so fierce. It's really abnormal. Seeing this, Gu Fei could not help but be speechless. He used his divine thought to control the sword radiance to kill the remaining 10 floors of the stone tower. The stone tower, which was as hard as divine iron, was as fragile as tofu under the sword radiance. Stone chips flew everywhere and the ancient stone tower became shorter. Only the last 5 floors were left. When Gu Fei destroyed the stone tower, the 10 fighting souls rushed up to the sky. Among them, 5 fighting souls instantly turned into spots of light and disappeared in the void. You wandering ghosts, go to hell. Old Tortoise swung the stone turtle shell that was the size of a small hill and smashed the remaining 5 fighting souls into the ground. Boy, there's no time. Quickly destroy the foundation of the stone tower and break the path to the stone array eye. Old Tortoise shouted at Gu Fei. At this time, the sky above the stone forest had been shrouded by surging dark clouds. Blood-colored lightning flashed in the clouds. Gu Fei hurriedly directed the sword radiance to fall on the stone tower. With a loud bang, the last 5 floors of the stone tower finally collapsed. The green light inside was suddenly extinguished and the 5 fighting souls that rushed out from the ground were instantly annihilated. As long as the stone tower was not destroyed, the fighting souls would not be destroyed. Even if Old Tortoise kept them in the pseudo-realm, it would still be difficult to destroy these fighting souls. This was because the fighting soul's origin power was in the stone tower. The person who had set up this array was really generous. He had captured 18 fighting souls, erased their spiritual consciousness and sealed them in the stone tower. He had refined them into fighting puppets that only knew how to kill. Moreover, they were the most ferocious fighting tools. However, it was a pity that the divine weapon's essence in Gu Fei's body seemed to be the nemesis of the stone tower. With a few slashes, the stone tower was destroyed and the foundation of the stone tower was destroyed. The ancient stone tower was destroyed and the fighting souls in the stone tower were destroyed. The void behind the stone tower began to tremble and waves of ripples spread out. An inexplicable barrier seemed to have been broken with the destruction of the stone tower. The void behind the stone tower was no longer blurry and was gradually becoming clear. The stone forest array eye gradually appeared in front of Gu Fei and Old Tortoise. Chapter 166. The hazy void gradually became clear, and the sound of the shaking chains seemed to be knocking on Gu Fei's heart. Cold sweat flowed down his face, and Gu Fei felt that his heart was about to stop beating. Nervousness. Other than nervousness, there was more nervousness. The Old Tortoise was also extremely nervous. Its eyes stared at the changing void in front of it, and its claws tightly grasped the stone tortoise shell that had shrunk to the size of a fist, as if it would smash it at any time. There was something in front that the Old Tortoise was worried about, because it was the array eye of the Great Formation. It was precisely because of the existence of the array eye that the Old Tortoise had been sealed for countless years. Roar. An earth-shaking roar came from the hazy space in front of them. The earth trembled, the stone pillars collapsed, and the entire Great Formation seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. A towering killing intent soared into the sky, as if a layer of fog had been dispelled, and the hazy void in front of them became clear in an instant. About a kilometer in front of them, there was a huge pitch-black saber inserted into the ground. The huge saber was like a pitch-black mountain that pierced into the endless darkness of the sky, and its soaring killing intent was fierce and terrifying. 9 thick chains as thick as buckets coiled around the huge saber, and the chains were connected to the ground. The huge saber seemed to be suppressed there. Even though they were separated by a kilometer, the unparalleled killing intent that emanated from the huge saber made Gu Fei feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His entire body was cold, and the air that he exhaled turned into white mist. Roar. Another earth-shattering roar was heard, and a hazy behemoth appeared around the huge saber, roaring at the sky. The huge saber began to tremble violently, as if it was trying to break free from the 9 chains. The sound of the chains shaking shook the sky. Gu Fei's face instantly turned pale. Just the sound of the shaking chains was enough to make him feel the blood in his body churn, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. How terrifying! How can I destroy the formation with the saber? Gu Fei could not help but feel a wave of despair. The gigantic beast was extremely indistinct. It was impossible to tell what it looked like. It was faintly discernible and exuded an unparalleled ferocious might. At this moment, the old tortoise's entire body actually began to tremble. It seemed to be extremely afraid of that phantom. This was definitely a huge murderous sword. Gu Fei felt as if a peerless murderous weapon was pressed against his throat, and he felt as if his head would be separated from his body at any moment. Let's go, let's take the saber and destroy the formation. The old tortoise forcefully suppressed the fear in its heart. It floated the stone tortoise shell above its head and slowly advanced despite the bone-chilling killing intent. Old tortoise, are you joking? This array can't be destroyed at all. Gu Fei said in horror. He never expected that the array's eye would be like this. How could he pull out that 1,000-foot-long divine saber? Furthermore, the murderous aura on the divine blade was so sharp that before anyone could even get close, they would already be dismembered by the terrifying murderous aura. Rumble! At that moment, the dark clouds in the sky had almost shrouded the ground. Blood-colored lightning wreaked havoc in the clouds, and from time to time, blood-colored lightning would strike down at the 1,000-foot-long divine blade. The gigantic beast surrounding the divine blade was faintly discernible amidst the blood-colored lightning. It seemed to be the silhouette of a dragon that was hundreds of meters long. The divine blade struggled violently as the 9 chains clanked incessantly. The divine blade seemed to want to soar into the sky, but it was firmly locked onto the blood-colored ground by the 9 chains. Only half of the divine blade's body was exposed above the ground. Gu Fei was shocked to discover that the frightening power released by the divine blade struggle was actually guided into the blood-colored ground by the 9 chains. Then, the stone tower that had already been destroyed actually showed signs of reforming. The power of the divine blade seemed to be linked to the array. No wonder they had to remove the divine blade in order to destroy the array. Kid, do you still want to get out? Hurry up and follow me. The old tortoise could not help but yell when it saw that Gu Fei was still standing there like a log. How dare you? Let's see how you're going to break the array. Gu Fei gritted his teeth and went all out. He activated the essence of the divine weapon to cover his entire body and then strode toward the old tortoise. The murderous aura emitted by the divine blade seemed to have turned into a real blade that continuously attacked Gu Fei. Even with the protection of the divine weapon, his skin still felt as if it was being cut by the blade. Why is this divine blade so fierce? Gu Fei was shocked. That pervert actually used this primordial ominous blade as a divine weapon to suppress the array. He really thinks highly of me. The old tortoise's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Primordial ominous blade? That was indeed an earth-shattering weapon. Gu Fei could not help but be shocked when he heard the old tortoise's words. From the old tortoise's words, he could guess that the divine blade definitely had a great origin. Under the protection of the stone tortoise shell, the old tortoise and Gu Fei could only advance for half a mile before they were unable to take another step. The murderous aura emitted by the giant divine blade had completely materialized, forming an unbreakable and terrifying domain. The divine blade was stuck straight into the ground and was trapped by the iron chains. It was obviously used to suppress the array. However, it seemed that the divine blade was being suppressed by the array. It was really strange. However, the power of the array and the divine blade seemed to have unbelievably merged into one. It was difficult to break the array without the blade. The divine blade trembled violently, and the blood-colored ground rumbled. The clanging of the 9 divine chains shook Gu Fei's chi and blood in his body. The faint giant dragon shadow did not appear and roar at the sky, but thousands of blood-colored lightning bolts fell from the sky and instantly dispersed the dragon shadow in the void. The struggle of the divine blade seemed to be very powerless. I didn't expect this primordial ominous blade to only have a remnant soul left. If it had a complete blade soul, I'm afraid it would have already broken out of the cage and turned into a dragon and flew away. The old tortoise said. The terrifying aura emitted by the divine blade frightened the old tortoise. It was an instinctive fear. The divine blade seemed to have an unparalleled ferocity that could intimidate all beasts in the world. How do we do it? Gu Fei's face was pale as he struggled to speak. The terrifying pressure emitted by the ominous blade almost suffocated him. "Let me borrow your sword soul." The old tortoise's right claw suddenly shot out a divine light that enveloped Gu Fei. Then a hazy sword shadow rushed out from Gu Fei's body. The soul of the divine weapon was integrated into the essence qi of the divine weapon. The soul of the divine weapon was extracted, but the essence qi of the divine weapon was still circulating in Gu Fei's body. Hum. The faint sword shadow emitted a sword cry that sounded like the cry of a phoenix. A vast sword qi rushed out from the sword soul and unexpectedly blocked the terrifying murderous aura around the two. Gu Fei suddenly felt his body relax. The terrifying feeling of being pressed against by thousands of blades immediately disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the divine blade in front of him seemed to be stimulated and suddenly burst out a beam of light. The beam of light connected the sky and the earth, creating a gap in the rolling dark clouds that shrouded the sky. Roar! In the beam of light that connected the sky and the earth, the shadow of a dragon appeared. The dragon's roar shook the sky and its huge body moved in the light. The black and purple scales of the dragon could be clearly seen. "This is..." Gu Fei was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. The divine dragon was the totem that everyone in the Tenglong continent worshipped. It was the most powerful existence in the world. Gu Fei held his breath. He could not imagine that he had actually seen the legendary divine dragon. Although this divine dragon was not a real divine dragon with flesh and blood, it was still enough to make him stunned. In the earth-shattering dragon roar, the old tortoise actually made a whoosh and entered the stone tortoise shell. Bang! The tortoise shell that had already turned into the size of a small mountain smashed heavily on the blood-red ground. If Gu Fei had not dodged quickly, he would have been smashed into meat paste by the stone tortoise shell. The sword soul was no longer restrained and rushed into Gu Fei's body in an instant, merging with the essence of the divine weapon once again. Gu Fei also wanted to rush into the stone tortoise shell, but was kicked out by the old tortoise. "Old tortoise, you old tortoise, are you trying to kill me?" Gu Fei could not help but curse. At this time, the extremely sharp and terrifying saber qi had already erupted from the 1,000-foot-long divine saber like a volcanic eruption. The blazing light swept in all directions, thousands of auspicious colors and tens of thousands of rays of light, illuminating the entire space. The blood-red ground continued to crack, as if there was a landslide and a tsunami. The sky and the earth were completely enveloped by the saber qi. "My life is over." Gu Fei was immediately frightened out of his wits. Without thinking, he activated the essence of the divine weapon with all his strength. Vaguely, he seemed to feel an extremely weak spiritual fluctuation coming from the divine weapon essence qi. It was extremely pure, like the fluctuation of a newborn baby's spiritual energy. At this critical juncture, Gu Fei actually communicated with the sword soul in his body. The pure power of the sword soul seeped out of his body and absorbed the endless, terrifying saber qi that was like a heavenly saber that could even tear apart the void. Gu Fei's body seemed to have become an invincible black hole. The saber qi that was slashing toward him was actually absorbed into his body. To be precise, it was absorbed by the power of the sword soul. The power of the sword soul continued to absorb the endless saber qi, and the resulting spiritual fluctuation became stronger and stronger, as if a sleeping soul was awakening. "Boy, you will thank me." The old tortoise's voice suddenly came to Gu Fei's ears. As soon as Gu Fei heard old tortoise's voice, his anger immediately rose to the 9 heavens. He cursed, "You old tortoise that won't die for 10,000 years. Thank you my ass." He had narrowly escaped death. The blood-red ground around the primordial ominous saber completely collapsed and was destroyed. Endless saber qi erupted, and the huge stone tortoise shell was directly swept away. As for Gu Fei, he felt as if he was in the midst of thousands of saber blades. The impact sent him flying out as if he was riding on a cloud. The sword soul in Gu Fei's body was absorbing the saber qi and slowly awakening. However, under the impact of the sword soul's aura, the saber soul of the primordial ominous saber, which was sealed in the formation I, seemed to have completely awakened. Although it was only a remnant soul, the primordial ominous saber also displayed a terrifying power that could destroy the world. The thousands of blood-red thunderbolts that struck down from the sky were all annihilated by the terrifying saber qi that erupted. Within the light pillar, a huge dragon head stared down. Although only half of the primordial ominous saber was exposed on the ground, it was still thousands of feet high. The ominous saber trembled violently, wanting to rush out of the blood-red ground, but it was trapped by the 9 divine chains. The dragon head with 2 forked dragon horns hung down from the sky. It opened its mouth and spewed out a bright divine light that was as thick as a water bucket. It bombarded the iron chain that was wrapped around the saber. Chapter 167. It had to be said that the person who had set up the grand formation had indeed possessed remarkable divine power. He had used the primordial ominous saber to suppress the formation eye, and the grand formation had trapped the primordial ominous saber. The primordial ominous saber, which was a rare treasure with a spirit, was unwilling to be trapped in the formation eye. Therefore it struggled day and night, emanating endless power. The 9 divine chains, on the other hand, firmly trapped the primordial ominous saber in the formation eye. The power of the grand formation and the unparalleled power of the ominous saber clashed against each other. Not only did they not cancel each other out, but they were all absorbed by the grand formation, causing its power to reach a terrifying level. Without the primordial ominous saber as the divine object to suppress the formation eye, it would have been hard to trap the old tortoise with the power of the grand formation alone. After all, the old tortoise was a freak who had given the master of this realm a headache. It was absolutely impossible to rely on a formation that didn't have any treasures as a cornerstone to destroy him. The power of the primordial ominous saber and the power of the grand formation combined in the formation pattern and suppressed the old tortoise for countless years. At this moment, inside the grand formation in the stone forest, dark clouds loomed overhead. Blood-colored lightning bolts struck down from the rolling dark clouds one after another. Blood-colored light connected heaven and earth. At the center of the grand formation was an enormous pillar of light that connected the heavens and the earth, and the vast and terrifying pressure it emitted didn't just cause the entire grand formation to sway and tremble like a willow in the wind, even the area outside the grand formation was affected. At this moment, many people in the ruin heaven realm cast their gazes in this direction. Within the huge pillar of light, a huge dragon that coiled like a mountain emitted endless dragon might and breathed dazzling divine light that bombarded downward. That was the primordial ominous saber's saber soul. Clang. The sound spread to every corner of the grand formation like a demonic sound, and even to the outside of the stone forest grand formation. The grand formation seemed to be unable to contain the power anymore. The moment the primordial ominous saber's saber soul awoke, the terrifying saber chi it unleashed instantly swept away Gu Fei and the old tortoise hiding in the stone turtle shell. Fortunately, the moment the saber chi touched him, the broken sword soul in Gu Fei's body had awakened in time and absorbed the essence of the divine weapons in the world to strengthen itself, allowing Gu Fei to escape the tragic fate of being dismembered. However, even though Gu Fei managed to keep his life, he hated the 10,000-year-old tortoise that kicked him out of the stone tortoise shell. Like a withered leaf, Gu Fei was sent flying by the vast saber chi. He had no idea how far he had been blown away by the saber wind. Gu Fei only knew that he was very strange. When others were unlucky they would bump into a wall or something, but when he was unlucky he had to bump into a stone pillar, and an incomparably hard stone pillar at that. Boom! With a loud sound, Gu Fei's entire body was smashed into the stone pillar. His body and face had the most intimate contact with the hard brown stone wall. Gu Fei was like a painting hanging on the stone wall. The huge impact made him stay on the bright stone wall for more than 10 breaths before he slid down. Gu Fei struggled to sit up under the stone pillar. Leaning against it, he spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Old tortoise, you damn 10,000-year-old tortoise, get the hell out of here. What are you shouting for? I'm under your butt. Move your butt away." Suddenly the old tortoise's voice came from under Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei was so shocked that he almost jumped up from the ground. Only then did he realize that there really seemed to be something hard sitting under his butt. Gu Fei reached out and touched his butt. He immediately laughed, "Ha! You old tortoise, you really don't feel good. You actually walked under my butt. I'll sit with all my strength. I'm so angry." After Gu Fei sat down a few times, the old tortoise's angry voice came from under his butt. Then Gu Fei only felt a strong force suddenly coming from under his butt, sending him flying. He fell into the dust with his butt on top and his head below. "You old tortoise, are you trying to murder me?" Gu Fei yelled as he climbed up from the ground. He saw that there was a stone tortoise shell the size of a millstone where he had been sitting. The next moment, the stone tortoise shell under the stone pillar quickly became as big as a small house. The old tortoise then jumped out of the shell and pointed at Gu Fei while scolding, "You stinking brat, my kindness is really unrequited. I was helping you just now, do you know that?" "Helping me? Bah, I was almost dismembered, do you know that?" Gu Fei recalled the scene when he was kicked out of the stone tortoise shell by the old tortoise. His eyes could not help but turn red. He really wanted to go forward and beat the old tortoise up. If I hadn't kicked you out, would you have profited from the disaster and communicated with the sword soul in your body? The old tortoise scolded. You. Gu Fei thought that the old tortoise's words seemed to have some truth, but he did not want to let the old tortoise off just like that. How did you know that the sword soul in my body would awaken? If the sword soul didn't awaken, wouldn't I have died? How would you know if you didn't try? Isn't it now proven that my guess was right? The old tortoise said with a proud face. You actually used my life to verify your guess? Gu Fei almost vomited blood because of the old tortoise. This guy was really a good bird. Boom. At this moment, a powerful wave of energy came from the center of the formation. The aura emitted by the primordial ominous saber made the old tortoise's expression change instantly. At this time, the formation was already boiling. The primordial ominous saber's saber soul, which was originally trapped by the formation and in a half-asleep state, was awakened by the old tortoise's sword soul. Although it was only a remnant soul, the primordial ominous saber was still the primordial ominous saber. After the awakening of the saber soul, the momentum caused by the awakening of the saber soul was too great. Countless stone pillars in the center of the formation had already been turned into flying ashes by the endless saber chi that erupted. The blood-colored ground collapsed, and hideous cracks spread from the center of the formation. The entire ground shook violently like waves, and stone pillars collapsed one after another, stirring up smoke and dust into the sky. The power of the formation seemed to have been disturbed, but the formation still did not collapse. Clang. At the center of the formation, 9 lightning-like long ropes soared up and coiled around the huge dragon shadow in the light pillar. The primordial vicious dragon faced the sky and roared furiously. It spat out rays of resplendent divine light that tore apart the heavens and the earth. It smashed towards the long chains that were still coiling around the sky, causing the 9 long chains to erupt with bursts of intense light that illuminated the world. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei and the old tortoise could not be bothered to quarrel. Even though the primordial ominous dragon that was condensed from a remnant soul had completely awakened the power of the dragon soul, it seemed to be unable to break free from the shackles. The 9 light ropes finally broke through the dragon's defense, and 4 or 5 light ropes instantly coiled around the dragon's huge body. Rumble. At this time, thousands of blood-colored thunderbolts were gathering in the sky at the center of the formation. Thousands of thunderbolts struck the true dragon, and the dragon's roar caused the heaven and earth to tremble. The sight completely shocked Gu Fei. Even the perverted old tortoise stared with his eyes open wide. The old tortoise knew the origin of the primordial ominous blade. Even though it was only a remnant soul, the might of the primordial ominous dragon was enough to make the heaven and earth lose their color. However, the formation could actually suppress the remnant soul of the ominous blade. This was enough to show that the formation had an unfathomable power. However, it could be seen that the 9 divine ropes played a decisive role. The 9 divine ropes were like a rainbow crossing the sky. They coiled around the primordial ominous dragon in the light pillar and pulled it down from the sky. The dragon struggled desperately, but under the joint attack of the blood-colored thunderbolts and the 9 divine ropes, it gradually fell down. Oh no, if the ominous blade spirit is suppressed again, then the formation will also return to its original state. The old tortoise's voice trembled as he saw this scene. Just a little bit more, and he would be free. After being sealed for countless years, the old tortoise was so anxious that he was about to break free, but it seemed like he was about to fall short at the last moment. What should I do? What should I do? Damned heavens, I really don't want to be trapped in this godforsaken place anymore. The old tortoise looked up at the sky and lamented. Suddenly, the old tortoise seemed to have thought of something and stopped crying. This startled Gu Fei. Could it be that the old tortoise had gone crazy? Old tortoise fiercely looked at Gu Fei. This guy with a dragon's head and a turtle's body revealed a sinister smile. That's right, this guy's dragon face revealed a smile that sent chills down Gu Fei's spine. You, what do you want? Gu Fei couldn't help but take a step back. Hee, smelly brat, whether or not we can leave this damn place is all up to you. The old tortoise smiled maliciously as it approached Gu Fei. You old tortoise, what do you want? Gu Fei was secretly alarmed. This old tortoise had been sealed here for countless years. As long as he could get out, he would really do anything. Brat, you see the 9 divine chains entangling the dragon, right? As long as you cut them and release the immemorial ominous blade, you can break this formation. The old tortoise said. What? Gu Fei couldn't help but be speechless. This old tortoise was indeed up to no good. Wasn't it asking him to die? I know what you are worried about. You won't die. The old tortoise said with a smile. How could Gu Fei believe the words of this wily old fox? Gu Fei directly took out his trump card. A hazy sword shadow rushed out and directly slashed towards the old tortoise. He had nothing to say to this old tortoise. Buzz. The dazzling sword light suddenly rushed up thousands of feet and tore the void. It was as if the sword could split the world into two halves. The terrifying sword aura made even the old tortoise suddenly pale. Damn brat. The old tortoise scolded, and with a whoosh, it disappeared under the sword light. Rumble. A thousands of feet long sword mark suddenly appeared on the ground. Wherever the sword light passed, all the tangible things turned into dust. The power of the sword was so strong that Gu Fei couldn't help but gasp. After the sword spirit awakened, the power of the divine weapon increased by many times. Gu Fei couldn't help but be overjoyed. At this moment, the old tortoise's figure suddenly appeared behind Gu Fei. He grabbed Gu Fei and then threw Gu Fei towards the eye of the formation like how he threw his stone tortoise shell. You 10,000-year-old old tortoise, damned old tortoise, I'm not done with you. Gu Fei roared as he flew towards the formation eye in the middle of the formation while flailing his arms and legs. Chapter 168. Gu Fei was tricked by the old tortoise. The despicable old tortoise threw him into the center of the formation, which was filled with murderous intent and chaos, as if it was about to return to primal chaos. The 9 divine chains trapped the ferocious dragon. The power of the formation and the immemorial ominous saber destroyed everything. Endless murderous spirit was emitted from the formation eye. The energy storm that swept out caused the world to tremble. It was as if the universe had been reversed. The saber chi of the ominous saber tore the sky and earth apart. Wherever the saber chi passed, the void was torn apart, revealing pitch-black spatial cracks. Then, there were the clouds that pressed down from the sky and the endless blood-colored lightning that kept striking down from the clouds. All of this caused the entire area in the eye of the formation to turn into a dead zone. The absolute domain exterminated everything. Gu Fei involuntarily flew towards the absolute domain. He could not help but be frightened out of his wits. In his heart, he had already cursed the 18 generations of the old tortoise's ancestors. This was simply sending him to his death. Gu Fei could not help but feel a sense of helplessness when he sensed the terrifying energy fluctuation that seemed to be able to destroy the world coming from the formation eye. At the center of the formation eye, within the huge pillar of light that connected heaven and earth, the immemorial ominous dragon was being suppressed. The power of the formation had completely gained the upper hand. The ferocious dragon that the saber soul of the immemorial ominous saber had transformed into was being pulled down from the sky by the 9 divine chains. If nothing unexpected happened, the saber soul of the ominous saber would be sealed again. It would provide power for the formation and become a force of assistance. In this way, everything that Gu Fei and the old tortoise had done would be for naught. The formation would be reorganized and once again seal the sky and earth. Roar. The dragon's roar shook the sky. The huge sound wave even overshadowed the thunder in the sky. The dark clouds in the sky were almost shaken away. It was hard to imagine how powerful the immemorial ominous saber was at its peak. The current saber soul was not complete. It was only a remnant soul, but it was already so powerful. After all, the saber soul of the immemorial ominous saber was only a remnant soul. It could not compete with the power of the formation. At this time, Gu Fei had already smashed into the area covered by the absolute domain of the formation eye like a meteor. The terrifying saber chi that tore the world apart and thousands of blood-colored lightning bolts attacked him like a storm. My life is over. Although Gu Fei was in despair, he would absolutely not wait for death. Even if he were to die, he would die with some manliness. Brr. Gu Fei bellowed and the yuan chi in his body surged violently. A dazzling 5-colored aura immediately rushed out of his body, as if it had turned into a blazing 5-colored divine flame. He held the ethereal sword remnant soul in his hands and was about to slash it in all directions. However, right at this moment, a shocking scene appeared. The faint sword shadow in his hand abruptly shot out a dazzling purple-gold brilliance that traversed hundreds of feet and shot straight at the bull. In the next moment, all the spiritual energy in the surroundings gathered towards the sword shadow in Gu Fei's hand. For a time the sky changed color, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. It seemed as if the entire heavens and the earth were about to collapse. Right at the same time, the peerless sword chi that shot out explosively from the sword soul actually tore apart the wall of the absolute domain of the formation eye, and Gu Fei collided head first into the absolute domain of the formation eye. Gu Fei wasn't annihilated by the terrifying energy within the absolute domain. The energy tempest and boundless terrifying saber chi that swept towards Gu Fei were instantly absorbed by the sword shadow. The faint and incorporeal sword soul was absorbing the extremely chaotic spirit energy in the heavens and the earth. This undoubtedly allowed Gu Fei to escape death. The energy of the sword soul caused Gu Fei to float in midair as a myriad of rays of light coiled around him, and the boundless spirit energy of the heavens and the earth converged towards the sword shadow in his hand. Even though the sword shadow that was coiled with a violet gold light was hazy and illusory, giving others an unreal feeling, yet the fierce killing intent it emitted caused one to feel fear that came from the depths of the soul. Intuition told Gu Fei that the sword soul in his hand wasn't inferior to the primeval fierce saber in the slightest, and it was absolutely a peerless divine weapon that was a rare treasure. But Gu Fei wasn't happy for long, as a new danger appeared once more. The energy that the sword soul converged was truly too enormous. Moreover, within the absolute domain of the formation I, energy surged, and the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth was strong to the extreme. Due to the spirit energy converging madly, it caused the space around Gu Fei to seem as if it had frozen, and the spirit energy that was filled with it created a strong pressure outside Gu Fei's body. In next to no time, cracking sounds of bones trembling sounded out from all over Gu Fei's body, and the strong pressure caused him to feel as if his body was about to be crushed and torn apart. Ah! Gu Fei roared at the sky, trying his best to resist the pressure outside his body. Unfortunately, as the spirit energy continued to converge, the pressure outside his body continued to increase rapidly. The five-colored light that had rushed out of his body was also forced back into his body. Oh no! That brat seems to be unable to hold on any longer. The old tortoise's eyes never left Gu Fei since he threw Gu Fei into the formation I. When the old tortoise saw that Gu Fei had successfully entered the absolute domain of the formation I, he was ecstatic, thinking that his chances of escaping had increased by another 10%. However, he never expected that Gu Fei would encounter such a dangerous situation. Thousands of spirit energy converged towards the sword soul, and the faint sword shadow in Gu Fei's hand gradually became clearer. However, Gu Fei was about to be squeezed to death by the endless spirit energy that had converged. The unimaginably terrifying pressure made Gu Fei feel as if his whole body was being pounded by mountains. Even his well-tempered body could not withstand it. Blood essence began to seep out of his pores, and he was already at the juncture of life and death. That brat can't die. The old tortoise stomped anxiously outside. For countless years, there were only 3 or 4 people who had broken into the grand formation of the stone forest. Of course, those people were the unlucky disciples of the 3 great Taoist sects who had entered the ruined sky realm. However, none of those people could help the old tortoise escape, and they were all ground to dust by the power of the grand formation. When the old tortoise encountered Gu Fei who had broken into the grand formation of the stone forest, he knew that his chance to escape had come. The old tortoise had been trapped in the grand formation of the stone forest for countless years, so he could be said to know the grand formation like the back of his hand. Moreover, the other changes in the grand formation had long been broken by the old tortoise. He only needed to break the formation I in the middle of the grand formation to escape. Most importantly, the old tortoise sensed the aura of a treasure-grade divine weapon on Gu Fei. The reason why the old tortoise could not break the formation and retrieve the saber was that he did not have a treasure-grade divine weapon. In the past, those who had broken into the grand formation of the stone forest did not even have a decent magic treasure, let alone a treasure-grade divine weapon that even the big shots coveted. Therefore, breaking the formation and retrieving the saber had become an impossible dream for countless years. Now, he was only one step away from breaking the formation, but this one step was blocked. This made the old tortoise go crazy. "Brat, hang in there!" The old tortoise yelled crazily. He swung the turtle shell and smashed it with all his might at the formation I formed by the endless energy. Boom! With a loud noise, the stone turtle shell, which had become the size of a small mountain, smashed fiercely against the wall of the absolute domain. The wall of the absolute domain only rippled. The stone turtle shell could not shake the wall of the absolute domain. The old tortoise madly drove the stone turtle shell to smash it. He wanted to break the wall of the absolute domain and rescue Gu Fei. However, no matter how he smashed madly, there were only ripples on the wall of the absolute domain, and there wasn't the slightest sign of it being broken open. Just when Gu Fei thought he was going to die, he suddenly felt a heat flow on his chest. Then a yin and yang pattern appeared on his chest. Black and white yin and yang qi surged out from the yin and yang pattern. The yin and yang qi converged on the top of Gu Fei's head, and a yin and yang pattern of Tai Chi appeared on top of Gu Fei's head. When the yin and yang pattern appeared, the essence of heaven and earth from all directions immediately gathered toward the yin and yang pattern. A large amount of the essence of heaven and earth gathered together and gradually formed a colorful light. The yin and yang pattern was covered with a dense mist, and the multicolored light constantly rushed into it. At this moment, the power of the Great Formation was also activated. Above the formation eye, the spiritual energy was mighty. The Great Formation had been operating for countless years, and the power gathered was unimaginable. The essence of heaven and earth continued to gather toward the yin and yang pattern and the sword soul in Gu Fei's hand. The pressure outside Gu Fei's body immediately decreased. The yin and yang pattern became clearer and clearer, and gradually expanded, showing signs of materialization. The essence of heaven and earth from all directions surged like a raging sea, crazily surging toward the yin and yang pattern. Above the formation eye, an amazing scene appeared. The sword soul and the yin and yang pattern were competing for the essence of heaven and earth. The formation eye gathered endless essence of heaven and earth, which was the source of power for the Great Formation to operate. Now that the essence of heaven and earth was being frantically sucked away by the two treasures, the whole Great Formation suddenly showed signs of collapse. Inside the Great Formation, the sky and earth shook. Terrifying cracks appeared on the yellow-brown ground, and towering stone pillars began to fall. Loud sounds came from all directions from time to time. Outside the formation eye, Old Tortoise was also shocked by the scene in front of him. He unconsciously stopped and stared blankly at the yin and yang pattern in the sky. Where did this brat come from? He actually has a secret that even I can't detect, Old Tortoise muttered to himself. He never imagined that Gu Fei had another treasure on him. The roar of a dragon shook the sky. Blood-colored thunderbolts shook the sky, and the blade that tore the sky and earth apart slashed wildly. The yin and yang pattern floated in the sky, gathering endless spiritual source. The sword soul soared into the sky and absorbed the essence of heaven and earth from all directions. For a moment, an extremely chaotic scene appeared in the formation eye. The yin and yang pattern began to shake, and the essence of heaven and earth kept pouring in. Like rivers flowing into the sea, it actually gathered the vast essence of heaven and earth together. It was unbelievable. Gradually, the sword soul in Gu Fei's hand was no match for the yin and yang pattern. In the struggle for the essence of heaven and earth, it was defeated. The sword soul seemed to be unwilling. It gently trembled and let out a wung sword cry. The pillar of light that enveloped the primordial vicious dragon was fading, and the power of the 9 divine chains was also weakening. The power of the Great Formation was rapidly draining, directly causing the power of the Great Formation to weaken. Absorb. If this continues, even if we don't cut off the 9 divine chains and release the fierce blade soul, we will still be able to break this Great Formation. Old Tortoise seemed to have gone crazy. He danced and laughed as he shouted. When Gu Fei saw the phenomenon caused by the yin and yang pattern in the sword soul, he was also shocked. Chapter 169. The dragon's roar shook the heavens. The 9 divine chains were still firmly wrapped around the huge body of the primordial fierce dragon. However, the light pillar that trapped the fierce dragon's saber soul was gradually dimming. The light of the 9 divine chains was also gradually dimming. The Tai Chi yin-yang diagram was above Gu Fei's head. He was holding the faint and illusory sword shadow. He was like a god standing in the void. The incomparably chaotic energy storm in the eye of the formation became gentle around his body. When the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram was devouring the spiritual qi from all directions, there was also an endless stream of spiritual qi. Through the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram, it unceasingly poured into Gu Fei's body. The broken sword soul in Gu Fei's hand was already unable to absorb any spiritual qi from the surroundings. Because the void around Gu Fei's body was already enveloped by the power of the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. The sword soul in Gu Fei's hand was also trembling, as if it was about to fly out of his hand. That mysterious Tai Chi yin-yang diagram actually wanted to devour even the sword soul. It made the sword soul in Gu Fei's hand very uneasy. Finally, the sword soul in Gu Fei's hand directly turned into a light shadow and entered Gu Fei's body. It integrated with the spiritual qi of the divine weapon. Gu Fei of course would not let go of this rare opportunity. He began to operate the mysterious technique and used the spiritual qi of the heaven and earth to refine his body. The Tai Chi yin-yang diagram above his head released an endless amount of spiritual qi. It poured into his body and washed over Gu Fei's body again and again, improving his physique. Then it was guided out of his body by him. Gu Fei had no choice but to do this because the world energy that descended from the Tai Chi yin and yang diagram was simply too vast, and his body was unable to contain so much world energy. Thus, he could only guide it out of his body to prevent his body from exploding. The injuries on his body were quickly healing. A small amount of impurities were discharged from his pores. Gu Fei felt refreshed and his whole body was comfortable. This was a rare fortuitous encounter. Endless spiritual energy poured into his body and exited his body. Gu Fei was undergoing the process of washing his marrow. His physique was changing. The path of martial arts was to defy the heavens. The process of cultivation was a process of constantly changing one's physique and unleashing the potential of one's body. This life and death experience was not a bad thing for Gu Fei, as his cultivation had once again taken another step forward. Under the cleansing of the spiritual energy, his tendons, bones, and flesh began to emit a multicolored glow. Endless spiritual energy washed through his flesh like ripples of water. Although it eventually exited his body, there were still traces of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that were being refined into his flesh during this process. The primal chi of heaven and earth that Gu Fei had guided out of his body was once again devoured by the Taiji diagram above his head. The Taiji yin-yang diagram in Gu Fei formed a subtle cycle. Outside the eye of the array, the old tortoise was dumbfounded as he watched this scene. His eyes were filled with envy. How good would it be if that power was given to him? The old tortoise had been tempered by the array for countless years. The primal chi in his body had almost been completely obliterated by the array. He could not even transform into a human form. The old tortoise's cultivation level was still there. The only thing he lacked was power. It was no wonder that the old tortoise was so envious of Gu Fei. 6 hours later, the blood-colored lightning in the sky began to dissipate. The 9 divine chains had become dim and the power of the array was gradually disintegrating. The Taiji diagram above Gu Fei's head had already covered half the sky. It slowly rotated and was still devouring the power of the array like a bottomless pit. The pillar of light that had trapped the fierce dragon in the eye of the formation had already dissipated. The primordial fierce dragon that had transformed from the primordial fierce saber soul seemed to have sensed danger in the end, and actually directly entered the 1,000-foot-long fierce saber. The 9 divine chains contained a huge amount of spiritual energy. Otherwise, it would not have been able to restrain such a fierce saber soul. However, under the forceful plunder of the Taiji yin and yang diagram, the brilliance of the 9 divine chains that were wrapped around the fierce saber gradually dimmed. The spiritual energy contained in them was quickly extracted. In the end, the 9 divine chains that had lost all of their spiritual energy turned into powder and dissipated in the air. The moment the 9 divine chains turned into ashes, the primordial fierce saber that had been inserted into the eye of the array suddenly erupted with endless ferocity. It turned into a black light and soared into the sky. No one had expected that the peerless fierce saber that had emitted thousands of layers of saber aura was actually a broken saber. They originally thought that half of the fierce saber was stuck in the eye of the array, but that did not seem to be the case. How could it be like this? Outside the eye of the array, the old tortoise's jaw almost dropped to the ground when he saw this scene. He blinked his eyes and murmured, "That's the primordial fierce saber, the azure dragon saber. Who could have destroyed the azure dragon saber?" The old tortoise was astonished. The era he lived in was filled with experts. It was an incomparably wonderful era, and there were countless people with great magical powers. At that time, the reputation of the primordial fierce saber had spread throughout the cultivation world. As far as the old tortoise knew, he had never heard of anyone being able to destroy the treasures that had been passed down from the primordial era. However, in such a short time, the old tortoise had seen 2 treasure-grade divine weapons that only had a remnant soul left. How could he not be shocked? What on earth happened back then? The old tortoise seemed to have a vague feeling that there seemed to be a great secret behind this. The primordial fierce saber soared into the sky, turned into a black light, and disappeared into the sky in an instant. The old tortoise wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Moreover, there was an unfathomable force in the ruined sky realm that suppressed all external forces. Only the power of treasure-grade divine weapons could not be restrained in the ruined sky realm. That was because a power of that level could already ignore the rules of heaven and earth in the false realm. The old tortoise's cultivation was suppressed to the awakening state, so it could not soar into the sky to collect the primordial fierce saber. It could only watch the primordial fierce saber fly away. The formation began to collapse. Starting from the center of the formation, the extremely hard yellow-brown ground began to turn into dust and spread outwards. The entire formation was turning into sand. Endless spiritual light rose from the ground and gathered toward the Tai Chi yin and yang pattern in the sky. That was the last bit of the formation's power. The whole process lasted for more than 2 hours. After more than 2 hours, A desert that spanned 100 miles appeared in front of the old tortoise. Perhaps the person who had set up the formation in the stone forest had never imagined that the formation he had set up could be broken by someone in such a way. In fact, it could not be said that it was a person but a heaven-defying treasure. The way to break the formation could be said to be very simple. That was to devour all the power gathered by the formation. A formation that had lost its power would naturally collapse completely. I'm free, I'm free. I'm not dreaming, am I? Ah. The old tortoise was so excited that tears streamed down its face. It knelt on the sand. The old tortoise cried and screamed for a long time before it gradually calmed down. He had been sealed for countless years, but now he was free. What kind of joy was that? What kind of feeling was that? No one could describe the old tortoise's current state of mind. When the last few rays of spiritual light that rose from the ground were devoured by the Tai Chi Yin and Yang pattern, the power of the formation was completely devoured. At that moment, Gu Fei used the mysterious skill to continuously guide the spiritual energy that surged into his body out of his body. The power that could be smelted into his body had reached a state of saturation. Unless his body metamorphosed and became stronger, he would not be able to absorb any more essence energy. In other words, after several hours of continuous refinement, his body had become extremely strong and had reached the limit of the awakening state. At that moment, the Tai Chi Yin and Yang pattern suspended above his head also stopped rotating. Then a hazy light burst out, enveloping Gu Fei and slowly descending to the ground. After landing on the ground, Gu Fei sat cross-legged on a piece of sand. The Tai Chi Yin and Yang pattern above his head gradually shrank. In the end, it turned into a black and white light and sank into Gu Fei's chest. At the moment when the Tai Chi Yin and Yang pattern disappeared, Gu Fei clearly felt a strong oppressive force. This force seemed to be everywhere. It did not come from a single direction but from all directions. This is the power of heaven and earth. Gu Fei instantly understood that his power was beginning to be suppressed by the ruined sky realm. The ruined sky realm suppressed all power that was higher than the awakening state. Of course, unless one's power was strong enough to ignore the rules of heaven and earth of this world, they would not be suppressed by this world. The ruined sky realm was different from the outside world. This was a world created by a heaven-defying expert. In this world there were rules of heaven and earth, and all the rules of heaven and earth were set by that heaven-defying expert. Gu Fei knew that if there was no suppression from the power of this world, he could break through the barrier of cultivation at any time and break into the transcending mortality realm. He would be the first martial artist in the history of the Green Spirit Peak of the Taishin sect to break through to the transcending mortality realm. Thinking of this, Gu Fei was extremely excited. No one was more excited than Gu Fei about how powerful a martial artist in the transcending mortality realm would be. Gu Fei stood up from the sand. With a glance, he saw the big turtle rolling on the sand in the distance. Seeing the big turtle, Gu Fei could not help but have black lines appear on his forehead. This damned old turtle. Gu Fei's eyes were red. Swoosh. He directly left an afterimage on the spot and rushed toward the big turtle like the wind and lightning. In the blink of an eye, Gu Fei had closed in on the old tortoise. Without saying a word, he threw a punch at the old tortoise. A dazzling golden light surged from Gu Fei's fist and swept towards the old tortoise like a 1,000-ton wave. The whole sand immediately surged like waves from the sudden burst of powerful fist energy, rolling up sand and dust, covering half the sky. Brat, are you crazy? The old turtle suddenly jumped up from the sand like a rabbit whose tail had been stepped on. The stone turtle shell immediately moved forward to block the surging fist energy. Boom! Gu Fei ferociously slammed his fist against the stone tortoise shell. The enormous force caused the stone tortoise shell, along with the old tortoise behind it, to roll on the sand. I owe my turtle mother. A good turtle doesn't fight when the odds are against it. The old tortoise steadied itself and picked up the stone tortoise shell. Then it spread its two short legs and fled in a panic. Thus, on this new desert, such a scene appeared. An old turtle holding a stone turtle shell, fled in panic, and a black-haired young man chased after it with a murderous look. Chapter 170. It had to be said that the ruined sky realm was indeed vast and boundless, as if it was a real world of its own. There were thousands of miles of barren land, endless primitive forests, mountains so tall that they pierced the clouds, and huge lakes between the mountains. All of this told the people who had broken into this place that this was a world of its own, a world that was independent of the 3 realms and 6 paths. However, this was not a paradise. Although there was a beautiful fairyland-like scenery, there was also an ominous place full of unknown dangers. In the ruined sky realm, the disappearance of the psychedelic stone forest alarmed many disciples of the three great Taoist sects who had entered the ruined sky realm. At dawn, 2 azure-robed Taoists and 3 or 4 white-robed youths appeared at the edge of this ominous place that had turned into a sea of sand. Even though the stone forest had disappeared and there was only a sea of sand in front of them, no one dared to casually enter this once ominous place. After all, this place had once devoured several of the most outstanding disciples of the three great Taoist sects. Although this had happened a long time ago, the people of the three great Taoist sects were still very afraid of this place, as it was classified as a great ominous place. Taoist Dan Xinzi this. A slender, middle-aged Taoist in azure robes with a sword on his back looked at the sea of sand in front of him, and the look of extreme shock on his face could no longer be concealed. Seeing this scene in front of them, everyone was stunned. Don't ask me, I don't know what happened here either. A Taoist with long black hair next to the Taoist with a sword on his back said in a deep voice as he looked at the sea of sand in front of him. He was also extremely shocked. These 2 azure-robed Taoists had sensed the abnormality of this place and rushed over from elsewhere. They were Dan Xinzi, an expert of the older generation of the Taishan sect, and Lu Ruhai, an elder swordsman of the Guangqing celestial sect. There were as many as 81 spatial nodes that entered the ruined sky realm. Although the people of the three great Taoist sects had all gathered at the same place to enter the ruined sky realm, they had all been transported to different places. Very few people would enter the ruined sky realm through the same spatial node. Of course, it was not unheard of for 2 or 3 people to appear at the same spatial node. After Dan Xinzi and the others entered the ruined sky realm, they began to gather the disciples of their own sect. In the past 2 days, Dan Xinzi had found 2 disciples of the Taishan sect who had entered the ruined sky realm. The 2 white-robed youths standing behind Dan Xinzi were Dongfang Qin and Lei Ao of the 9 lineages of the Supreme Mystery sect. One of the 3 Guangqing celestial sect disciples standing behind Lu Ruhai was Lu Yunhe. Yes. It seems that the map of the ruined heaven realm will have to be redrawn. Lu Ruhai muttered to himself. The original psychedelic stone forest had disappeared, and in its place was a boundless desert. This place had to be marked on the map. Let's go. Dan Xinzi stared at the sea of sand in front of him, then suddenly turned to leave. 2 days had already passed of the 10-day deadline. Time was of the essence, and the sect leader's mission had to be completed. Dan Xinzi didn't want to waste time on unimportant things. Looking at the figure of Dan Xinzi leaving with the 2 disciples, Lu Ruhai couldn't help but sneer. He could guess what Dan Xinzi was thinking. This was because the purpose of the 3 great Taoist sects entering the ruined sky realm this time was the same, which was to get the longevity grass. Otherwise, they would not have sent experts of the 9th heaven of the transcending mortality realm to lead the team into the ruined sky realm. It should be known that Dan Xinzi and the others were the strongest cultivators under the void-controlling realm in the 3 great Taoist sects, who were only 1 step away from the void-controlling realm. It was obvious how much importance the 3 great Taoist sects attached to this trip to the ruined sky realm. The 3 great Taoist sects all knew of the existence of the longevity grass, but everyone had a tacit understanding and didn't bring this matter to light. After all, the 3 great Taoist sects were of the same branch, and no one was willing to break the relationship between the 3 great Taoist sects for the longevity grass. But everyone wanted to get the longevity grass, which could increase their lifespan by 200 or 300 years. Therefore, in the ruined sky realm, the open and secret struggles of the 3 great Taoist sects were inevitable. This open and secret struggle was limited to the ruined sky realm, and the longevity grass would belong to whoever had the ability. All the grievances in the ruined sky realm would be written off the moment they walked out of the ruined sky realm. This was the position of the 3 great Taoist sects. Let's go too. Lu Ruhai said and walked in another direction. Behind him, Lu Yunhe and the others exchanged a glance and hurriedly followed. After entering the ruined sky realm, the atmosphere between Dan Xinzi and Lu Ruhai had changed subtly. They were amiable on the surface but not on the inside. Lu Yunhe and the others saw this but they were shocked. They had a bad feeling. After Dan Xinzi and Lu Ruhai left with their respective people, this once dangerous place returned to silence. It was an absolute silence, a silence that made people's hearts palpitate. When the sun was high up in the sky, a man and a turtle appeared at the edge of an ancient battlefield. The 2 of them had been sneaking around in the woods next to the ancient battlefield for a long time. Are we really going in? The black-haired youth asked. We're really going in. The turtle with a dragon's head and 2 forked dragon horns spoke in the human language. Can't we not go in? The youth asked. No, the old turtle's attitude was very firm. I don't want to take risks for that crappy saber. The youth seemed unwilling to enter the ancient battlefield in front of him, because it was simply too terrifying. As far as the eye could see, there were bones scattered on the ground everywhere. Endless bones stretched into the depths of the battlefield. Broken weapons and broken armors were silently telling the people of the tragedy of that great battle. Even after countless years, this battlefield was still filled with a towering murderous aura. A dark red mist lingered on the battlefield, as if the blood mist from back then had not dissipated. What crappy saber. That's the fiercest saber in the ancient times. The old turtle couldn't help but stretch out his short turtle leg and kick the youth. You 10,000-year-old tortoise, you want to fight again, don't you? The youth rubbed his buttocks and pounced on the old turtle while yelling. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The old turtle did not show any weakness. He waved his two short turtle arms and continuously crossed his legs to dodge. At the same time, two turtle fists greeted the youth's face. Your tortoise fists are useless. The youth laughed sinisterly and pounced on the old turtle. Thus, a shocking scene appeared. The man and the turtle rolled on the ground and began to wrestle. Unfortunately, these two fellows were incomparably strong. They crashed into trees, broke trees, and shattered rocks. In the blink of an eye, a part of the forest was turned upside down, and it was beyond recognition. The man and the turtle who fought in such an ungentlemanly manner were none other than Gu Fei and the old dragon turtle who had escaped from the ancient formation. In the end, Gu Fei used the mysterious shadowless kick and sent the old turtle flying. The old turtle smashed into a pile of weeds and finally ended this shocking battle. If it weren't for the fact that my vitality was greatly injured. The old turtle crawled out of the weeds and angrily glared at Gu Fei. You've said this many times. Gu Fei ignored old tortoise's glare and patted off the dust on his body as he spoke, unconcerned. I'll ask you one last time. Are you going in or not? The old turtle shook his bulky tortoise body, causing the dust on his body to rustle and fall. One look and I can tell that this ancient battleground is an extremely dangerous place. I'm afraid it's even scarier than the stone forest formation. Why would you still want to go despite knowing that you're going to die? I'm not that stupid. Hee hee. You have a treasure to protect you. What's there to be afraid of? It's up to you whether you want to go or not. However, you'll have to find that annoying 9-colored herb yourself. Old Tortoise was very straightforward. Without waiting for Gu Fei to reply, he strode toward the ancient battlefield with his legs splayed out. Ka-cha! Ka-cha! As soon as the old turtle entered the ancient battleground, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. It was as if the ground was covered in white bones. The sound made Gu Fei's hair stand on end and his scalp go numb. You sly old fox, you win. Gu Fei had no choice but to chase after the old turtle. He knew that no one knew the ruined sky realm better than the old turtle. After all, the old turtle was from the same generation as the master of this realm. Although the old turtle had been trapped in the stone forest formation for countless years, he must know a lot of secrets. You really had to rely on this guy to find the 9-colored herb. You really sensed the aura of the primordial ominous saber? Gu Fei caught up with the old turtle and asked in a deep voice. He was very displeased at the moment. The old turtle was clearly threatening him. I can't be wrong about the aura of the blue dragon saber. There's the dragon aura of the primordial ominous dragon on the saber. How can I not even recognize the dragon aura? The old turtle said confidently. Gu Fei shuddered at the thought of the primordial ominous dragon transformed from the saber soul of the primordial ominous saber. The true form of the primordial ominous saber wouldn't be a dragon, right? The old turtle did not answer Gu Fei's question. Instead he slowed down. They had only entered less than 100 meters into the ancient battleground, but the old turtle seemed to have sensed something strange. What's wrong? The muscles all over Gu Fei's body immediately tightened. Fine strands of colorful light that were as thin as hair emerged on his skin. An obscure wave of power immediately seeped out from his body. The old turtle suddenly stopped. Its pair of turtle eyes flickered as it stared intently at a skeleton in front of it on the right. How is this possible? Is this the skeleton of a fallen immortal god? The old turtle muttered to himself. Gu Fei was shocked to hear this. An immortal god was a legendary existence. He quickly followed the old turtle's gaze and saw a complete skeleton half buried in a pile of bones not far in front of him on the right. However, this skeleton was different from the other skeletons. There was no trace of decay. Not only did it not decay, but it was also crystal clear as if it was carved from the finest sheep-fat white jade. There was also a faint layer of luster flowing on it. This is the skeleton of an immortal god? Gu Fei thought to himself. It was indeed extraordinary. The skeleton half buried in the pile of bones in front of him could be called a jade skeleton. Just when Gu Fei and Old Tortoise were bewildered, two emerald flames suddenly lit up in the two pitch-black eye sockets of the skeleton that was half buried in the dry bones. Chapter 171. On the ancient battlefield, the skull of a white skeleton that was half buried in the broken bones suddenly lit up with a green flame. A weak spiritual wave was emitted from the skull. Hiss. Gu Fei sucked in a breath of cold air at the sight of this, and all the hairs on his body stood on end. The old tortoise was not much weaker than Gu Fei, and its eyes almost fell to the ground. "Oh my tortoise! Has this guy come back to life?" Old Tortoise exclaimed. Under the watchful eyes of a human and a tortoise, the white skeleton that was as translucent as jade climbed up from the broken bones. A demonic green light shot out from the two black eye sockets on the skull and swept toward Gu Fei and Old Tortoise. The green flame flickered, and the white skeleton seemed to be observing the two. "It's not a dead thing, it seems to be." Gu Fei calmed down in an instant. Every nerve in his body was stretched taut, and the muscles and bones all over his body made a thunderous sound. As soon as the white skeleton showed any abnormalities, Gu Fei would attack and kill it immediately. Of course, Gu Fei did not have the confidence to destroy a skeleton that might have been left behind by an immortal. This guy has given birth to the fire of the soul, reversed life and death, and turned into an undead creature. Old Tortoise said in a deep voice. The ancient battlefield was really strange. Under the shroud of the blood-colored mist, it seemed that even the sun could not shine directly. The tragic aura and soaring murderous intent converged into gusts of bone-piercing chilly wind that blew toward Gu Fei and Old Tortoise. The two of them had only walked a few hundred feet into the ancient battlefield, but they felt as if they had walked into a hell. "What should we do?" Gu Fei stared at the sparkling white skeleton and said in a deep voice. His eyes did not leave the skeleton for even a second. Back on Yunming Mountain, Gu Fei had seen Ancestor White Bones controlling thousands of skeletons to attack the people of the Haoyin trading group. However, the skeletons that Ancestor White Bones controlled were just ordinary skeletons, while the white jade-like skeleton in front of him was different. It was a skeleton with a soul fire. In other words, it was very likely that this skeleton already had its own consciousness and was not completely dead. It was an undead creature that had walked from death to life. "What else can we do? Let's retreat slowly and see how this thing reacts." Old Tortoise whispered and began to retreat with light steps. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise were not afraid of the skeleton in front of them, but they were testing it. However, the moment they moved the skeleton in front of them on the right, swoosh, it disappeared from where it was and appeared in front of Gu Fei in the next moment, throwing a punch at Gu Fei. Without any warning, the white skeleton that had climbed out of the pile of bones suddenly attacked Gu Fei. Its sparkling jade-like fist erupted with a powerful energy wave. The bones around Gu Fei were immediately hit by the fist force that erupted from the white skeleton's fist and flew up, then swept behind Gu Fei. The white skeleton's fist force was as heavy as a mountain, making Gu Fei feel suffocated. It was as if the air around him had been sucked out in an instant. So fast. Although Gu Fei was shocked, as a martial artist, his body reacted faster than his mind in the face of danger. Whoosh. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei threw out a punch. A dazzling golden light radiated from his fist. That was the fist force of the golden element fist, which was extremely powerful. Boom. In an instant, Gu Fei's fist collided with the white skeleton's bone fist, bursting out with a dull bang. The terrifying fist force blasted out from the two fists. The bones on the ground around them were blown up by the impact of the terrifying force, and then instantly exploded into bone powder in the air, sweeping in all directions like a whirlwind. Both Gu Fei and the white skeleton retreated and punched each other. The two seemed to be evenly matched, but Gu Fei was in a hurry to fight, while the white skeleton was ready to attack. Even so, Gu Fei was secretly surprised that the skeleton's bones were really hard. Even his fist, which could shake ordinary magic weapons, could not break the skeleton's bone body. After retreating, the skeleton advanced and once again closed in on Gu Fei. The pale green soul flame in its eye sockets burst out. The eye sockets were a few feet long, and a strong wave of power rippled out from its jade-like bone body. It was hard to imagine that an undead creature could have such extraordinary combat strength. Just as the undead creature closed in on Gu Fei, a huge stone turtle shell suddenly appeared above the undead creature's head and smashed down on its head. The old turtle made its move, and it used its magic weapon, the stone turtle shell. Rumble. The huge stone tortoise shell was as big as a small mountain. It exuded an unparalleled power that shook the space around it. The soul flame in the white skeleton's head flickered rapidly, and a pair of fleshless fists directly smashed down on the stone turtle shell. Boom. Without any suspense, the huge stone turtle shell directly smashed the white jade-like skeleton into the ground, causing the ground to tremble violently. Gu Fei was aware of the power of the stone turtle shell. It could even withstand the terrifying saber aura of the primordial ominous saber and could not be damaged by a magic weapon. It could be said to be a treasure that could smash anything. Although this white skeleton was extraordinary, and it was very likely that it was left behind by an immortal after his death, it was still unable to withstand the power of this turtle shell that could smash anything. After the stone turtle shell smashed the white skeleton into the ground, it quickly shrank and flew back into the old turtle's hand. A puny undead creature dares to show off in front of an old man like me? The old turtle was extremely proud of himself. He was very confident in his stone turtle shell. However, just when the old tortoise thought that it had killed the skeleton and was about to put away the stone tortoise shell in its hand, the skeleton rushed out of the ground with a pow. Both Gu Fei and the old turtle were taken aback. The jade-like white skeleton was covered with cracks, but it did not collapse. If you're not dead after that, then I'll reluctantly smash you again and let you die one more time. The old turtle said and took out the stone turtle shell out of nowhere. Although the crystal white skeleton was not smashed by old tortoise's shell, the spirit fire in the skull that was full of cracks had become very weak. Obviously, old tortoise's attack had severely injured the undead creature and put it in a dying state. If old tortoise were to hit it again, the undead creature would be dead for sure. However, just when the old turtle was about to take out the stone turtle shell to send the undead creature on its way, a sharp sound suddenly came from the depths of the ancient battlefield. Woo-woo. A sound that sounded like a ghost's howl echoed between heaven and earth. It made one's scalp tingle and the entire ancient battlefield shook. Then, among the thousands of bones, skeletons climbed out of the ground. They were not bones, nor were they ordinary skeletons but crystal white skeletons. In a short while, dozens of skeletons similar to the original undead creature with soul flames in their skulls surrounded Gu Fei and the old turtle. Gu Fei and the old turtle could not help but change their expressions. This ancient battlefield was indeed a place of great danger. In the next moment, all the skeletons quickly pounced on Gu Fei and the old turtle with their white bony claws that emitted a faint light. They were definitely not ordinary bones. As the old turtle said, these skeletons were probably immortals when they were alive. This ancient battlefield was probably the battlefield of gods and demons. Otherwise, immortals and gods would not have fallen here. Boom. A five-colored light burst out from Gu Fei's body, forming a 3 feet thick layer of earth energy around him. It was so thick that it looked like it had materialized. All the skeletons that were charging at him were blown away by the earth energy. Gu Fei continuously punched out, and the surging power blasted all the incoming skeletons away. However, it could not break the bones that were harder than fine iron. After the blasted skeletons got up from the ground, they pounced on Gu Fei again. There was no end to their attacks, which put Gu Fei in a predicament of being besieged. On the other hand, the old turtle was much more relaxed. He yelled and waved the stone turtle shell at the surrounding skeletons. This old turtle was also going all out. Wherever the stone turtle shell passed, broken bones would fly out and shatter. 6 or 7 skeletons were smashed into pieces and 6 or 7 balls of soul flames were extinguished by him. "Kid, when are you going to use that sword of yours?" The old turtle could not help but feel annoyed when he saw that Gu Fei was fighting a dozen or so skeletons that were besieging him with only his fists. To the old turtle, Gu Fei was simply a big idiot for not using the magic weapon but using his fists to fight against the undead creatures. Woo-woo. The scalp-numbing ghost howl sounded again. This time, the fluctuations in the ancient battlefield were even more intense. In the depths of the ancient battlefield, monstrous blood-colored clouds and mist had surged, and the strange sound of tens of thousands of galloping horses came from the depths of the ancient battlefield. From afar, it seemed as if the gates of the bloody hell had opened and an army of undead creatures had arrived in this world. Countless white skeletons rushed out of the crimson clouds in the depths of the battlefield. Huge shadows could be vaguely seen in the clouds. Then huge bone dragons broke through the crimson clouds and rushed out. They flapped their wings that had turned into white bones and flew in the direction of Gu Fei and Old Tortoise. This was an army of undead creatures. Gu Fei and the old turtle were completely shocked. They never imagined that there were so many undead creatures in the depths of the ancient battlefield. The blood-colored clouds surged and the army of white skeletons surged forward. Their murderous intent soared to the sky, and the vast and mighty aura made the world lose its color. Chapter 172. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei and the old tortoise turned around and rushed out of the ancient battlefield. Gu Fei guided the spirit chi of the god weapon out of his body and condensed it into an ancient sword in his hand. This was not the sword soul but the spirit chi of the god weapon. When the sword soul broke through the stone forest formation, it absorbed a large amount of chi of heaven and earth and gradually fell asleep. The spirit chi nurtured the spiritual soul, and the sword soul slept in the spirit chi of the god weapon to recuperate. After all, it was only a broken spirit weapon. Back then, someone used a supreme magical power to split the spirit weapon, causing the spirit weapon to suffer unimaginable damage. It was unknown how long it would take for it to recover completely. Of course, these were not things that Gu Fei could think about now. Right now, he could not wait to grow a pair of wings and fly out of this evil ancient battlefield. Chi. 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 Gu Fei waved the long sword in his hand and slashed out streaks of rainbow-like sword chi. As if he was chopping melons and vegetables, he chopped 7 or 8 skeletons that were blocking his way into 2 and fiercely rushed out of the encirclement. Those were the immortal god skeletal bodies, but under the attack of the god weapon, even the immortal god skeletal bodies could not withstand the sharpness of the god weapon. The ancient Pegasus rushed out of the encirclement and used the 8 desolate steps, pushing his speed to the limit. His body seemed to have transformed into a phantom, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the void. In an instant, he had rushed to the edge of the ancient battlefield. With his full speed, he could cross the distance of 100 feet in the blink of an eye. However, just as Gu Fei was about to rush out of the ancient battlefield, a white figure rushed out from the side and blocked his way. Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled, but it was very difficult for him to stop in an instant as he was running at top speed. In that instant, Gu Fei was also startled as he clearly saw the figure. To be exact, it was the silhouette of a skeleton. The one who stopped Gu Fei was the white skeleton whose body was full of cracks and whose soul fire was extremely dim after being smashed by the old tortoise. Reckless fool. Gu Fei didn't stop. Furthermore, he couldn't stop anyway. He swung his sword, unleashing an unparalleled sword chi towards the skeleton. Chi. Wherever the sword chi passed, a skull covered in cracks flew up like a cracked porcelain. Then the headless skeleton was directly hit by Gu Fei. With a sound, broken bones flew everywhere, shattered bones splattered everywhere. That already cracked immortal god skeleton was smashed into pieces by Gu Fei, the sparkling and translucent bone body, shattered into millions of pieces. Gu Fei did not stop and swung his sword. Chi. With a soft sound, the skull was split into 2. The soul fire in the skull was also instantly destroyed by the sword chi. No undead creature could stop Gu Fei. Gu Fei rushed into the forest beside the ancient battlefield. At this time he could no longer care about the old tortoise. F***ck. This brat has no sense of loyalty. The old tortoise roared. At this moment he displayed a very brave and ferocious scene. He swung a huge stone tortoise shell and smashed it in all directions. Dozens of skeletons besieging the old tortoise were either smashed into pieces, their soul fires destroyed or sent flying. It was a complete mess. At this time the ground shook violently. The vast army of skeletons rushed out from the depths of the ancient battlefield like a torrent, stirring up a boundless mist of blood. The huge bone dragon in the sky was about to reach them. Oh my mother tortoise. Seeing this scene, the old tortoise immediately jumped up from the ground and waved the stone tortoise shell, rushing out like a madman. It was truly a case of killing gods, Buddhas, and demons. The undead creatures that besieged the old tortoise were immediately scattered by the crazed old tortoise. The old tortoise also rushed into the dense forest outside the ancient battlefield as if his butt was on fire. The army of skeletons was unstoppable. They chased the two for more than 10 miles before retreating like a tide. It seemed that the undead creatures could not go far from the ancient battlefield. Even so, they chased Gu Fei and the old tortoise until they wet their pants in terror and were in a sorry state. There were several powerful undead creatures in the army of skeletons. Fortunately, they could not go far from the ancient battlefield. Otherwise, Gu Fei and the old tortoise would have no way out under the endless pursuit of the army of skeletons. The man and the tortoise fled into a small valley in a panic. Here, water gurgled, birds sang, and flowers bloomed. It was countless times better than the ancient battlefield that was filled with killing intent that shot into the sky. Gu Fei and the old tortoise found a clean grassland by the stream flowing through the deep valley and sat down. Their faces were still pale and they were still in a state of shock. You damn old tortoise, I was almost killed by you. Gu Fei was really depressed after being chased by the army of skeletons. Do you think I want to be chased? The old tortoise rolled on the grassland and stared at Gu Fei angrily. However, It's strange that the strength of the few undead creatures leading the army seems to have far surpassed the limits of this false realm. Hearing the old tortoise's words, Gu Fei could not help but frown. Recalling the scene of being chased just now, he seemed to have really sensed a few incomparably powerful auras. The cultivation of those who entered the Void Heaven realm was suppressed to the self-awakening realm. No one was an exception. Even this antique dragon tortoise who had lived for countless years, was also suppressed by this world. But why were the few undead creatures leading the army on the ancient battlefield not subject to this restriction? This was a very serious problem. No wonder the three great Taoist sects would send a group of young disciples into the Void Heaven realm every 120 years, when the Devil Star was charging into the Seven Slaughter realm and demons were wreaking havoc in the world. The higher-ups of the three great Taoist sects must have known that there were powerful creatures in the Void Heaven realm, which was why they were unwilling to set foot in the Void Heaven realm. Just imagine, outside the Ruin Heaven realm, if a void-controlling cultivator's cultivation base was suppressed to the self-awakening state after entering the Ruin Heaven realm, if he encountered a powerful creature in the Ruin Heaven realm and couldn't exert his powerful cultivation base, wouldn't that cultivator die in vain? Gu Fei vaguely seemed to understand something. There was a reason why the great cultivators of the three great Taoist sects did not enter the Void Heaven realm in person. The old tortoise pondered for a long time before finally coming to this conclusion. The creatures born in this false realm may not be suppressed. It seemed that this was the only way to explain why the power of those undead creatures could break through the limits of this world and be unrestrained. After learning about this, both Gu Fei and the old tortoise couldn't help but be cautious. After all, no one knew if they would encounter another powerful creature born in this false realm on their way. From the old tortoise, Gu Fei learned that this false realm was actually evolving into a real macro world. In other words, during the course of thousands of years of evolution, this world had also been giving birth to all kinds of species. They were completely different from the species in the outside macro world. The species here abided by the laws of heaven and earth, and the powerful creatures that grew up in accordance with the laws of heaven and earth naturally wouldn't be suppressed by the power of heaven and earth in the Void Heaven realm. Only outsiders or invaders would be firmly suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth set by the supreme expert who created this world. Whether it was the lofty immortals or ordinary cultivators, as long as their cultivation base broke through the self-awakening realm, their cultivation base would be mercilessly suppressed by this world. Unless the person who entered the Void Heaven realm had a terrifying cultivation base that defied heaven and earth, he would be able to ignore the laws of heaven and earth set by the owner of this world. The small valley was lush and full of vitality. Many fruit trees grew next to the stream, and the branches of the fruit trees were full of attractive fruits. After trying to eat a few of the fruits, Gu Fei and the old tortoise found that their mouths were full of saliva, and the flesh of the fruits melted in their mouths. It was extraordinarily delicious. After making sure that there was no discomfort after eating the fruits, the man and the tortoise let out their stomachs and enjoyed a feast of fresh fruits. The old tortoise even directly transplanted a dozen fruit trees next to the stream into its false realm. After resting, the man and the tortoise discussed their journey again. There was no hope of obtaining the primordial ominous saber, and Gu Fei was unwilling to enter the primordial battlefield again. The old tortoise also had a lingering fear, so he had to wait until his cultivation base was restored before entering the depths of the primordial battlefield to retrieve the broken primordial ominous saber. Even if such a precious divine weapon was broken and only a remnant soul was left, it was still a supreme weapon. Not to mention the old tortoise, even Gu Fei was envious of it. However, given their current cultivation base, their lives would be in danger even if they set foot on the primordial battlefield, let alone the depths of the primordial battlefield. Even if they were reluctant, they could only give up. After all, everything was possible only if they could preserve their lives. If they lost their lives, everything would be for naught. The map on Gu Fei's jade slip indicated that the 9-colored immortal herb grew in a place called Sky Burial Valley. Of course, the name Sky Burial Valley was later given by the people of the three great Taoist sects. While Gu Fei and the old tortoise were studying the map, a small incident happened. When Gu Fei opened the Dharma treasure pouch, a 7-foot-long green snake darted out and almost bit the old tortoise beside Gu Fei. Not only was Gu Fei dumbfounded, but the old tortoise was also extremely surprised. Gu Fei was dumbfounded because the Xiaoqing snake was originally only the size of a chopstick, but now, the old tortoise was surprised because there were 2 obvious bulges on the top of the green snake's head. Those were obviously 2 horns that were gradually growing. It seemed that the green snake was transforming into a flood dragon. "Where did you catch this little thing?" asked the old tortoise. The green snake coiled around Gu Fei and raised its head high. It flicked its tongue at the old tortoise vigilantly. It was obvious that it was hostile toward the old tortoise. "I didn't catch it," replied Gu Fei. Seeing that the old tortoise seemed to be very interested in the green snake, Gu Fei told the old tortoise about how he encountered the green snake. "Hee, how about handing this little thing over to me?" After listening, the old tortoise actually had ideas about the green snake. "What are you up to this time, old antique?" Gu Fei immediately became vigilant. Could it be that the old tortoise knew about the green snake's origin? From a snake's body to a flood dragon, this little thing has unlimited potential. If I grow old, maybe it can really turn into a flood dragon. How about it? "It's up to you whether you want to hand this little thing over to me," said the old tortoise casually. It did not seem to care that much. The old tortoise's attitude changed so quickly that Gu Fei did not know which of its words were true and which were false. He felt that he was being fooled by the old tortoise. In the end, Gu Fei also hoped that the green snake could turn into a flood dragon, so he decided to hand the green snake over to the old tortoise. The old tortoise was very straightforward. It directly opened the pseudo-heaven and earth and kept the green snake inside. Then the two walked out of the small valley and headed east. According to the map, Sky Burial Valley was in the east of the known area.